Hello, friends, and welcome back to SuperJump number 4. I am Popgun, joined by Brush, and we got a doozy of a set.
And I'm a ghost over here. This is crazy. I can't. Why is it so bright? Okay, there we go. We don't do webcams often here on IPL Splatoon.
Are you questioning the quality of your webcam right now?
I'm looking at myself on my other screen, and the window behind me is like completely overexposed sometimes.
We joined this room 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, but there's no blinds
You just
on this
now
window.
realized that there's a window
no
behind
blinds on this window. I can't do anything.
Okay, so the genuine setup is you want your camera behind the window. You don't want the window in the shot, because then you're going to look like a ghost like you do right now.
Right.
But you just now figured that out is the problem.
Unfortunately, I'm visiting my family, and I'm staying in the guest bedroom where my very old grandparents are living, and I set this entire setup up in like 20 minutes, and you should be proud of me for that.
Well, there you go. The commentator for the biggest online major of the year is doing it in a guest bedroom of somebody else's house. We got a great set for you here today. To start off, added value is going to be taking on Yaotl Teotl.
I'm so glad you're saying it the way I wanted you to. I hope
it's Inkling Heroes. That's what that is. That's literally what that is.
I agree. I agree that it's Inkling Heroes. You know what's crazy? Inkling Heroes has been around for too long. They
don't exist anymore.
Well, they're existing here.
Yeah.
Like it's insane to me how some of these teams can survive forever and still be relevant and, you know, be making a run here in day 2 of SuperJump. Yeah, that's the whole thought.
That's your thought? You're coming out the gate strong today, Brush. This is oh boy.
Look, it's been a long 48 hours, Popgun.
Look, I always enjoy the opportunity to commentate for one shot. One of the best Charger players I've ever went up against back in my day when I was playing right here. But surrounded by obviously really strong players across the board. Lex, Cass, been a part of that Micklin Hero team for such a long time as well. They're going up against a pickup in added value, which has the roster of Half, Red Rum, Ellis, and Phoenix, not to mention Ocean and Trizzy Tree. Let him be making that up as well. Half representing Shush, the Division X team that is not going to be moving on to the playoffs, but still played in a crap ton of game 9s this Division X season. And if you want to get rid of your channel points, you can put it onto either one of these teams. I have more channel points, I think, than anybody in the history of planet Earth on this channel. I have 65,500. So if you want to get more than me, you need to start gambling right here. Shout out to our lovely and talented producer Ink Fair, who just humble bragged that they have more channel points than I do, but I'm about to dump it on one of these teams and just double up on that. So there you go.
Is that not a conflict of interest? Are you allowed to bet in your own race?
Who cares? There's no who's gonna stop me? You?
I'm about to slip them a 20 and make sure you lose it all. Watch.
I'm not TOing this.
That's true. Nor am I.
This. Yes.
Nor am I. How do you keep up with top level teams, Popgun? What's your secret? Because I can't seem to follow all these players.
I do a podcast where I talk about competitive Splatoon once a week. It kind of forces me
what's
to
it called?
keep an eye on these things. It's called the Popcast.
That's crazy.
And we're going to be starting off here with this set of Mahi Splat Zones. And right off the bat, we see some shenanigans going on here. That should be one shot on the E-Leader. Yes. Even though E-Leader is not super popular anymore, it is a popular weapon with that particular player. That is a Brush and the Splash Neo, which has been, I can't tell if people are being serious on Twitter or not about it being good or better than P-Tech. At least it's going to be used here. 20 seconds in, we already got some ink strikes being thrown out.
Yeah, the first thing I saw in this game was one shot on that E-Leader, just focusing it down the way at that Ink Rush. And I think that's going to be a defining trait of this game. Whether it continues through the rest of the set, we'll have to find out. But being able to find room to exist as an Ink Rush and get behind and really play aggressive, that's going to make that's going to be a deciding point.
Well, when Red Rum's got the pencil and pushed up to the enemy side snipe area, that's not a good sign if you are the Yaotl team. Oh gosh, I can't believe we got to mispronounce that the entire time. How about this? A little Ink Brush action going on here. Trizzy! You know what? That's a losing matchup, believe it or not. When the Ink Brush gets right in front of your E-Leader face, that's you only get one shot to deal with it. If you miss it, it's GG, and that might just be GG right here, unless we can find a way to get back into the zone. The Ink Strikes aren't going to be enough. Added value, taking care of business in game 1.
That was 2 puns in the same breath, Popgun. You get some pats on the back for that one.
Well, thank you, Brush.
Yeah, no problem. You're a good commentator. You know that?
I know. I'm aware of that. Feel free to help me at any point in the set. Take the time getting warmed up yourself there, because it looks like Yaotl is taking some time getting warmed up themselves. Yeesh. Now, E-Leader works good on that map. And it's not... The problem is they're just going up against a really strong team. A strong pickup, mind you, who found ways to get into the right positions to just kind of bully, get control of the zone, never look back. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna have to see how Trizzy's able to bounce back or keep up this momentum against One Shot there. It's One Shot who on that E-Leader. I do really like this storyline, right? Of how is you as an E-Leader able to deal with that much aggression? You know, you point out E-Leader isn't super common anymore. If we ever see a laser on the map, it's usually that pencil. And seeing how a fast mobility charger is able to just sort of dominate the field from far back. Well, it's One Shot's play to prove E-Leader still has a place in the meta.
Now, if you were watching this tournament yesterday, which, oh my God. We're doing this already. We're doing this already. Really?
Is
the
it
first set of the day we're doing this?
map or mode? You can't go back.
I was just about to say that if you were watching this tournament yesterday, it was preset, the maps. Now we're into the counterpick stage, and lo and behold, the first counterpick we see just so happens to be Tower Control Art Academy.
If there's a team that should be allowed to pick the staple, I feel like it's the team that's been doing this for 5 years. So there's a part of me that wants to give them a pass here.
Half has never played on this map before.
No, you
Trizzy is like Art Academy Tower Control. What the hell is this? Yeah,
but like, think about a team that's significantly less active, that has to sort of maybe rewrite the script on some of these newer maps. You know, we're not going to be seeing Bluefin Depot, thankfully, but if we were to, like, I think a team that's been around the block for this long is going to be a little bit less comfortable, even if, you know, they are the god of a team that they are.
You're being very generous to try to justify this working out. It doesn't. I mean, you can still win on this map, and it can. The point is, how does this give you an advantage over the other team when they were likely to counterpick this one anyways themselves? But I guess we'll get a shot. You know what really helps when you're playing a 4v3. So
Yeah,
maybe the counterpick
down a player.
through half got so caught off guard by Tower Control Art Academy, probably disconnected. So there you go.
I mean, hey, if I was half,
play.
I'd be pretty scared too. You know, I've never played TC Inkling myself, so I wouldn't know what to do. I'd probably just quit on the spot, unplug my Switch. You know what's crazy, Popgun? I have been nearly solely commentating LANs. It is so nice to not see disconnects all the time. I really do got to give it to local area network play for that one.
Also, I just got pinged by half. It is Trizzy T, not Trizzy Tree. However, the IGN is just Trizzy, and I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that one correctly. So we got that. And also, half isn't even playing. So, but you know what? In my defense, that last game didn't last really long enough for us to see who was actually playing for the side of added value. So there you go. But so Phoenix is the one who DC'd or didn't join the lobby or something like that. I don't know.
Both these teams have rosters larger than 4. The question is, are we going to see any subs? It's increasingly less common. But I suppose for TC Inkplot, anything can happen. I don't know what the story for TC Inkplot is supposed to be anymore, other than Popgun groans.
I groan because the point of counterpicks is to come up with some sort of scenario that gives you an advantage over your opponent. Now, in a day and age where everybody's doing pretty much the same comp, does it really matter? But you are a team that is doing something a little bit different. So why would you pick a counterpick that the other team would likely get as well? Like, this isn't an advantage map for anybody. But again, we'll see. It doesn't matter. None of this matters at the grand scheme of things.
Are we getting existentialists today?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
And by the way, if you want to, you can donate to this event. I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I should clarify this before I actually say this. Half of the money does go to the prize pool and the other half goes to the organization. Can I get a clarification on that? But you can donate. How you can do that? Probably type in exclamation point and donate. If
you can
that's
also go
not
to
how you do it,
iplabs.inc/donate.
iplabs.slink.donate. Okay.
Cool. .inc/donate. That'll also do it.
Do that.
Yeah, we've talked about so long, Popgun, giving money to the org for to make sure this thing can still run, and I think it's really nice to see that starting to become increasingly common on these big majors.
Yeah, we could buy something to block the window behind you. There's all kinds of different possibilities of things that we could do.
The sun comes out and I go back into the void. It's pretty wonderful here.
It looks like you are about to be sucked up by the rapture, is what's going on. You just vanish and disappear. Because I know for a fact I'm not going with you if that's the case.
Well, you're an hour behind, so in another hour.
The rapture works on time. Australia's been gone this whole time. Nobody said anything.
Yeah, that's why they're not here today. What can happen? What can I say?
Or maybe none of Australia is going to heaven. Who knows? We got some. Can we get the player back into the lobby so that we can get going here? We're back, so we're going to be readying up for Tower Control Art Academy. See, this is why you don't kick this map, because this is what happens. Just
you get DC'd and you want to cry, like
yes, it definitely does.
Okay, heard. I understand now. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the map pool because I don't prep for these things anymore, and I really should.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, you want to tell me a bit about it?
Yes, I do. If you go to the Discord server and just look at the maps, it's already up right there. Basically, the traditional thing... Actually, no, this is a little bit smaller than most map pools. 5 Splat Zone maps, but only 4 in the other modes. So 4, 6, 12, 17 maps are being used today. So there's not really a lot to pick from. And when you think about, like, okay, what's traditional E-Leader stuff, you kind of think Mahi first anyways. So yeah, there's not like there's a wide range of variety that can come out from counter picks anyways.
But if you're gonna go tower control, I'd almost feel more comfortable playing something like Haggle, where that leader can sort of set up early on that tent and hold most of that map down, especially when you're playing scoped.
Well, and keep in mind, we did see the Kraken scoped come out during that one, but we don't know if they're actually using that E-Leader or if they're just like, oh, we know they're DCing, so we're just going to do something else so they don't, like, oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? Oh, and we're stuck in the...
Can we change host, please? Can we do that?
Jeez. Hey, Popcan, I hope you brought your A+ stall game today.
I usually do. That was the opposite team that had a player not even make it out to the toaster oven round or the espresso machine. So we're slowly but surely working our way through this one. I guess we could give updates on some of the other things. I bet if you type in !bracket, as I'm going to do right now, you'll be able to see the other thing. Now, there are many different brackets going on right now. The only one you are going to be paying attention to here on stream is the Alpha Bracket 16-team double elimination. As we take a look here, no upsets to note as things are moving along. Everybody else is on to game 2, and the higher seeded team is the team that is currently up 1-0 over the other team. There were 8 pools yesterday. So the top team on each one of these games, like Salty Springs won their group, Duck Motif won their group. The other team at the bottom side of it had to get through the redemption side of things. So this round 1 is seeded to be the team that's at the top beating the team that's below them. And right now that is the case for literally every single match, including ours, that hasn't reported to game 1 yet.
They did all of redemption in one day?
Well, okay, so this isn't LAN redemption. Okay, where they're not doing groups. It was just like a single limb thing, basically. And again, if you're looking at that bracket, you can just look at the redemption pool as I'm getting it to load. So yeah, it was basically like you had to win 2 in a row. And if you lost at any point, you're going back down to either gamma bracket or beta bracket based on where you're doing that. So no, it's not like a group redemption or like a LAN redemption.
Hey, Popcan, I got great news.
Don't
players in a lobby.
Don't count your chickens yet, because we haven't really started the game right now. Everybody seems to have loaded up with actual weapons, and we see go. We're playing Splatoon, baby.
It's about time. Hey, one shot still on that Kraken E-Leader. No scope now though. But again, this much more aggressive comp for added value. He's up 1-0 here. So yeah, I mean, definitely Yaotl, the team here, who's gonna have to defend this counter pick, despite being one.
One of their gals is already down as Cass trying to stay alive here with the NZAP. Working along this right side with some soda to work in them, as well as the tower will be in control of added value. The question is going to be, can they do a good job of eliminating that brush? Because once the brush gets behind your defense and starts eliminating your E-Leader, it's GG at that point. But able to get the opening splat on them, but right now, man advantage in the favor of Added Value.
Here goes Trizzy up the left side as you called out, looking to play that aggressive game. Gonna look for one on cast, but wisely back out though. A couple extra flicks is gonna find that pick, maybe a bomb, but there's the range. So if you're Trizzy here with this rush, you have to find a way to be aggressive without getting called out by those longer range weapons. And choosing to go back to the juice there might be a little bit of a misplay.
Well, speaking of misplays, we're missing a player for the side of Yaotl Teotl, and that well, I think the white flag has been ran, and now we've got the possibility for a drip pick to be taken. And as soon as we say that, the team that didn't have the DC canceled the battle out. So there we go.
I think that means we get a replay, though.
Yeah, they're replaying it. I mean, the team that ended it was the team that was about the KO anyways. And I don't think either team used their DC during that.
That's what I was saying.
Lobby shenanigans.
Replay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna replay that one, but it didn't meet like the 2-minute 50 score thing either. So
I don't like this game anyway. I much prefer just sitting in the lobby. Like that's way more fun. I don't have to deal with losing then. So yeah. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, and you know we're again we're keeping an eye on the rest of the alpha bracket here. There's still beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta. How did we find a way to get zeta? There is no zeta bracket. Okay, it's just up here on Battlefly. There we go. Things still working out into the favor of the higher seeded team across the board. Duck Motif in Metro up 2-0. Salty Springs is the team that is likely, or I should say the favorite, to win this tournament. Brush, who can you tell me is on Salty Springs?
Do I need to?
You don't need to know the answer to this, no. But could you take a guess? Are you serious?
God. What is happening, Pop?
Are you serious right
Inky,
now?
have we changed lobbies?
Have we changed hosts? That is the first question.
That's my question.
The second question is, have we changed the god that we're praying to make this happen? Because that is not working out either.
Pascal's wager here says change religion. Try a new one.
Is this I'm also looking at alpha bracket. I believe it is. Is this round we're playing in? Is this best of 3?
No,
or is
it's
it best of 5? It's best of. You're right, because we saw the map pool showing up right there. Okay, because I see some of these. 3 of these matches are now 2-0, and they're still playing. So yeah, they got one more left to go. Salty Springs Brush is Keo, Ice, Bagel, and Biscuit.
What?
You know who all 4 of those
I do know
players.
all 4 of those players are, but what? Really?
But what? Yeah.
Oh, because prize pool, so they're here.
Yes.
And they're playing together.
Yes. It's SuperJump.
Sorry. I forgot money was here.
Did you know those players have never won? Actually, no. I think Keo won with a Japanese pickup in the second SuperJump.
Yes.
Jackpot won last year, and a team from Japan won the first SuperJump. So this is
they were called like Kings or something.
Kings. Yes, it was Kings, and then Flippa Floppa was the pickup, I believe, that won.
Yeah, let's just keep talking about 2022 because I can keep right up with the top teams of that time.
Well, hey, you're gonna have to as we go through this thing right here. We have a final coming in all the way from Metro and Facade. Metro won 3-0 in 24 minutes and 13 seconds. Impressive by then. They're going to be moving on to face the winner of Moonlight and Demise. And possibly Moonlight, who's currently up 1-0 over Demise. No, Brush, I know what you're thinking. Is that the same Demise from 2020? No, it is not, Brush. It's not. It's a different Demise.
Yeah, give me that credit. I definitely was thinking that. Hey, we're going to that set next, but first, we got some added value Yaotl Teotl for the 5th time to play.
This is the classic Tower Control Art Academy that we're just gonna be stuck here. Nobody changed weapons. Nobody changed out either. So we're set. We're playing this one. And if there is a DC on the side of Yaotl, we're just gonna play this one out as one shot instantly eliminates Phoenix, I believe, that is working there on the squeezer.
52 gal going down as well. Leaves a 3v3 with respawns on the way. Now,
yeah,
gets the jump out. Great aggression from Trizzy on that brush. And look how far up they are dealing with spawn protection as they have to do a little dance move, but I don't think anyone knows they're here.
No, they know they're there. They just don't care because the tower's all the way back at the first checkpoint. So like, we can't just waste time messing around with you. We got to go defend the checkpoint. The problem is your E-leader can never be comfortable because they always have to turn their eye back to where that brush is because they don't want to get shanked from behind. And while you're dealing with all that distraction, the splash and the squeezer are just mowing down players for the side of added value. How Trizzy found their way up to literally the spawn area, and this is well, this is getting, we might not be here much longer.
Hey, how do you deal with DCs? Just win faster. That's what added value was brought to the table here. Though going 2 down now, it looks like Yaotl finally has a hand on this defense. The turf once again shifting yellow and the slow push in the mid, but aggression there as 2 checkpoints fall only a minute 30 into this game.
And the good news is you got the brush in front of you, and that's what's going to be key. Well, it was the key before they fell down 2.5 checkpoints, is let's make sure that brush does not get behind us. And when that happens, that's an issue. Oh, I can't believe one shot missed that one, but still, pretty good situation right here. The first checkpoint's going to be popped. You're using the Kraken. This is your either using the Kraken, by the way. That will at least secure that latch area and will until the ink strikes come out. But the first checkpoint does fall, and there is a window here for them to clear the second one because they just eliminated Phoenix.
Look how well Yaotl is communicating here to dance around this tower and make sure there's always someone there. The Kraken coming out from one shot, Cass takes control, then a tap back and another rotation around, but it looks like it's not going to be enough as 2 go down, make that 3 now, so defense may be able to come out, and the brakes pumped for added value.
Did they clear that checkpoint? I can't tell. No, they didn't. Looks like they only got halfway through that. So that's a huge defensive stand there from added value because it looked like that checkpoint was for sure going to fall. And if that did, you basically have a tie game with half the time still left on the clock. So slowing that down, they're able to get control of mid again, added value, ready to start pushing.
Tri-Strikes come out to try to leave room for Trizzy, but a nice bomb pick is going to really open that door, though. Choosing to play a little bit slower and a shark there on the right side, waiting for the opportunity in. But with 1 down now, it's looking like it's going to be a little harder to find that opportunity. The tower's once again stalled on that slick ramp area. And trades coming out here. No room to find a way through for Trizzy, and tower's going to reset back to mid. 2 minutes left in this game, and look, as you said, Yaotl will have to find a way through that checkpoint, and then most likely find another push after that if they want to take this.
Yeah, and you don't want to be wasting time playing defense right here, trying to keep the brush out of your back door as they're able to get the nice shot right there. The brush flying through the air is just a dead brush when you're going up against one shot right here with all the range of this one. But yeah, time's ticking away. That is the biggest opponent that Yaotl is facing right now. And here comes Trizzy yet again. You know, with the Kraken E-leader, the problem with that is once the Kraken goes away, you're kind of screwed. But when you have to deal with, like, okay, the brush could be attacked at any time, it is a good kind of, like, panic special to make sure you don't die to the brush and chase it away.
Yeah, but so far we haven't been able to see the aggression from it, and what that basically means is that you're down a passive special. You're relying on that E-leader special to find a way through, and so far they haven't been finding a way through.
Red Rum able to poke the tower from this distance, even with the pencil, safely as way as 2 more players make that 3 go down from the side of Yaotl. What is one shot doing all the way over there? I think they popped the Kraken, and that is again another one of the disadvantages of Kraken on E-leader is you kind of wind up in spots where you never want to see your E-leader at. If Trizzy's able to drop down and get a nice double on top of here, 20 seconds left to go, 1 player left alive. This should all but do it. If they can even find a way to get it back to the tower, it looks like the answer might be no.
Trizzy doing some extra work to make those stats look good. 5 seconds left here. Red Run's not even going to deal with it. Let that tower sit there. No one cares. GG Tri-Strikes will make sure no one jumps on. And after 5 attempts, added value is going to take game 2.
This is a win for all of us. We got through it together.
And it's a win for your stance on TC Inkblot. Hey, don't counterpick that shit.
Well, it's also this team they're going up against is pretty good, and also the type of maps you can counterpick is limited in this tournament. So it's not like they could throw Bluefin out there at them, which nobody wants to see or play it, so it kind of works out. But they get another opportunity to make a counterpick, and if they want to, they can go back to Tower Control Art Academy because they haven't won there. I'm assuming they're going to go with something a little bit different. Maybe a little clan blitz or something like that. I don't know. We'll find out.
Hey. Rainbow, you know? What are other things that I know about this game at this point? Splattershot?
Splattershot is a weapon in the game, yes.
It's true. It's true. Look, I mean, One Shot's really having the void again. One Shot's really working to find a way to use that charger. Thank you, Icky. It's One Shot on the E-leader here, right? Who's getting pushed around this map, not finding a way through. We're talking about them using that Kraken to play aggressive and try to flip that script, try to show that there's utility for them. But and it's not just Trizzy who's been putting them off balance, right? It is this constant aggression. You're always having to move around, and that's the last thing an E-leader wants. An E-leader wants to find a place, set up shop, and dominate the field. They haven't been able to really do that at all so far.
Well, that comes down to the rest of the players for Yaotl as well. Cass and Lex need to find more ways. They're doing a good job of eliminating the squeezer. It seems like every push that they have starts with the squeezer getting eliminated, and then they move off of that. Then they start locating the brush. But yeah, it just comes down to whatever counterpick they want to use right here. Now, as we take a look at the rest of the bracket, it looks like we do finally have a couple of teams from the underseeded side of things getting win. Hades down 2-1 to Duck Motif. Super Velocity now tied with Comp Diff at 1-1. And if you're wondering who's on Comp Diff, that is Punchy, JSOR, Tidally, and Aloha, which is basically the players who win every single Dapple production tournament. They've won like 50 of those things combined, and I'm not kidding. So little EU versus NA. In fact, EU is making their presence felt across the board right here, specifically on the lower side of the bracket. The Honored Ones, Oro Jackson, Comp Diff, just to name a few. But we are moving on to Game 3. That is the scoped version of the Kraken E-Leader. No changes coming out from the side of Added Value. And this is Tower Control still, this time at Hagglefish.
Hey, I called it out earlier that E-Leader One Shot wants to find a place to set up. I'm looking at it now, something about being in the map, and I'm like, well, actually, against the squeezer and the pencil and the brushes behind you, and yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It is in large part, right? Added Value just being that strong of a team, but it's really hard to be an E-Leader going up against those weapons.
Well, it comes down to controlling the alleyways, which is what you got some shots and a slosher to be able to do. Your slosher getting eliminated right away. So we see two players from Added Value starting to attack from the right flank. This Phoenix, yet again, being eliminated. Actually, that's a delayed wipe, but everybody had soda, so really, but still, we're going to see Yaotl starting to push up here and taking a stab at the first checkpoint.
And One Shot wanted to use that Kraken to make their not a real wipeout, and wasn't able to find anything. They just kind of danced around and looked scary for a bit. So instead, it's going to be Added Value popping special. Here comes the soda. There are the Tri-Strikes. It's Diabolic Itch moving in with that squeezer. Trying to find something happen here, and there's the pick. So a 4v3 now in their favor. Added Value, a very quick defensive, and they're back on the aggression.
And they didn't clear that first checkpoint either, so push didn't really accomplish anything other than just establish a little bit control of mid. Nice little back and forth right here in the opening minute and 30 seconds. At this point, last time, the game was pretty much over right there. That is a splat bomb that you are jumping up into from Trizzy, who's going to chase the last player out of the way, and now Added Value takes their first stab at clearing the first checkpoint.
That's like Trizzy's 5th splat bomb kill. I wonder where the Splattershot Jr. fits into this team comp.
We almost saw a Charger versus Charger battle that was obviously going to go into the way of the pencil, as now Added Value with the delayed wipeout is in a good position to keep players away. yeah, you're not going to get past that first checkpoint, right? Or you're not going to get to that first point. And that was a Zuka kill.
Hey, remember to count those Zuka shots. Don't let them get two and think it's over and just run back out in the open, you know? That thing should be holding space for a little bit longer than that.
Should be. And I'm about to say, if you can get your squeezer up top there, you can really hold that space for a good chunk of time.
Oh no!
By the time they're able to get up there, there's an in-zap shooting you right in the face. So that second checkpoint does not completely fall, but they get pretty decently through it. 35 remaining. Your brush is still poking along the left side of the map right here. That's going to draw the attention of Yaotl to it, which should open up the door for the rest of the players of added value to attack mid or come over to help out in only the final.
Oh my God!
That was a... What was that? Was that the Killer Whale that eliminated them?
Yeah! Trizzy there with Killer Whale was able to fight off a Zuka to the face in a 2v1 and then nearly also got one shot, but a Kraken is going to allow them to escape there nicely, but Trizzy doesn't care. Follows up with their pick anyway on a spree here. Wow. Trizzy's all the way back.
And again, it's a broken record, but that's so frustrating as a Charger player when you're not safe anywhere because the brush is just constantly trying to go for you exclusively. When you take the top off the defense, it's just hard to get settled anyways. You don't want to have to be fighting on two different fronts. And finally, Trizzy gets eliminated, but two players are already down for Yaotl. And this is not looking good for them, but added value is feeling pretty good about their opportunity to clear the second checkpoint yet again.
Yeah, you can't all turn your back to deal with the brush, but you definitely have to deal with the brush. And so it's a loss situation, but to added value's credit, that only works when you have this much paint down, when you're doing this well, coordinating in the 3v4 on the front lines. So, I mean, it's a team effort for sure. The brush can't exist without the rest of their team.
So 35 seconds left to go. A checkpoint and a half has to be cleared, or else added value is going to sweep their way into the second round. The question is, what are you going to do? You got to control the flanks. You got to control their flat area. You got to control so much space here that you just don't have right at the moment. You don't even have control of mid right now, as we see the Slosher player just trying to find some avenue to start pushing up. And instead, this added value that is taking the fight to them. They can't even get out of their own side of the map right here. Can they win this 1v1 with Trizzy? The answer is no. And they're not even going to get to the tower. Actually, no, they finally do find a way to get to the tower. But guess what? That Splash has a ton of ink strikes. If they can get on the tower, though, which they don't, they did have a man advantage. And there you go. Added value completes the sweep.
Yeah, I mean, look, there were 6 specials there popped by Yaotl to try to control mid before added value did anything. Instead, they just poked and saved up their ink points and eventually, cashed in for specials of their own to end it quickly. But it's not necessarily about charging those specials, moving and finding opportunity. It's really much more, I think, about capitalizing on found opportunity regardless. And specials just play one role in that. So added value able to show a brick wall in 2 tower control games, and in Splat Zones show a little bit more aggression of holding their own space. And they're going to take this one moving on to winners quarterfinals of SuperJump 4.
Well, if you put down channel points on added value, you're going to get like all your channel points back and then like 2 on top of it because 94% voted for it. But still, you guessed correctly. Congratulations. Now, for Yaotl, 2 things. First off, apology that we mispronounced your team name the entire time. My bad. Second off, the tournament is not over for you. You can still win this tournament. And what a fantastic story that would be if this team were to find a way to win it. They have to play Black Lotus in round 1 of losers bracket. That is not an easy... Speaking of EU monsters, there's one you have to play at the very beginning of losers round 1. Who knocked out Black Lotus? The honored ones. Okay, so basically the Obito Gray pickup. So yeah, that checks out. This is big boy Splatoon. There are no weaklings here. This is when losers round 1 has Black Lotus in it. That's when you know things are looking. This is going to be a stacked tournament.
So we're going to jump straight in here in a Metro versus Moonlight. You mentioned Metro and Facade. They ended very quick earlier, so a little bit of momentum lost for them based on our slow stream catching up. But they're ready for us, Moonlight, I'm sure, in the lobby as well. And it's weird as we go through this winners bracket, you just like just looking at the winners graphic, it's like you start to feel so close to that grand finals and bracket reset. It no longer becomes this idea of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play this tournament and win the thing. It's like it's a real thing you can do.
And now we're gonna be saying a very exciting matchup. I'm glad we're streaming this one. No disrespect to the other matches you're gonna see, but this is definitely the one you want to see. Moonlight, a fan favorite. I think they're the only actual team that is here at this stage. Well, Duck Motif's an actual team.
Didn't they disband?
Who?
Moonlight?
No. Why would you think that?
I thought they disbanded like 6 months ago.
Look, just let me get through my spiel before you start embarrassing both of us. Moonlight did not disband. They just celebrated their 1-year anniversary. That's what they did. That's what their tweet was about. Second place at Low Tide City. We all saw that. They took a set away from Starburst before grand finals happened. A couple other players were at Gridlock as well. Shadowwind and Nolan, I believe, were playing in that. Again, they lost in grand finals in a bracket reset there. But the team they're going to be going up against, Metro, the pickup. This is Zenith, Goss, U-Snipe, Yaotl, and Atomic. So this is a half NA, half EU pickup is going on here. That is just loaded with talents across the board. So we got a traditional pickup of players that are used to playing in pickups. So this isn't just like, a group of players that don't have any synergy with each other. They've been playing, I think the Zenith with a couple of these players beat Alliance Rogue in a Mode Cup tournament a couple of or several months ago. For Moonlight, though, here's the thing about Moonlight. This is yet another opportunity for them to shine and show us who they really are. They are considered one of the top teams in North America, one of the top teams in the West, but they're always been the little brother to the upper echelon of teams. And they've been able to find ways to knock off a couple of these teams at a time, but they've never been a real threat to win a tournament like this. Yes, I know they finished second place at Low Tide City. That's great. The problem is they can't find ways to get across the mountaintop here. So if they do find a way to beat Metro, guess what? You're likely going to be taking on Kyo, Ice, Bagel, and Biscuit in semifinals. You still got 3 more matches left to go. But we're waiting for Moonlight to take that next step. This is another opportunity to do so.
And I mean, seeing these players at an event like LTC, or I saw them again, some of them just last weekend at Gridlock in New York, it's like they want it. They know how to do it. They're calm up on that stage every time. You know, they're hyping each other up, getting excited for those big wins. But they're players who have been here a million times. I'm not even sure if this idea that the pressure is too much and they crack is necessarily it. I think you're right. It's just about these 1 or 2 crucial moments in a game where they're not able to take that next step. And so SuperJump 4 maybe is where they start seeing a new tune.
Same thing for Metro as well. Goss played for FT Win 2 Sindao Q finals ago, and they were able to find a way to win that. So like this Metro pickup is just loaded with talent. I mean, this is a team that could win this entire tournament for sure. And again, this is just winter quarterfinals. Like that just kind of shows the amount of valor of things going on. And the bottom side of the bracket, Oro Jackson is playing Comp Diff. Again, Comp Diff is made up of the strong EU players that win every single Dapple Production weekly that they choose to play in. The honored ones, that is Obito, Gray, Xeris, and you. So that's, I mean, this is where the tournament gets started. Winners quarterfinals, and the Duck Motif, if they can find a way to take off a game off of Salty Springs, that'll be impressive as well. But Yeah, Metro and Moonlight. This is going to be a good set. I mean, it's got the building to beat it. Zenith looking for revenge at what happened at Low Tide City, losing to them in losers finals, after beating them in winners finals.
It's crazy to me how much in the last 20 years. We used to sit here sort of on day 2 of SuperJump and say, well, you know, but it's fine because no one's going to touch FT-Win. Or, oh, yeah, well, it's fine because no one's going to touch Starburst. But we've been in this nice spot for a long time. Sort of all these teams are throwing punches, and I haven't seen like a true, real demolish in a day 2 of a major like this in a very long time. So, Splatoon's Hagglefish. We were going to return to Hagglefish here in game 1, but that's going to be where I think the pace of this set is set. Where these two teams, you know, we don't necessarily know how they do against each other, but we'll find out very shortly.
Hey, if you are excited about what you're going to see and you want to see more competitions that brings out this level of opponents, you should donate to this event. Hit ! donate or the link that Brush is going to tell you right now.
It's iplabs.inc/donate.
That's right. Half of the money goes towards the prize pool. The other half goes towards my retirement fund. Both things equally as important to you as they should be. So support competitive grassroots Splatoon, and maybe we can find more ways to get things like this happening more often. Game 1. Moonlight with their traditional roster coming out right here. Metro using the squeezer with the splatter color screen, as well as Zenith using the... Okay, so maybe this Splash Neo thing isn't just a joke on Twitter. There might be some actual value to it, because this is twice now we've seen it.
This Viper from Omega, we know it and we love it, but sort of playing a similar role as that Brush. It's going to need to prove that it deserves to be here, and using Shadow's tent is going to be a good way for it to early shine. A nice pick there, not going to find the second with the hammer throw. But 4 minutes and 30 seconds, we're only 30 seconds in, and already a bunch of specials flying back and forth, and but no real advantage yet.
So Kraken being used by Nolan, despite the repeated nerfs that thing's been getting, it's still a popular weapon to be used, particularly by that player who's been using it from the very beginning on that gal. Use it on a map like this, it forces players to either abandon mid and go down to the alley sides. It just really comes down to, can they use it in conjunction with other things. Right now, Moonlight in control of the zone. Omega just had a little bit of a oopsie moment right there. Nothing really happening, but no one able to clean up with the Kraken as the gal gets eliminated there as well. Metro trying to fight their way back into control of things. They should have the control zone right now. Can they start getting Yaotl pushed up with that pencil? Problem is they got to wait out this 10.
I really do like that pick a splatter color screen as we see it readied up for Metro. Really dominant through mid, really dominant on a lockout. You don't get to play it all the time in competitive Splatoon, obviously, but it's really, really strong here. And with 3 down, they're going to target ahead of it. They don't even need the top of it. I think
is Atomic using thermal ink right there? We saw.
Yeah.
That was, I didn't recognize that until I saw one of the players kind of busted out right there behind the wall. But yeah, the splatter color screen on this map feels broken because it literally covers all of mid. All those two kind of pillars right there. So it just, hey, you either just shoot through this and hope that there's not a pencil on the other side, or Ink Strike or Killer Whale coming through you that you don't see, or you go through it and take the damage, and, well, then you're just like a chip away from being eliminated right here. Still, Moonlight able to get back control zone, even though Metro got the lead, rippling it back into their way. But look again, the coverage of that screen. Now, the coverage of it alone isn't going to be enough to save them the lead, because a lot of players went down from the side of Metro, but they do a good job of eliminating Shadow before a flank can start happening around that left side. And about 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Metro in another kind of situation to try to wrestle lead back into their favor.
penalty points ticking down for Metro as they get their first real, like, solid lockout moving here. But Omega behind the play with this hammer, trying to make something happen, but slowly creeping up on Yoshel's pencil there. Gonna find the pick just barely as Moonlight gets control of the zone once again. So great job by Omega being a distraction on the front.
I think Omega distracted themselves on the front line. They were doing a horrible job of getting that hammer going into any position, and ultimately it worked out for them anyways. Penalty points gone for Moonlight as they're threatening to get the KO. They got Soda to work with as well. Nolan trying to get some RNG to work into their favor. They're not going to be ready for a Kraken anytime soon. And here comes out the splatter color screen. The problem is it's thrown behind all of the players. They're all trying to control the plat area right here. So if they can get a couple of splats, that will open up the door for them to get control of zone, which they do. 7 ticks remaining for Moonlight. But now Metro isn't going to be able to hold on to the zone because they had to use so many specials just to get back there.
No, but that's all you need. Get behind the play, find the cap, and you can regroup another time. And that seems to be what's happening now. A hasty regroup for Metro as they look to make something happen. Nolan gonna scare them back now in a 4v2 situation. Picks coming out from both sides here. 40 penalty points remaining for Moonlight as they want to continue that dominant lead. And Metro needs to find some specials and a way in. They've got 40 seconds to find a push all the way down to 6.
Killer Whale ready to go, but you're always going to have ink strikes. That's why everybody's been using this Neo Splash, because you can get like 15 ink strikes off of that thing. What you can't survive is a tent just smothering you completely up against the wall right there. But still able to jump back in. Penalty points are gone. Omega behind everybody right now, so that forces Yoshel to deal with it. And deal with it they do, that might be enough to get them released because they burn the Kraken as well. The Kraken's just going to try to get a splat. The pencil dodges it, gets eliminated right there. Metro should find a way to get the win, and they do. Nicely done there at the end.
That one pick from Yoshel on that that pencil, if you're playing the flanks, you gotta play aggressive in it. You can't let yourself get outranged by a backline like that, or pseudo backline, I suppose. So a great way to hang in there in the last second there, and wow, a huge comeback story in that game. Some dominant gameplay though from both teams in their own moments.
So what did we talk about with the last set? How Trizzy with the brush, at least getting behind. You don't have to kill one shot, but getting behind forces you to fight at 2 different fronts, which is something you never want to do. You always want to keep your opponent in front of you. Just Omega staying there would have been deadly for Metro, because you have to draw your attention behind that, and then while you're doing that, oh, here comes a Kraken from behind that just eliminates you. So just eliminating Omega right here, that's GG at that moment. I mean, you're not coming back from that. There's already look, the Kraken's already deployed as well. Omega's back there combined with that Kraken. Moonlight probably wins this game. They don't. They get the snipe that allows the pencil to see the Kraken coming in time, dodge it, get the splat right there. GG, go next.
I mean, hey, who knows what would have happened with 4 more seconds, but 4 more seconds they did not have. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, to Moonlight's credit, right? When you have to turn to deal with that backline, or sorry, I guess to Metro's credit, when you have to turn to deal with that backline, right? Or sorry, oh my gosh, to deal with that skirmisher, that wiper there behind you, Metro did a great job holding enough space that turning around wasn't the end of the world, right? There was room behind them to breathe. The Kraken had 3 people on it that allowed Metro to turn, find that pick, and then address the Kraken in order. So whether that's a timing difference Moonlight, or if that's really strong gameplay from Metro, I won't be the judge, but some really strong gameplay all around. Again, I want to reiterate, Moonlight, a great job holding zone early, and some really aggressive gameplay throughout that game.
Which makes me wonder if Moonlight's going to go back to splat zones here. Traditionally, they've liked to do things like Clan Blitz, Umami, but if you could go to Mahi Mahi and get... So the thing is, they want to keep that tent running. There's certain maps where they don't like using tent, and they'll have Shadow go off and use InZap instead, which makes Basil happy because Basil can do something other than Soda Hell. With Pencil, it can do like the Rapid Blaster Pro or something like that. But they like to use that tent a lot. So I'm wondering if they're thinking maybe Mahi is a place they want to go back with splat zones. Other than that, maybe Clan Blitz Umami, because they like to go there, and that is ultimately what they decide to do. Let's go to a different mode and try our luck there.
I was gonna say I really do like the Umami pick for them. I mean, we know they like it, as you're saying, but tent just really does shine in so many ways. The Rapid Blaster Pro also here though works really well. So a map they have some flexibility with, a map that they can sort of play around with and maybe catch Metro off guard. That's where Moonlight wants to be. Yeah,
I think they're going to go with the Rapid Blaster here, which would put Shadow by default. You have to be the Soda person in this game. Sorry. You got to go with InZap. We'll see how it goes. Now, Metro, we'll see if they make any adjustments themselves. That was a very close game one. You want to find a way to win this game too. Obviously, you don't want to go 1-1 with this kind of team that you seem pretty even with. You want to put them away initially before they can get any kind of momentum going at their back. The unfortunate news for Moonlight is there is no live crowd here. The only thing you have is the idiots in chat who they can't see. So every time Moonlight does something, they can't hear the roar of the crowd like they would at a LAN. And it looks like they are sticking to the same comp. So maybe not the Rapid Blaster, but they are keeping the tent. And it doesn't look like much changes, although Xena says, I'm kind of tired of throwing all of those ink strikes. Let me throw a hammer across the map instead. I love using the wiper when I get a chance to use it.
Nolan going down early is going to mean Metro's the one with the advantage here. Atomic jumping, trying to find their juice. They're going to get it into their veins. So now looking to find a way forward is Atomic Squeezer. The splatter color screen charging up slowly as well. And doing a great job there, distancing out their opponents, understanding what their weapon can do. But ultimately going to go down in this back and forth opening minute.
Calculated by Atomic right there as Nolan starts to push up, trying to get control of the left side as you not allowing them to do just that. But yeah, they're opted to keep the tent on a map like this. Like you said, works out pretty well here. And obviously it does have Zuka, which you can never really go wrong with unless the RNG doesn't work out into your favor. 2 players down for the side as Moonlight, as Metro will at least get control of mid. Nolan isn't going to survive that, I'm assuming, and the answer is no. Can Atomic find a way to get past Omega to throw in another power clam? The answer to that is yes.
What's better than a player with a lethal weapon? A player with a lethal weapon that knows where you are. I really am starting to like that thermal ink pick for you, being able to just find a way through, or not you, sorry, for that squeezer, find a way through for Atomic, and find picks all the time, and points keep soaring in.
That's all we're really hearing right now. Finally, that music is going to stop. 15 points remaining. Not a bad push, I would say, for Metro. The only drawback to it was they lost a lot of players at the end right there, so Moonlight is going to be very quick to capture control of mid and start pushing things up. However, there is a little bit of a break right here, which is going to allow Metro to build up some specials and try to weather the storm that Moonlight is going to be throwing their way. Seemingly right now, here comes Omega with the hammer, chasing a few players back, coming back to help protect the basket. And not going to have anything right there because it looks like Yukari able to get back in control of mid and attack their own basket on 2 fronts.
I mean, I liked the aggression, but you need clams to follow up. And so a hammer to the face only does so much if you have something behind you to continue it. It sucks to go down to torpedoes in this game. I mean, it really hurts, but you gotta find clams with your aggression, and that's something Moonlight has not been able to do so far this game.
They're really just trying to throw everything. They're getting beat up right now. I mean, they are constantly a man or 2 down when it comes to these situations. Now you got to jump back with your basket being popped right now. Xena starting to push up, ultimately gets eliminated, but they got a ton of clamps right here from Atomic, who can slowly just keep this basket open. However, Moonlight does eliminate that right there. Zenith already back into the action of things, is able to stay alive, and that will make sure that Moonlight can't just run and take care of the zone or get control of mid for free. An awkward activation of the zip line right there. That slows them down for a random Zuka kill to eliminate them. But here's the question now. You got some clams built up, and you don't get your tent deployed in time, so you're eliminated right here. How is Moonlight going to find a way to break through things? Because they're just throwing things. Well, we got Hammer. Let's just throw that through. We got tent. Let's try to get that deployed. Like, they're trying so many different ways to try to blast in there, but not all of their specials just keep getting canceled like that Kraken.
And that comes down to good paint control and good coordination from the other side, right? If you can keep your paint down, it doesn't matter how many specials you're popping, you're not going to get that much ground back. And that's what Moonlight's been facing against. Like, somehow, between a wiper and a pencil, you don't have a crazy good painters on the side of Metro, but the turf stays purple. Metro keeps the pressure up, keeps the turf purple, finds space to move. And they're once again pushing here if they can toss clams to each other.
They can. They absolutely can. But what you don't want to do is pop the basket and not get any value out of it. You don't want to give Moonlight another Mercy Clam, and you certainly don't want to, like, lose a lot of players doing a dead push. So if it's not there, you shouldn't force it if you're Metro. And it looks like they're opting to just gather up some clams in general just to make sure Moonlight doesn't have a lot of resources to work with. Here comes Nolan with the Kraken attacking the back at Yaotl, having to retreat, at least for now, until that Kraken dissipates. And now, combined with the tent, here we go. Floodgate starting to open up top here. And we'll have 3 more clams. Do they have a Mercy back at home that they can grab? That would give them the lead right now. Instead, Omega's going to have to pick it up. They don't have a Mercy clam, but they are just a few more, just 2 more away from getting the lead. Here comes Shadow jumping in. They just need 1 more clam to try to get in there. Can they do it from behind the tent? The answer is yes. What the hell just happened right there? Moonlight just went from 0 to 100, and it seemed like they barely got any splats in the process.
I mean, we've been kind of calling off the utility of that Kraken today so far, Popgun. We've seen a lot of near attempts with it, but Omega are doing a great job, or was it Nolan, sorry, popping it and moving straight in with it. And just completely dominating that circle. It forced the pencil out. It forced space to your color, and they're able to capitalize all the way through.
Well, but what happened? It genuinely just seemed like I understand how they were able to pop the back. Yes, like you said, they used the Kraken to kind of open up that space, and then they got it back. But it seemed like Moonlight was just getting beat up right there. I guess they just had soda back in them, or they were able to just kind of body block with the combination of specials or something. It happened so fast that it just seemed so bizarre that Moonlight was able to do all that without having to use a Mercy Clam as well. But that final play right there, able to jump into a player who I believe got splatted before Shadow even jumped in, was able to deploy the tent, and that was enough to create enough space for them to get into position to throw in that final little clam there to get the lead. That is exactly how Moonlight beat Starburst at Low Tide City, by the way. That same exact kind of scenario. So maybe that's just how Moonlight chooses to play that map and mode in general, but my goodness. What?
I hate to say it every time I commentate, but I do think the wise words of Magic 8 Ball ring true. It's not the sum of your pushes, it's the winning push, and one good one can be all the difference, and that's especially true for Clan Blitz.
Well, both teams only had 1 push. I think technically Metro had 2, but they didn't really get anything out of that second push other than lowering their penalty points. But again, that goes back to the other decision of like, okay, do we want to pop this basket here in this final minute, which you kind of mentioned, oh, they're having issues throwing clams to each other. Maybe they wanted to do it right there. Or maybe there was just like what value does this popping the basket give us if we don't have anything to follow up with it? It helps them out more than us, so let's just back off, I think. But yeah, Moonlight somehow, for some reason on that map, keeps finding ways to get dubs, and we are tied 1-1 apiece. Metro now coming out with the counter pick, and they are opting to go with tower control at Mako Mart. A little mixing it up here with the tower control matches.
Are we okay with Mako Mart against a tent umbrella? Are we chill with that? Like, that feels like unnecessary risk to me.
Well, again, Moonlight can switch things up if they want to, but I mean, there's so many different weapons that work out here at Mako Mart. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can go here. And also Metro can switch things up themselves. Obviously that squeezer's been working out. The pencil might not change much, but Zenith can do a lot of variety of different things. They might go back to the Ink Strike Neo Splash here as well, as it has become the de facto GG special for tower control. So maybe that's something that they're thinking. Let's get back to that so we can find ways of getting a win. But yeah, I wouldn't guarantee Moonlight unless they've just found a way to where they could convince Bagel, hey, could you just not have fun forever and just use pencil so that we could always use tint on every single map mode? I don't know if that's the case, but we'll find out.
I mean, here's a map that over the years has just gotten more and more and more aggressive. We used to rarely see players go as far around that TP area, that snipe area, and now we see it every game. So seeing how these two teams are able to adapt to that here, play aggressive, play on the front lines there, and Atomic has a roller.
What? That is the vanilla roller in the side order variety. So that is going to be Curling Bomb and Bubbler. I believe this shouldn't be a surprise that Atomic is using this. Believe it or not, I don't know every single weapon pool that every single player has in this game, but I feel like I've seen Atomic use roller several times before. So, but that's why they picked this one right here. And also Zenith is going to be using the splatter shot as well. So we're not going to see those ink strikes that are coming out. And also, I don't see a tent, do I? What is Shadow using the... Shadow's got to be using the splash then, right? Yeah.
Nolan finds two and not able to follow through with a Kraken, but that's going to buy Moonlight a ton of space here as Basil follows up a pick on that right side stack. Some great synergy there, though Nolan going to go down to a pencil of Metro's own. And back and forth here. We're a minute in, specials going every which way and more ready for Moonlight if they'd like them. And there they come. So finding a way through is going to come down to who finds that crucial third pick. And Zenith forcing a jump out. That's pretty close to a third.
It's essentially, yeah, won't show up on the stat sheet, but we'll count it here in the Top Gun Brush statistics, which is infinitely more important. That first checkpoint is going to fall into the favor of Metro as they're starting to take a stab at the second one. Where are they going to deploy this bubbler is the question. Nintendo keeps buffing the bubbler like they are demanding that it become meta. It is now more resistant to Inkjet and Zuka. But when you don't get to the point like they did right there, because Moonlight just wiped you out, instead, it's not something you have to worry about if you're Moonlight. You can just start pushing up, start ledge camping if you're Omega, and you can take a stab at clearing this first checkpoint because Omega just got Atomic just got eliminated yet again without even using that bubble.
Two specials on the Ray, and Omega doing a great job just camping this Ray to pop the big old stamp at moment's notice, and there it comes, able to find the pick on Atomic. Now throwing it, looking to the second, not able to quite get it there. A 2v4 situation on the field continues as Moonlight pushes forward, forcing Kari all the way on this left side with that 52 gal, and gonna be able to play some defense here, but not for long. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain, and Moonlight getting their first big push on the
If Atomic cannot get set up, Metro is going to lose this game. Their roller player just can't find ways to get things going right now. And finally, that is a delayed wipeout going into the favor of Metro, and they can start pushing up here. But they need this roller to start getting some splats and start cooking. That is a good start. But then again, there goes a Kraken jumping down right on top of you. Ultimately ends up being a trade. But yeah, Atomic's really been struggling to get anything going right now. Moonlight's been dealing with it.
This is Nolan's game. I mean, how many times have we just jumped over to Nolan's POV to see them just going off now, looking for a third pick here on Atomic, who's rotated around the right side. This 96 gal doing a great job from Nolan on a complete spree here, even poking all the way in that top left with a Kraken on the way. They want to continue it, trying to chase after this one Kari, who's on an unfortunate position facing that tower, and lead's going to flip to their favor, and more fights will come closing here if they can find a way to keep
that might be, as you just melt away into your microphone, that was honestly a really great play there by Yukari, not getting any splats, but able to stay alive long enough to draw so much attention from Moonlight. They had to burn their Kraken. That didn't accomplish anything. They had to use more attention as well from Basil to try to just throw something out there. So Moonlight isn't able to add to their lead because of that. And you got to be kidding me with that and that. But that's just how Zuka works, apparently. Metro's going to be taking a stab and finally gets a bubble onto the tower. That should be enough to get them the lead.
And continuing the pressure, it's Metro. They're going to go down, but trades will be totally fine for them. Finally, Moonlight pumps the brakes. There's the hammer going through mid. Not able to get through that checkpoint, but that's a lot of points, and now Moonlight has a lot of pressure here in 40 seconds for an overtime win.
They got some soda to work with, and now you got to be thinking, what is your GG special going to be? They're not using the Neo Splash, so they don't have those ink strikes that are just a guaranteed win almost. But it also helps if you just eliminate everybody on the other side, and it doesn't really matter what they do. Now, they all had soda, or at least soda was thrown out there. I don't know if they even got to it or not. So Moonlight is going to get one more opportunity to do this, but this is where Atomic can just close out this game. They were getting bullied earlier, but now they can take over in the final 10 seconds as you see Metro grabbing control of the tower, starting to push up. Here come the ink strikes out on the defensive side of things from the team that just has to hop one. Nothing's there. Metro survives and moves on to game 4 with the lead.
Yeah, you don't want to be using your GG special on defense there if you're Moonlight, so not a huge push on Mako Mart. We don't always get to see that second broken.
What?
Oh, never mind.
We need to fix your mic, buddy. You're like cutting out every now and then.
Are we good?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes you sound good. I'm just pointing it out.
That's upsetting to me. Hey, you know what? You can plug Riptide, and then we can go to break, and then we can come back stronger than ever. Oh,
we're not going to break. This set's not over.
We game 4, don't we?
We got game 4, potentially a game 5, depending on what Moonlight's counterpick is going to be right here. So we still got some ways to go.
Okay. Well,
while
solutions.
I will say this though. I said Atomic needed to take care of business, and in the second half of that one started to find ways to take care of business. I mean, that's why they picked that map, was so that Roller could get things going. And for the good chunk of that game, that just wasn't the case. But there we go. Now, while that is going on, what do we have to see here? We already have the pick coming out. It is splat zones for Moonlight. Now, keep in mind, this is the same counter pick rules we see in pretty much every other tournament that's not on a Sindao website. You can pick any map and mode that you have not won on. So Moonlight can't pick Clan Blitz, and they can't go to Umami, which I don't think that shows up in any other mode in this tournament anyway. So that's not an issue for them. But they're opting to go back with splat zones at Barnacle and Dime. Again, they're thinking, let's get back to that tent, get Shadow off of that Ink Strike, or maybe they wanted to use that Ink. Yeah, I mean, Ink Strike works out regardless, but we should be seeing Shadow back onto the tent on a map like this. The question is, what is Metro going to do to respond? Are we going to see Zenith, who's used 3 different weapons so far in this set? Are they going to go with the 4th different one? I think you might see the Neo Splash return here for Splat Zones, although Wiper wouldn't be such a bad pick here either that they were to go with. And, of course, Atomic could opt to go with Roller here as well if they wanted to. We didn't see them use Roller in the last Splat Zones game. Obviously, the splatter screen works out pretty well in pretty much any kind of scenario you could throw it out in. But there's a lot of different options that I think Metro could go with here. I think Moonlight's comp is pretty much locked into that Shadow on the tent that they want to do.
Am I sounding okay, Popgun?
You're sounding so good. I hear you twice, which might be an issue on my end, so I'll get that figured out.
We doing better?
We're doing great.
We're doing good stuff? Okay.
We're doing great, yeah.
Hey, you got to talk about all the things that I know nothing about, and I get to watch funny little squids shoot paint at each other, because we're in game 4. And still some more comp switches, as you pointed out, we might see.
Well, Atomic going back to the squeezer, the thermal ink squeezer, mind you, that they were using the previous couple of games. Zenith's going to be sticking with that splatter shot to make sure that they got the Zukas. Hey, we got some pretty decent Zuka kills the last time. Maybe it can work out into our favor here as well. That's a dead Nolan right off the bat, as the lead does go for Moonlight, and Omega is going to make sure they at least fight to keep control of that one. Can you win this 1v1 with the pencil? You can, even with the gal coming over to help out.
Wow, what a big win for Omega. That's going to open the door for this hole. Even down one squid. I mean, a great job holding aggression on this left side plat area. Now it's Shadow with the umbrella. Doing a little bit of the same, and a great position to pop those, oh my gosh, Zuka shots, and still able to hold on. But finally, in here from Metro making
Is Metro gonna cap here, right? Right, like finally. Okay, it looked like they were just so it's so bizarre how much paint you have to put down to actually capture it back into their favor, but ultimately Metro able to do that, get through their penalty points, but they're not going to hold it for much longer, even though they eliminate Nolan. Look at this, is just what Omega's doing, and we've seen Moonlight do this a lot over the course of the set. Even when they don't have the numbers over the other team, they don't really care. Like, Omega's mission is just to find a way to... Like, this is the side of the map that... The only side of the map Omega feels like they should be fighting on. Nolan crackening over here to allow Nolan or Omega to jump over that. And, again, instead of regrouping with the team, their mission is to just create chaos. The problem is Metro's doing a good job of eliminating that chaos. And now, finally, everybody's stuck right in front of them. And they got some specials to release the screen to try to bully Moonlight out of getting back into control of that zone. Oh dear, this is starting to look pretty good for Metro.
Chaos not enough to keep the zone in their favor and keep the lead as well. Now it's Shadow dropping in, looking for an opportunity as two go down in their favor. Moonlight, 20 ticks to make something happen, and Zuka Shot's gonna try to help that out, but not able to connect with Zenith as they back up, and 14 ticks will be the score for Metro's push here halfway through this game. Moonlight has an uphill battle, and it's doubly so if you're going down. Nolan's cracking, unable to find anything, going down to Zenith as it expires.
I'm sorry, was that Atomic getting the splat from halfway across the ceiling of the world up there? That was the... regardless, the game is still going on. That is the most important thing for Moonlight right now. The good news for Metro is they own literally the entire map. Who's that? Is that Yukari all the way over on the left side that's chilling? I don't even know how you get up there. They had to drop from the block from mid, so Moonlight's having to attack from all different fronts. How did you get that splat on Omega right there, as the penalty points are almost gone, and Metro is starting to think about what life is going to be like in winter semifinals because their penalty points are gone. Here comes a few more specials. Is it going to be enough to cap the zone? The answer is going to be no. Metro wins the set 3-2-1.
I was going to say the set was won like 3-1. Like, I don't see where the 2 is coming out from there, Pop Gun, but
3-1.
3-2-1.
Yes.
Metro, here's the thing when you're defending a zone, when you're having that lockout, if all of your opponents go to the same spot, you can hold ZR and they will all go down. So Moonlight, 4 players in quick succession drop to that left side bunker area, trying to make a beeline for zone. They had a little bit more time, but instead they're going to go splat, 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 and go off the face of the earth. So it's Metro with the win there. 3-1 in this set, as you called out. Moonlight, look, we know they are no stranger to a loser bracket run, so they're not out of this one yet, but as you called out, they have a tough road ahead of them on the lower bracket. It's Metro, though, who's going to get to go straight into another set here on winner side. Salty Springs, was that Kyo? Waiting for them. Yes,
Metro's got a tough task about them as well. Again, that was just winners quarterfinals. we're not even we're still one more set away from losers final. So yeah, that was just as intense as that 3-1 win was, which Metro really took care of business at the second half of that Mako Mart game. Ever since then, Metro just kind of was able to find ways to handle that one right there. But that was just the appetizer, because yeah, now they got to play Kyo, Ice, Bagel, and Biscuits. And if they win that, they have to take on a monster EU team in either Oro Jackson or the Honored Ones, which is the set we're going to be bringing you guys next. So, yeah, we got a long way to go for both teams. If Moonlight wants to win this one, they have to win a whole heck of a lot of loser bracket stuff to even come close to that. And all those sets are best of 5. So that's if they find a way to get to losers finals, they're going to be beyond drained at that point. But We won't be worrying about that until they even make it there, because we're going to be streaming the Honored Ones and Oreo Jackson next. The question is, did you say something about Riptide? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, look, they can win it all here, but what's the point if you could just do it in person, hand in hand? Because Riptide 2024 is coming up. It's September 6th and through 8th this year. It wants me to call Sandusky, Ohio fantastic, which I will. Fantastic Sandusky, Ohio. It's the Kalahari Resort. It is the largest, or it's looking to become the largest Splatoon 3 LAN of the year, looking to enemy LTC this past summer. So don't miss out. Sign up now. Start.gg/Riptide. That's all I got.
So I saw Kraken tweet out a few days ago that it has officially passed the numbers Riptide had last year.
Okay.
So it is the biggest Riptide ever. What it hasn't done is pass Low Tide City yet, but trends would tell you it will eventually get to that point. I will be there. Miss Popgun will be there. And I'm sure other people of interest will be there as well.
What does that mean? Other people of interest?
Yeah, people of interest. People who you're going to go and be like, I'm excited to meet this person. And I wanted to talk to them. I want them to sign my poster and not hang out at a fire pit, because there is no fire pit there. And yeah, Sandusky's not horrible. Have you ever been to Cedar Point before? No, because you haven't. We talked about this.
We talked about this
Monday. You haven't been to amusement parks.
No.
Do you know what Cedar Point is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. They got a lot of. Any wooden roller coasters? When I was a kid, they did, and I would assume they still do. Now, wooden roller coasters are gonna beat you up, and like they're.
Those are the only ones I've ridden. I've only ever ridden wooden.
Okay, you should ride more modern roller coasters. You'll feel less sore in the morning when you do those things.
I'm still young and spry, Popgun. Come on.
You are young. I don't know about spry, but you are young. Speaking of spry, you got to be pretty spry if you want to be playing in winners semifinals of SuperJump. So what do we got here? The Honored Ones, Gray, Obito, Zeres, and you, taking on Oro, Jackson, Promano, Volti, Toddy, Ku, and Karai. Now, Oro Jackson, do you know what Oro Jackson actually is, Brush?
Can I Google it? Is that allowed?
You cannot. That would defeat the purpose of the question.
Okay, well, I think Oro Jackson is...
It is the name
ship built by Tom for Gold, G. Roger, and the Roger. It is the only
It's from
ship...
One Piece. It's the ship from One Piece. That's what it is.
The Oro, it reached Laugh Tale in the New World, becoming the only ship known to do so in the Void Century.
Well, that's good to know. The Void Century... now, Oro Jackson looking to become the first team to win SuperJump in the Void Century as well. Promano has been the captain of this team or the captain of the ship, I guess you should say, for the last couple of years. Oro Jackson's been an actual team / been just a pickup for a few times. Now they got Volti, who is the player who really revitalized Alliance Rogue back in the Ink TV League last year, using that carbon roller to great effect, sometimes using machine when the right kind of combination aligned for them to use machine instead of carbon, mainly splat zones at Hagglefish Market. Going up against the Honored Ones, Gray, also from Alliance Rogue, Obito from every top level EU team you've ever heard of. Just the premier. So here's the thing. I said on my Twitter, which I know everybody pays attention to what I do on Twitter, that EU was going to be dominating this tournament. And right now, in winter semifinals, you got 2 EU teams, a pickup that's half NA, half EU, and then, Kyo and friends, who is not EU, but obviously some of the strongest players on planet Earth. But this is the scene that we're seeing. We haven't seen EU be dominant in a long time. But now there is the throne is open for the taking, And this is a great opportunity for the region as a whole to step up and start making some podium spots right here. EU versus EU is what we're going to be seeing. So one of them's going to get eliminated before we see them take on the winner of Salty Springs and Metro. But you wouldn't be surprised if both these teams we're seeing here at least make podium, if not both play each other again in grand finals.
And you want to make that podium worthwhile? Well, hey, I got a donate link for you. It's iplabs.inc/donate. Throw some money into that prize pool. The rest, some of it's going to get taken home by staff who make all this possible to give these two teams the time of their lives in SuperJump pool.
And that is Obito not using the H3, which they used many, many years ago. Instead, they were going to be using the Splash that has been so popular, especially on Splat Zones. That is the Range Blaster with Kraken, which honestly, kind of surprised we haven't seen more of. Obviously, Range Blaster doesn't paint that well, but if you get that into the hands of somebody who can really aim with it, you can just start mowing down players. Oh, and also has Kraken now, too, which makes it really strong.
A 3v4 as the Honored ones who have this first goal look to try to hold on to it, but Gray is going to go down with that blaster on the front line. They're known for it, and now another one goes down for Oro Jackson, so Honored one's able to hold on a little bit longer. A quick tap against them is going to add some penalty points, but a zip cast in your face and a little more time will at least be bought, as we're only 50 seconds in here.
Xerath with the Stamper able to start clearing the way for them to get some things going there. Xerath was on the team that played in the World Championship that almost beat Jackpot, wasn't it? Like, they were the player that was getting so many amazing splats with the sword, but ultimately losing effort into a game 5. But still, combined with Gray right now on the blaster, and I believe Gray's traditionally been the support player, like the armor bots, the soda from the N-Zap now going with a little bit more aggressive, but they got the pencil coming out here from their 4th player who's kind of providing the soda, and right now everything's just working out into the Honored One's favor. Oro Jackson cannot get the wind behind their sails unless this Zuka play works out into their favor, which it does at least push the rest of the players back because I think somebody else was able to get a splat right there. Oro Jackson stays in this one for at least a little bit longer.
1 point meme lives on even in 2024.
What? That splat by Gray.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, we got 3 minutes left, but only 60 ticks for the Honored ones if they can keep holding on. 93 points. Oro Jackson hasn't been able to really cement themselves at all. It's a pick after pick, and they've stayed desynced. The pressure from Honored ones staying so strong so far this game. It's something they want to continue this entire set and day.
Well, and also Oro Jackson just kind of doing their own little thing right there. Like, one player just kind of went off on their own. The Gal ended up in a 1v2 situation way up there by themselves. Permano can't really provide support unless they're near their teammates. Finally, a couple more players from the Honored Ones go down just as it looked like they were about to get the KO yet again. So Oro Jackson, okay, so here's the situation they're in. Since they've never really had control of zone, they don't have any penalty points. So if they're going to find a way to get back and steal this one individual push right here, this is basically their overtime. If they can get control of everything, because Ku got almost, how do you not get the splat on Xerath? Getting Obito's great, but Xerath surviving that at least allows a trade for things a little bit later. If they get that splat right there, they're in a scary situation to win the game.
This is one of those moments where every pick is the difference, and it looks like Cap is going to actually come out from the Honored Ones, so Oro Jackson back to the drawing board to find a way back in, but another hold like that, and they're going to keep chipping away. They're going to find the opportunity to get those penalty points into the single digits, or get those points into the single digits, but they have to be able to hold on just a little bit longer, find a couple more trades, and maybe a pick in there, and that'll be the difference, but Honored Ones doesn't want us to even get there.
So this is the question. Can Oro Jackson pull a rabbit out of their hat for the 3rd straight time in this game? They lose one player, but here comes the Zuka not attacking the zone, instead eliminating Obito, but it's not going to be enough for the rest of the players to jump back into the action there. The Honored Ones finally close it out. It took them 3 lengthy controls of the zone. Basically, they got 3 knockouts right there. And they were able to take care of business at the end as half their players doing the little squiddy dance and the other ones just kind of posturing in a cool way as we're moving on to game 2.
I want to draw attention last game, Popgun. the cool dance was not strictly for the players. I got a little action on my end as well, and I'm glad the rest of the world gets to see that now.
Yeah. There's some cool animations in this game. This is a cool little game.
It's like me when I get excited at fist bumps and you go, brush, it's been 3 years.
No, you got overly excited at one of the
I get excited. Bumps. I just pretend like I'm not excited now. I am still that kid. I'm still that excited.
Because you don't want me to scold you for having fun. Is that what
I'm embarrassed, Popgun. I really
should be. You should be. It's been a rough day for you, buddy.
Oh, the rapture. Oh God.
We've got one more set after this too. We're only at the halfway mark. But if game 2 and 3 are similar to what happened in game 1, we might not be here for much longer. The Honored Ones, the number 2 overall seed in this entire tournament, starting to flex a little bit and show why they were given that seed, going up 1-0. So my question is, as I'm starting to look back over here, is the Honored Ones dropped a single game all day long. They 3-0'd Black Lotus. They did drop one game yesterday to Stargaze. That's it. So they've only dropped one game this entire weekend. Yeah, they 3-0'd Added Value. They 3-0'd Black Lotus. So yeah, they've only lost one individual game versus Oro Jackson, who has only lost one today, but still, this is the toughest opponent both teams have been playing up to this point.
And making it look like light work. It's the Honored Ones as they load into here. Game 2. We're on Splat Zones. As a counterpick from Oro Jackson, we know that Bucket and Squeezer are strong here. I just am not sure if it's enough to overcome what has now come out for the Honored Ones. I mean, that Viper is strong here.
If you are named after a boat, you want to pick a map where you can get out onto the water and make some things happen right now, as Oro Jackson is in control of the zone, at least for the time being. Jumping back out with the soda as we're starting to see the Zipcaster from Xeris. Zipcaster is one of those specials where if you are good at it, you are a game changer. And if you're not good at it, you don't use it. So we very rarely see Zipcaster anymore. But some of the players, like Xeris, have been using Charger, but also that pretty much exclusively from what we've been seeing in tournaments. Use it so much, you just get so good at it to where you can't really challenge against it because you're not used to seeing other people play it against you before that as well.
50 ticks gone as the halfway mark for Oro Jackson is passed, but Honored Ones with some strikes and a couple beads of ink is able to find a cap of their own. They look to make a move into mid. It's Zeraz, as you call out, that Zipcaster now trying to find an opportunity, forced all the way behind and completely outranged by that Squeezer. It's great with the teamwork there, finds the pick, but makes it a trade, and now going to go down themselves. Picks back and forth, and the zone stays passed by Honored Ones. But finally, Oro Jackson to find.
By the way, that's the vanilla range blaster that they're using right there. So it's not going to be the Kraken one. Kraken out working really well onto this map. Instead, they're going to get the Suction Bomb and the Wave Breaker. But yeah, when you combine Xeris' Burst Bomb with Gray's blaster, that really helps out Gray because now you don't have to get directs all the time. You can just get an indirect, and that should be enough to get the splat on top of some players there. So good little combination of chip damage you can use. But it's Oro Jackson that has control of everything. 2 minutes gone by, and they're threatening to get the KO right here, although they do lose their Squeezer. But the Slosher in a perfect position to eliminate some players before they can get control of things. And then maybe I spoke a little bit too soon because Oro Jackson loses control of zone to the Honored Ones anyway, and Xeris using the Zipcaster to try to get behind and kill this pencil.
Sounding like a pool with how this zone is flip and flopping, but it's gonna be Oro Jackson holding on for the time being, and their lead will expand if Honored Ones is not careful here. It's been so much of a dogfight here that we haven't seen a moment of true synergistic special pops, because every time Juice comes online, someone goes down somewhere else. So now penalty points down for Oro Jackson. 20 ticks remain. There's no way Honored Ones can get away in yet, but special's coming ready for them. There's the Zipcaster gonna get canceled. Zone will be neutral and capped for the Honored Ones. So 2 minutes remain, and the Honored One will hold on for a little bit longer.
This slosher has been the difference maker for Oro Jackson so far, though. They're getting so many key splats at key opportunities before getting eliminated right there. But now we're starting to see the Honored Ones, who haven't really had a substantial push up to this point. Yeah, they got down to 65, but once they can get players set up, and they got all 4 specials online at the same exact time, how are they going to use them right here to get some splats? They just flew 3, and now that's Wave Breaker that's going to at least absorb some damage so that they can land some shots on top of there. And now you got Pramato, who's just, yeah, there's nothing that's going to be given right there. Honored One's coming back right now, and they're threatening to take a lead.
20 ticks to a KO here as specials coming online for Oro Jackson, but a pick is not going to be what they want there as the special won't be ready. The Zuka online, not able to find a pick quite yet. 20 ticks remain, but a cap comes out on the other side of the map. So the Honored Ones not able to find the way through, and Oro Jackson, a great job synergistically capping that zone and distracting players on the other side. 50 seconds remain, but we're within striking distance of a flip and a win here for the Honored Ones. They just got to find a couple more squids online and picks where they need it.
So you got to start thinking, what is your GG move here for Oro Jackson? Because there's going to be a barrage of ink strikes being thrown into the zone, and it's going to be capped back into the Honored One's favor eventually. Unless it's not, because Zeres was able to get behind and get some splats, but nobody else was alive to follow up with it. So Oro Jackson now, 20 seconds left to go. You got the ink strikes ready from Obito, just waiting for the right time to use them to make sure that they cap it going into overtime. And now they're coming out right now. That's going to be enough to get them back. The question is, can they do something with all their other specials? The answer is likely going to be no, because everybody else has been eliminated. And here come the GG strikes from your side. Oro Jackson returns the favor, and both teams have won on splat zones.
Hey, you know what? We don't have to watch any more splat zones this set, Pop Gun.
That's true.
Counterpick rules here. No map you've won on, no mode you've won on. So slowly twiddling down the options. Game 3 on the way next.
And by the way, in this kind of counterpick format, if you counterpick splat zones in game 2 after you just lost it on game 1, you better win on it. Because even if you win game 3, then you're going to be giving your other team 3 different opportunities or 3 different modes to work with instead of just kind of like boxing them into a right corner. So it's gutsy in this format to pick splat zones. Oro Jackson was able to get away with it with a win. They looked really solid across that entire game. I mean, there was a few opportunities for the Honored Ones to get back into it, get control of things, get set up. Their best opportunity was when they had all 4 of their pushes or all 4 of their specials with penalty points already gone. It's just Oro Jackson was able to kind of weather the storm and return the favor with the specials built up on their own. And well, it's been at least 1 set since we saw this, so it's fair enough that.
Yeah, I'm surprised we got through it.
It's been long enough. We can see it again.
What's your countdown on tower control ink blot? How often per hour? How many ink blots per hour can you handle?
Let's see. We had 5 in the first set, so that was pretty crucial. So just getting to 1 right now.
Can we get someone to make a graph of ink blots per hour on an average IPL stream? I feel like that would be good to have.
There's enough footage out there of me commentating sets where Tower Control Art Academy is picked in game 2 to where you could probably like track me slowly slipping into sanity each time that it shows up to some extent. But again, there's only 12 maps left for both teams to pick because they can't pick splat zones anymore, and there's only 4 Tower Control, Rainmaker, Clan Blitz games that can be shown. By the way, we haven't seen Rainmaker at all on stream so far today. So it's not like you got a wide variety of options to pick from. So why not go back to making it a neutral Tower Control Art Academy here now that we're tied 1 apiece?
Our most neutral mode in this game, Splatoon, was won by both teams. So, hey, what's a neutral tower control map when you need it?
Well, great opting to go with the vanilla blaster still in this one. Suction bomb thrown onto the tower can be good. You know what else is better? Splat bomb, because I believe that is what just got the elimination there from the slosher on the right side of the map. So there you go. Oro Jackson picking up right where they left off. able to win the opening fights. Obito get eliminated as well. And we're going to see this ship starting to sail to the first checkpoint.
That's 3 delayed picks and a jump out in favor of Oro Jackson, though them going down on the front lines is not what you want to see on a first push. So not even a point on that checkpoint gone, and it's the Honored Ones jumping right back in, joining the fight from there, but I don't know if they see Kari on the back foot. It's Gray stuck in this 1v1 and no paint for their feet. So 3 picks again now in the in Oro Jackson's favor, and no consistency or clear route forward for either of these teams, though. Oro Jackson painting one for themselves anyway.
Nicely done by Oro Jackson. Start attacking this plat from 2 different angles instead of just Obito kind of forcing to guard the rail right there. Didn't really recognize somebody could come through the steps until it was too late. But despite all of that, Oro Jackson only establishes control of 1 checkpoint. They don't even get halfway to the second one there. So this is still a good situation for the Honored Ones to be in right here. And you get to live through a couple of these specials as well and return some punishment here. Zipcaster starting to be used as a couple of players stuck together with Oro Jackson away from where this first checkpoint would be, which allows players to start pushing up. If Gray can get some splats on this plat and get control of this bat area here on the left, which it looks like they're trying to do, they'll be able to guide that tower into that second checkpoint and possibly clear it.
60 ticks now gone in favor of the Honored Ones, but unable to find more for the time being because players behind players behind players. It's all the way down as Ko finds a flank on a flank. And now with 3 minutes remaining, it feels like we're throwing shots in the dark to try to keep this push alive. And with 2 down, that's not going to be enough. But now Oro Jackson coming back in the mid, a 4v1 situation here, but the last player is going to put up a fight. Obito goes down now, and Oro Jackson's back trying to find a way to get to the second pick.
Yeah, it's going to come down to getting control of this bat area, which is what you're seeing the Slosher try to do, but he is guarded by a pencil, which can guard so much space just from that little snipe area that they got up top right there. So instead, opting to just go through the steps area, and now we can start attacking the flight. So I like the adjustment as Oro Jackson gets the lead right there. You can't get to the bats, so let's start dealing with the problem. Let's go the opposite way, get some splats along the way, then we can chase the pencil out. And that opens up the door for the tower to clear that checkpoint. Can they get to this third one right now? If they can't, it's not the end of the world. They've already accomplished what they sought out to do, which is to get a huge lead by clearing the second one. And with 1:45 left to go, even though Xeris is starting to clear up a lot of these players, this is a great situation for Oro Jackson to be in on the Honored Ones counter pick.
1 checkpoint remains, as you call out, and now it's the Honored Ones who have to find a way to get a push moving, and Gray doing a great job getting payback on the last time they were stuck by that stack, forcing some room, but they're pushing forward with nothing below them. It's a dangerous game, but not when there's 3 down, so a 4v0 situation will continue. The Honored Ones pushing, and they need to get some strong positioning. That's exactly what's happening. Bats finding a quick pick there in the top right, and picks everywhere. Now, the Honored Ones, they're in a great spot on this pick.
And Xeris causing a lot of distraction along the way. That checkpoint does fall. They don't even have to get all the way to that the third checkpoint to get the lead. They're right there, and they get it. On top of that, 2 players more going down from the side of the Honored Ones, though, as Gray's trying to stay alive. Gets a nice splat. Or Cremano is going to follow it up, not with the splat that's on the squeezer, but still Xeris is going to be around here to keep things going as well. And now it's really just the clock that they have to worry about. They're not going to find ways to get a KO unless you just absolutely get a nice little wipeout in this situation. So you just want to stay alive, control mid. It's going to be a while for that tower to get back into position to where Oro Jackson get lead right back here, but you just want to hold on to these specials as long as you can as things start going out. Keep in mind, they don't have the Splash Neo anymore, so they don't have the Ink Strikes. They're going to have to rely on the Zuka play to work out, or the Zipcaster to start attacking before the tower even gets back in control of mid. They're slicing players in half with that giant sword as we are now approaching overtime, with Xeris being the last player left alive. Keep in mind, Oro Jackson doesn't have to do much. They just have to ride the tower. There's no checkpoints in between their lane. They don't even have to get to the final checkpoint to lead right back. There goes the Slosher player, though. As the Pencil tries to stay alive on the tower, Gray's going to be poking it from the blaster, and now it just comes down to the wiper of Xeris. Can they get onto the tower? They do before jumps can come right back in. The Honored Ones hold on the counter push from Oro Jackson.
What a way to send that one home. I mean, some gas in the tank for that overtime push. It looked for a moment they'd have an opportunity to break through, but a nice, good, coordinated respawn, a couple picks back to back as a fist bump makes me happy on screen. And we're going to be 2-1 in this set, moving into a game 4. Tower control, our neutral tower control pick, still can be picked.
I'm sorry. Somebody in chat just said Metro 3-0 Salty Springs, and I didn't believe it, so I went and looked at officially on start.gg. Metro is up 2-0 on Salty Springs, and that third game, no, it just got reported. Metro just swept Salty Springs.
Wow.
Okay.
Thrust buckets?
Wow. Wow. Okay. Well,
that's insane.
That is impressive. That is quite impressive. Okay, so we're going to be seeing Metro next. Who are we going to be seeing? Honored One versus Oro Jackson. The winner of this one's going to be taking on Metro yet again. So if you haven't seen Salty Springs on stream yet, you might not get the opportunity to do so. They're in losers bracket already. Wow. Anyways, we are looking at the rest of this set here, and it is so we're waiting on the counter.
That's how this works, huh? We have to do the whole set.
Yeah, we're I'm sorry, that's an impressive, not a bad little sweep right
That's
there.
Insanity.
So the Honored Ones win game 3, Tower Control Art Academy. Counter pick by Oro Jackson. They can't go to splat zones. Other than that, the rest of the board is theirs to pick. So we're going to be waiting to see what that counter pick is going to be. Again, they can go anywhere. We haven't seen Rainmaker showing up just yet in this one. Had a good opportunity to win that final one. They had a couple of pushes where Oro Jackson could have worked out things back and forth into their favor. That one being the most close set between the two teams so far, or the close game between the two teams so far. Honored One's kind of curb stomped game 1. Oro Jackson kind of dominated game 2 for the most of it. So maybe just getting off splat zones can make things a little bit more even here. But Oro Jackson still looks like they could be in a situation where they can find a way to win this one with how they've been playing so far, especially in these last 2 games.
Tower control would be legal to return to here if Oro Jackson wanted to, but
yep.
I wonder how much of that loss they attribute to the mode versus other. Okay, it's tower control.
It is.
And it's
tower control ship shape. The one map that everybody hates, but we only have like 2 good tower control maps in the entire game, so we got to throw it in there. And there it is. People don't like it because it's very snowbally, but that's the game. Hey, if you're what? No, continue their point.
Such close quarters at all times. I'm in the void again. We keep coming back.
I don't have sunglasses. I'm not even going to look at you until it's like the holy brush has appeared. Oro Jackson needs some divine intervention on their side, whatever it is that you found right here. If they want to get back,
who cares? It's tower control. We're gonna play some tower control. Hey, did you throw channel points into this one?
I did not. I haven't gambled so far today, and I'm glad I didn't bet on Salty. I would not have bet on Salty Spray losing to Metro, much less getting swept right there. I would assume the Honored Ones. If I were to bet, I would have put money on Honored Ones here, but Oro Jackson's been holding their own and has had an opportunity to be up in this set to see if they can tie things up right here, as they do have a 2-player advantage right now. Just wait for the right opportunity to get control of that left side before they can start pushing up the tower.
holding their own and more, allowing specials to burn from the Honored Ones just to get back in mid, and then popping some of their own, but not enough utility coming out from that Zuka. And with specials online for the Honored Ones, they're the ones making something happen here. Juice in the veins, refreshing, say the Inklings, but a 3v3 is going to be on the field. No way through quite yet, but 2 picks by you, and it's the Honored Ones looking at a push now.
As I'm thinking about Tower Control Art Academy, which, why am I still thinking about that? I'm thinking about Zipcaster, right? How it has those tall buildings that have no function at all other than you can Zipcast to them, and you can, like, find an easier way to get behind the defense without having to worry about things. This one, not that many tall places for you to use Zipcaster. There's still places like you can use it and get behind everybody, but you can't get them behind with like a top, like a height advantage that you can have. So maybe that's what they're thinking of, because Xerath has been a real problem for Oro Jackson so far in this set. So maybe that's something they're thinking of. This map might balance it a little bit more.
7 out of 8 Inklings enjoy Juice, according to this set, but the 1 pick coming out for Honored Ones is going to be a non-sodaed up, so Oro Jackson has to play that 3v for a little bit longer than they'd like, and that's going to allow the Honored Ones to find a way through and get back to mid, but the tower being ignored. 39 ticks and a check, and the major checkpoint down is a huge feat here as they keep falling. Oro Jackson now 3 players down, a checkpoint falling, and a beautiful quick pick from Co off of that respawn. Now in the tower, steamrolls towards that KO point. 6 ticks remaining, and finally some picks coming out, but respawns keeping that pressure alive. Permano, wisely swimming on that respawn. A beautiful pick at this halfway point.
The bad news for Oro Jackson is they didn't get the KO, so we're still at a tie ball game, essentially. Anybody can win this one on this map at this point until the clock goes away. Yes, 3 checkpoints, or 2 checkpoints that need to be cleared by the Honored Ones, but they start getting some splats in control of mid. It's going to start working in their favor, and they can do exactly what Oro Jackson just did. And God, my goodness, these good little splat right there by the pencil player, and Xerath starting to push up along this left side. Look, all 4 of the players, that's all 4 of their players in their own little spawn drop area right there. That is, and the pencil's just going to fall asleep on the tower. It's just going to have to like start building up some Zoda so they can start attacking. Finally, Oro Jackson slips through it without losing any of their players. So they break out of the lockout. However, damage done, the Honored Ones do eliminate that first checkpoint.
Soda's great, but if all of you go down, there's no longer a jump point, and that eliminates half the utility of it. So it's Oro Jackson back in mid against all odds after that push, surviving and thriving here. They're trying to gear up another push of their own. Specials ready, and 1 already popped, but no juice right now as that's out.
And 1:10 left to go. You got to start thinking for the Honored Ones, what's our game plan right here? But if you're Oro Jackson, I got to be thinking, let's try to go for the KO possibly. Like, we do have like a GG special in the Slosher with some ink strikes. But when you got the squid advantage like they do right now, and it looks like they're not going to opt to pick up the tower just yet until they got some players come back in from spawn to do just that. Permano is going to start attacking, getting a nice splat onto Xerath. Not going to survive. There's, yeah, calculated that Inkzuka kill, but still working out into their favor. But now that they got the ink strikes ready to go from the Slosher, the question is, are they just going to hold on to it? No, they use it immediately and try to get some splats with it.
And it's Zero dancing around them looking for a pick, but not able to find one quite yet. With 20 seconds remaining, they need to find some utility fast if they want to end this one here, but unable to find a pick with the Zipcaster quite yet. They're going to actually jump all the way back. It's Gray with the blaster caught between a rock and a hard place. They're going down now. It's a 3v3 situation on the field with Oro Jackson on the back foot, so Honored Ones get one last push here, and they need to find something quick. Juice is going to be wait, but it's going to go down to the tower. So no soda in the veins. The Honored Ones. Oro Jackson playing defense with all the utility in their favor now. Overtime counts down the checkpoint. This is the choke point. The GG special online strikes coming out, and it's gonna find the tower. So game 5 is on the way. Only 2 modes down so far. Oro Jackson holds on.
Well, the soda being eliminated by the tower didn't really affect the end of the thing was the slosh are getting the ink strikes and timing them out so that they throw them a little bit at a time. It's just enough for them to kind of throw body onto the tower. There's not really a whole much you can do right there, but I mean, it certainly doesn't help your mental when you need that soda to ready to go. And you're like, oh, we got all these things working. We got control. We're past that first checkpoint. Now we got some specials. And then you just throw your soda machine down and it gets mulled over by a tower. But it wasn't really the reason why they lost. They lost because they couldn't really stop things earlier in the set. But again, on a map like this, you can still find ways to get across. Oro Jackson holds serve. We're going to a game 5 with Metro patiently waiting the winner of this one for winter finals.
You got your money on Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, Pop Gun?
Huh? What?
Where's your money? Rainmaker or Clam Blitz for game 5?
Well, okay, so both teams have wanted tower control. So yeah, it's got to be one or the other. Let's go with Clam Blitz.
Why you're not confident?
No, I'm going with that. We haven't seen Rainmaker at all.
We haven't. It's hard to want to pick Rainmaker. It always is, just because cheese exists. But there's always a part of me.
Cheese does exist. Yeah. What's your favorite cheese, Rush?
Hey, Midnight Moon. They sell it at Whole Foods. It's a goat cheese. It is delicious. It is so good. It's like, you know that scene in Ratatouille where the rats eat the cheese and the strawberry and they close their eyes and they see jazz? That's what Midnight Moon does for me. I see jazz.
Well, one of these teams is hoping to see you like jazz? One of these teams is hoping to find a way they can see a win coming out here. It is Clam Blitz. It's Scorch Gorge is the map. One of the oldest Splatoon 3 competitive maps we've been playing since Splatoon 3 came out. We've been playing that one consistently.
Since the test fire, we've been playing this one.
Well, I mean, I guess Tower Control Art Academy as well. We kind of been playing that since the beginning, but still, classic. The more things change, the more they say the same. As Clam Blitz, you just don't see. We just haven't seen Rainmaker. Period. That doesn't mean it hasn't been played on sets off stream, but yeah, might as well go with something like this. And this is the honored ones who are making this pick. So Blaster hoping to kind of activate that here on this map. They haven't used Kraken since game 1. Are they going to be using it here? Are they sticking with the Suction Bomb Wavebreaker? Nope, they're still sticking with that one. In fact, vanilla kits across the board.
I almost am surprised I don't see Splatter Color Screen coming out here from the Squeezer. We know it's been effective. We know it can work on those pushes to really sort of put a nail in a coffin, but I guess the utility is worthwhile from that Zuka.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with the Zuka unless the RNG just doesn't work out, in which case it, But yeah, Zuka's still pretty good. And nobody's using Bubbler, despite the thing being buffed again and again and again. But here we go. Ultimate control mid. That is the NZAP that's just holding forward, by the way, and getting away with it. So somebody's got to be your hold forward slayer. The NZAP saying, I'll just make it work out right now. As Oro Jackson is starting to sail towards this enemy basket right now. And Fermata with 7 clams waiting for the spawn to work out. And they got another one in there, the below 60. And they're starting to push some players back. They got a great opportunity to keep the basket open. They just don't have a lot of clams to work with. And that could be the real difference right here as to how they don't get even more points. Are they not going to get any more on top of that? Wow. I mean, it's beginning of the game, so like most clams haven't really spawned back in by the time that you pick them up, but still, they had a great control of the basket. They just didn't have any resources to keep it open.
Zira unable to find utility off of that Zipcaster means a 3v4 on the field stays against their favor, though respawns coming out in this tense game 5. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remain as Oro Jackson starts to apply some pressure. A pick coming out and oh my gosh, Strikes helping out on the front lines, but there's the pick that's going to open the door, though. Making it a trade is some help from behind, and it's Gray's Blaster, the only player alive in mid, trying to find something, but getting pushed from both sides, barely finding one. There's 2, and that's going to switch the momentum over to the Honored ones.
Well, that as well as one of the splats being followed up right there is Zera's taking care of 2 more players. The floodgate's starting to open now, and the honored ones are going to take a stab at this. Do they have the clams to get the lead? Gray's going to be gathering up a lot of here, and now it's going to have to jump back in as more players from Oro Jackson starting to spawn, throwing down that wave breaker to try to help them out, keep things going as they do get the lead. And this push can still keep going a little bit more. Zeros isn't going to follow up with anything else on top of that, however. But Gray slowly, very slowly throwing in 1 more clam, a few at a time, to make sure to keep that basket open long enough for somebody else to come right back in. Here comes the pencil now with a few more clams. And now there's 2 more players that can throw something else in. What is the defense from Oro Jackson? Finally, it shows up here, but damage done. 29 remaining off of 1 push for the honored ones.
And that 1v1 in mid's gonna determine this push ending in a delayed wipe, and that's a scary place to be for the honored ones when the difference is only about 2 or 3 power clams. So the Oro Jackson in a very decent spot if they want to make a move themselves, but first they have to deal with Gray here, who's playing hyper aggressive with that blaster, and there's the pick against their favor. So Oro Jackson with 13 clams in their name and 3 picks in their favor. They're moving forward here, getting a push of their own. Here comes the power clam going all the way in from the squeezer, and they're going to be able to hold forward with that. Another power clam coming in. There's the lead. 14 ticks remain, and they have the clams behind them if they want to get them. Snipe as well. Specials continuing to come in. 4 more clams. 2 more will end it. They have it ready, but the juice goes the wrong way. Trying to find a way through, and they're unable to find the KO, and a full wipe against their favor. The honored ones, they're able to get another push themselves. Back and forth, back and forth. It's Gray with this ball ready to move.
If Oro Jackson doesn't win this one, they're going to be looking back at that bot and trying to figure out how does the Inzap not throw in that final clam. This game should be over right now. I felt like they were in reach of the basket. They just didn't get the clam in at a time. So now honored ones with a little bit of a homie stock granted towards them. What do they do with it? They pop the basket, here are their penalty points, and now they're threatening to get the KO themselves. They don't do it just yet, but here's the problem. They don't have a Mercy Clam to work with. They need a Clam to get into overtime, so they need to find ways to get one in the next 30 seconds or so. If they even want this to go to overtime. They're starting to build up a few more. It helps that they're starting to win the splats as well. 3 players from Oro Jackson get sunk, and now they're certainly going to get to overtime. So let's think. They popped the basket. They got 6 more points they got to get rid of. Oh, this is scary. This is really scary.
15 seconds and 2 power clams can decide this game. Overtime assured at this point. 8 seconds left now with plenty of clams to work with. We're going to pop the basket before overtime can even start. There's the basket pop. More clams coming in from the pencil. There's the one. They need 1 clam, but they fully wipe out. And 3 times in this game, the difference is decided by 1 clam. And it's going to be Oro Jackson in the last seconds of overtime taking the game, taking the set, and Oro Jackson will move on to winners finals.
Shee! What a set! What a set! What if Oro Jackson didn't win that one, we would have to go back and look at that Inzap and say, how did you not throw that one in and get the KO at the right time? But man, the fact that Oro Jackson was able to weather the storm, just 1 more claim. And I believe that last player had that final claim they needed to throw it in there as well from the side of the honor ones, but it just came down to that. Oh man, that was fun. That was fun.
I cannot stress that point that 3 times that game, the KO or winning push was determined by 1 clam. And it's rare that you see just barely holding on like that so many times by a thread, truly. And Oro Jackson defeating the odds. So a lot of points there are getting paid out.
Yeah, and the honored ones had 2 chances, as you're kind of alluded to, that before overtime, it looked like they were going to get the lead right there. And they didn't because they got wiped out. That last time, just a few more frames away from getting the KO in overtime, and they got wiped out yet again. So Oro Jackson bending but not breaking in a great back and forth game. See, did you want to see Rainmaker, or was Clam Blitz more entertaining? They made the right call.
I mean, I think Clam Blitz is the best game mode in Splatoon 3. So
it's fun to watch.
Certainly most interesting, the most novel, the hardest one I to explain to non-players in my experience.
So Salty Springs, your number 1 overall seed. The honor ones, the number 2 overall seeds. if things work out in their favor, they will be playing not in grand finals, but loser semifinals.
Man.
If it even gets to that. And instead, it's going to be Metro that's going to be taking on Oro Jackson. The winner will... both these teams are making podium, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Let that sink in. Metro and Oro Jackson are both going to be on the podium. One of them potentially could win it. And there's no reason to think one of them can't, because they both knocked off the top 2 seeds in that same round that we just saw.
You know what they win, Pop Gun?
Yes. But we don't know the exact amount because people in chat could still donate. So it could be, we don't know how much.
We don't know how much, but they're going to walk home with some cash in their pockets, but a little bit more if you think Oro Jackson deserves it. You can go to iplabs.inc/donate. You cannot run !donate in chat, so don't do that. Instead, go to iplabs.inc/donate. Oh, you can now. So you can run ! donate. Do that.
I saw Vincent do it earlier.
And throw some cash towards that prize pool. And send Oro Jackson home. That was our EU v EU set, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And Metro is kind of a split between NA and EU. So there you go. Now, if you don't want to donate money, you can donate fake points into the Predictionator right now. Oro Jackson being one of the actual teams. Did Volti even play that last set? I don't think we saw Volti play. No, it was fair enough. Volti is on this roster. I'm not sure if they're even going to be playing today, but that was something we were kind of talking about, is hey, there's a carbon roller, a really good carbon roller. We didn't even see that from Oro Jackson yet. Seemed to work out just fine with the comp they were rolling out right there. So Metro, let's reintroduce them. They beat Moonlight earlier in winners quarterfinals, and we're like, well, that's just the beginning, because now they got to go up against Salty Springs. Seem to have an easier time against them. They 3-0'd them, and now are looking at one more win away from punching their tickets to grand finals. This is Atomic, Yaotl, U-Snipe, Zenith, and Goss, or Goss feeling so egotistical they put their name down twice. Goss. I feel you. Atomic's been walking back and forth between Squeezer and Roller. Zenith have been using a wide variety of shooters / wiper when necessary. And what are you haying for, Brush? What do you got?
I know Metro looks real scary right now, right? Defeating Salty Springs in 3-0 fashion. Like, that is a big win against the first seed. But I do want to bring up this idea, right? That, like, a love triangles of death exist in this game. And so A can beat B, B can beat C, and C can beat A. There's no Metro beating Salty Spring, who we know are really solid, doesn't mean Oro Jackson doesn't have a shot against this team.
What does love triangles have to do with that? Why not just say...
It's like A.
No, that's rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, that is
Brush. You've been watching. Okay, what are the 3 teams? Which one's the childhood friend, Brush?
What's the movie with the soccer that's about a love triangle? She's the
movie
man,
with the soccer. That's the love triangle.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the movie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that. This is 12th Night by William.
We've also already established that you don't like. You've never watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Star Wars, Star Trek.
Yes, actually, not Trek, Star Wars. Yeah.
Okay, so you at least know.
Made me watch it when I was a kid.
But there's also like a good chunk of like, oh, this is something every human being was probably seen at some point, and you just haven't seen it. And you're also in like theater production too, so it's like,
yeah, that is what I do.
Well, there we go.
No SpongeBob in my life. But hey, ask me about PBS Kids Word Girl. I can hook you up with the lore.
Let's not do that. Thanks for offering, though. I'm glad you're bringing something to this production. And I didn't know it was PBS Word Girl, but it's better than nothing. By the way, what is the weather where you're at? Is it like, are there any clouds anywhere near where you are, or?
Yeah, so we're just keep cutting to me as when there aren't clouds, though. But when there are clouds, I think I look quite nice.
Yes, and you're in
hot.
a guest bedroom, correct?
I'm in a guest bedroom in Connecticut. Yeah.
Yes, and the configuration, it was impossible for you to turn the camera to be behind the window instead of pointing right.
I would have had to move a desk, and there's like a bed here with my grandparents' clothing on it, and I just didn't want to deal with that.
Why are we stalling here? The next set should be starting, right?
Yeah, like I feel like
Metro's not doing anything. They just swept. They swept their part. Now, I guess it is worth noting there's like no rush to start this one because both teams have a very lengthy wait after this. Losers bracket is best of 5 instead of best of 3, so that's going to slow things down a lot for these two teams. So they're in no rush to get this one going because they're going to have to wait a little bit here. As we keep an eye on the rest of the set, Comp Diff and Orca Balestra are still going at it in round 2. Facade, who has been curb stomping Division 1 of Ludi, has now found themselves past Added Value and Demise. Moonlight swept. Yaotl Teotl beat Black Lotus 3-1. That's an impressive win. Moonlight was able to sweep them Duck Motif. So Moonlight and Duck Motif is going to be a fun matchup to watch. But you're not going to watch that one because by the time you're done watching Winners Finals, that one will be done, and the winner of that will go and face the honored ones.
Why do I know Duck Motif?
Why do you know Duck Motif? Red Shell?
Yeah.
Yes. Duck Motif's been an actual team for a good chunk of time, but they've also been in that spot of like, okay, you can win weeklies, you can win like Squid Junction and things like that, but what else can you do? And this is one of those, and kind of like Moonlight, this is another opportunity to show us, can you take that next step? And well, for one of those teams, the answer is going to be no, because one of them is going to eliminate the other. But yeah, Duck Motif's been around for a while. We just haven't seen them get a whoa kind of result just yet, even though they are more than capable of winning any of the standard tournaments that happen over the course of the week.
Well, looking forward here at our winners final set, Metro is going to be facing Oro Jackson, and they're doing it on Splatzone's Robo Ramen.
That's right.
On this game 1, which is the first time we've seen it today, Popkin.
By the way, somebody pointed this out in the general chat of IPL earlier this week. We haven't seen Reef Slider cheese at all.
I was thinking about that last set. I couldn't remember the name of the special, but I was thinking about Reef Slider.
So Reef Slider, since the new patch came out, there are certain maps to where you need like a certain amount of special power up to use Reef Slider for the cheese to work now. There's one map where you can use it without any special power up. But there's some maps where you cannot do Reef Slider cheese at all, and Robo Ramen happens to be one of those maps. Not that we're going to see it because nobody's used Reef Slider at this stage, but that was just something cool somebody pointed out that I wanted to at least mention here.
Is it just that balloon in mid, or is that what
I think it's that. Well, no, I think you would aim for the balloon in mid, but it's just the shape of the zone. You see how it's like kind of poked out towards the sides there, away from there. It's not like a perfect square. It's like a little mini Tetris piece.
I was gonna say it's a Tetris piece on a Tetris map. It's crazy.
You just pissed off half the Splatoon community. I saying the word. Well, I said it first. So that's all.
There you go. It's your fault.
Metro, Oro Jackson. We got the squeezer of both varieties here. One with the Zuka, one with the screen and Atomic. Not using the roller. Starting to push up here is Metro, who had a little bit of a length. Their fault for sweeping the #1 overall seed. That's why they have to wait a little bit here. Pick it up right where they left off.
Points ticking down as 1 minute removed from the timer so far this game. Strikes coming out from both teams, but Metros will overrule. 55 ticks now left as picks continue to come out for Metro. Oro Jackson struggling to get established. It's just Primano on the left side with that pencil looking to make something happen. Juice online for their team now, looking for a way in. 25 ticks, 3/4 of the way to a KO is Metro. Not even 2 minutes into this game. Strikes coming out, finding the cap, and Oro Jackson will live another day, but in a 3v2 now, and Strikes back. The zone will flip again, and Oro Jackson doesn't have a good way to hold.
It just kind of reminds, it's only been a minute, 30 seconds, but it still kind of reminds me of the beginning of the last set we just saw with Oro Jackson, where they were just lucky to keep the game going at all in the Splat Zones game, and still, right now, they're lucky to keep this one going as well. But now, things have kind of calmed down into their favor. They're starting to build up some specials. They've been holding control zone for a good chunk of time. Nobody's really been splatted so far, and now the first couple of players start to go down on the side of Oro Jackson. It looked like somebody from Metro was able to flank around. Looks like the Gal was able to find a way behind the enemy base and take care of a couple of players before jumping back to continue the push. So, penalty points put on to Oro Jackson as we just crossed the 2-minute mark.
2 minutes and 45 seconds left now as points continue to tick for Oro Jackson. This hold looking increasingly strong. Atomic, less and less paint to hold in, but doesn't matter when you've got a 3v2 situation. The battle of the squeezers coming out. The win is going to go to Metro now as a 4v3 is on the field. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. 70 just about ticks remain for Metro, including those penalty points. But we went from a very strong hold early on to what is now extremely back and forth. Metro looking to get a little bit of the same magic they had in minute 1 back now with picks snowballing in their favor.
Look at this lockout situation. Look how far up this Gal is opting to push up right here, making sure that Oro Jackson's kind of bottled in while the rest of the specials get built up. But at least Oro Jackson's not feeding to this. They're saying, okay, you got penalty points you got to go through. So let's not drop down there until we can slowly start pushing you back out. Then we can throw the ink strikes onto the zone. No harm done. Great way to get out of that lockout. And they didn't lose any players on either side during that push to get out of their lockout as well. They just took the patience. They said, you're not going to add to your lead for a little bit. We got time to work with. Let's make sure we just don't feed into you and burn a way to win this game.
10 penalty points remaining, and then points will continue to tick back to their favor. A minute 30 left now as strikes are not enough to get a quick cap here. 40 points to a KO now. It looks like Metro's trying to get any kind of semblance of a push going, but a nice flank there from the Gal. It's Yukari who's going to be able to push through and find the cap back in their favor. Now specials ready to go to continue a lockout here. 30 just about points if they want to get a KO themselves.
Yeah, good job of...
We're past the mark, so this game has to be played out now. One cap will make the difference here for Metro if they can find a cap for a KO, but it's not looking great for them at this point. You're down a player.
Oh, no, yeah. A permanent 3v4 doesn't look that great at all. And yes, this is going to count. Unless both teams just like gentlemen to go back, but they're still continuing to play this one out and has passed all those points. Is there a way, though, as Metro flips the zone back into their favor, the main problem is, I mean, look, you lose a player, there's no bright side, but the worst part about all of this is that it's their pencil that's gone. So they're not going to have any soda, but they do have ink strikes ready to go.
I was going to say, yeah, the ink strikes ticks different.
20 ticks here past the... now they got like counter ink strikes that they can use on top of this, but now it's just a 3v3, a pure straight up 3v3 until the squeezer gets eliminated right there. Can Metro find some cheeky way to win this one as we're going into overtime?
No way!
You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
What?
Oh my goodness. Metro. Yeah, Metro's gonna say, yeah, that counted, right? Like that counted? Yeah, because we just won a 3v4 anyways without our pencil.
We won a 3v4 in a 2v4 situation. We won a 3v4.
Did we just give them the tournament? Are they done? Are we done here? Like, what more do we need to see? Like, what the hell was that? That's an end to the tournament. We're done here. Inky, cut it. Hey, thanks for the donations, everyone. That was great. Rizza and Shiny Hunter's back. We appreciate you guys being on standby for the next commentary block, but we don't need you anymore. This tournament's over.
Yeah, I mean those last moments there, right? With finding the cap, strikes are going to come out. There's the utility of the Neo Splash, I guess, because back-to-back strikes from one player goes crazy. Hey, you know what? Popkin's lying. There's still more game to be played, and there's a prize pool there too. So iplabs.inc/donate if you want to help out.
No, there's no more to be played. That you can't lose like that. Like that, Oro Jackson has to win that. 100% they have to find a way to win that. And now they got to make the counter pick. Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi. And on top of that, Metro doesn't even have to use their replay. they can DC again and we could get a replay. My goodness.
I mean, how often do you see a DC past the point? How often do you see the team down a player win? I mean, the odds are not in their favor, and they're gonna keep the momentum rolling.
Well, let's look at it like this. Oro Jackson, I mean, look, obviously you look at how that one ends and you're just like, what the hell? But it was still back and forth when all 4 players were still in there. I mean, I don't know how do you kind of
but it's
not the end of the world. I'm joking, obviously, but it's still.
Ultimately, the story of that game though was decided in the first minute, where the lockout started for Metro, and
you're right.
and it didn't end. And then 3 minutes later, the lockout started for Metro, and then it didn't end. Like the story is definitely this crazy finish down a player, but ultimately, who was the team holding pressure throughout the game? It was Metro.
Yeah, you're right. It's the huge lead Metro was able to get at the beginning that allowed them to buy that time to where, I mean, there was a lot of points that Oro Jackson had to get through, even in a 4v3 situation. There's still no excuse for losing that. Let's just be blunt. You have to win that. But it's credit to Metro for having that huge lead that made it a little bit easier. If this was flipped and Oro Jackson had the lead and Metro had to like come back and get the lead from them, that wasn't happening at all. But still, so I guess here's the question. First off, did the pencil player snipe? Are they back into the lobby? It looks like so. Yes, and they were the ones who DC'd, right? Or
I didn't catch
what are we looking at here? Atomic, yeah, Yoshel's back in there. So we're all good. Yeah, it was the pencil that DC'd. So
yes.
So we're good. And we are going to Splat Zones at Mahi Mahi. Keep in mind, Oro Jackson won on this one last time. They beat the Honored Ones on this map to tie it up at 1-1. So that's why they're picking this yet again.
Screen on the side of Metro, so that's a good way to control a lot of space just visually. The question is, will they have the utility to support it? And with their strikes online but 2 down, it's looking like Oro Jackson's going to get the first lockout and hold here.
And the reason Oro Jackson was able to win this one, the Slosher was able to get into those perfect spots to start ledge camping on offense and attack things on defense with Permano kind of guarding from the top here. Oro Jackson really knows how to get the right spacing into this one and being very patient with the ink strikes. Awkward jump right there, but still staying alive, holding on to those ink strikes, waiting out for this killer whale that they might be able to eliminate before it gets initiated. And the answer is yes. So Oro Jackson, you think they're a little bit mad with how that last game ended? You think it's affecting them so far in this set? They're bouncing back here.
22 ticks when this zone gets neutral. We're only a minute and change in as Zenith fights for their life to find the cap, and cap they will. So strikes online. It's their turn to look at a lockout in a 3v3. Make that a 4v4 or 3-spawn situation, though. One more going down in a trade, so even numbers all around.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in Metro, still into control of this zone. The question is, how is Oro Jackson going to break out of this lockout? They've been very patient in the past with these kind of scenarios, but they've never had this kind of big of a lead. They've always been playing in from behind as far as the last game is concerned. So flip of the script in that favor. Ku forced to kind of retreat a little bit there from the ink strikes as they don't have any ready for them to go, but they are drawing a lot of attention from the Metro players, and that's going to allow everybody else to swarm into the zone and cap it into their favor. And you have got to be kidding me. I guess not. So so DC yet again from Metro, same exact player who DC'd last time. And point-wise, it looks like both teams are like underneath 50.
They have to play.
Atomic cause it, like, I don't know. It looks like Metro's kind of waving the white flag right here, or they're just waiting for something. I think we're done here, though. If I'm Oro Jackson, I'm not looking to do a replay. With how that last game ended, I'm like, no, let's...
Oh, they're playing. They're playing. That's all their specials online together.
They're waiting for all
the last effort in, and a neutral won't be a cap, and there's the wipeout, so not enough utility there. But that counts. 1-1. They're following replay rules.
They were just waiting for the right opportunity for all of their players to get the right specials right there. Well, there you go. You can't say it's poetic justice because Metro, dominated game 1 without that anyways. But this is the story here. It's the same exact player DCing twice. That does not bode well for the team that just 3-0'd the Salty Spring team. Now, let's take a look at their roster. They have more than 4 players, correct? Right now, do they have other players they have to work with? That is question number 1. Question number 2 is, who's cooking what in what microwave, or whose little brother's kicking what router? Like, can we get that kind of figured out? Or is this just one of those days where my internet's just not working this day? We need something else. So some unfortunate logistics Metro has to start answering right now, but think about it like this. This still should be up 2-0. When you think about it like this, and the DCs haven't played a role in that last one there. But and also on top of that, trying to get away from the DCs, it was a flip of the script, right? Oro Jackson, huge lead with all 8 players in, and it looked like they were kind of moseying towards a victory on their own anyway. So like they're not getting too far back. Like they didn't dig themselves in a hole. They were getting some things working out right there.
Ingfair, our beautiful and lovely and amazing stream producer, jumping into our ears to let us know that there's going to be an internet reset. So we're going to wait a second while they reset that router. Hopefully that gives them some more luck, but that means there's no 5th player available, or at least they don't think it's worth switching up what's been working all day.
Well, I mean, and again, both teams are going to be waiting. Like, even if you lose this one, you got a long wait before losers finals. Obviously you win, you got a long wait. So like if those players just wanted gentlemen to, why don't you take like 5 minutes to figure out what it is, reset your router, because we don't want this set to end up this way anyways. I think regardless of the DCs, we are still going into game 3 with the set tied 1-1 apiece. We have to say I think instead of I know, because the reality is what it is, but we want all of us to just finish out this set without any more DC hashtag $20 a month things in chat. Like, let's get through this, and we got time to get through this, and you and me can stall for days, right?
Yeah, you got something you wanna talk about here, Popcorn?
Oh, not really, but
okay, good, because I don't like talking anyway.
Well, you're kind of in the wrong business for that.
Hey,
let's take a look.
Do we have low ink this week? Is that a thing that we're doing?
No, we're not.
No,
We're not doing.
Okay.
No. Let's take a look at the bracket here. Thank you, Ink Fair, for bailing us out. You look at the loser side of things; those are best of 5 sets that are being played. Duck Motif currently up 2-1 over Moonlight. Facade and Comp Diff are tied at 1-1 apiece. Facade being the team that has yet to lose a single game in Division 5. Comp Diff being the EU pickup with Punchy and friends who win every single tournament that Dapple Productions throws out. Both teams looking to get an opportunity to play the Salty Springs team, which is Keo, Ice Bagel, and Biscuit, who got swept out in winter semifinals by this Metro team that you are seeing. How many wins did Metro get with a DC? We do not know because we weren't streaming that. But and on the bottom side, the honored ones, the team you just saw lose to Oro Jackson earlier on stream. Somebody waiting the winner of Duck Motif and Moonlight. But Duck Motif looking like they can pull off the upset here.
I mean, I've got my head such in the Metro Oro Jackson set with how back and forth it's been, but as we're jumping to beta, I was gonna say quickly before we jump into beta fully, Motif's 2-1 over Moonlight. I mean, it's putting a hindrance in the story we were telling earlier with Moonlight, right? Being a team that often gets thrown down to lower bracket and makes a run for it. I would say I would have expected one more round out of them here. So Duck Motif looking to put that to bed sooner.
See how the rest of that one goes. Meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on beta bracket here as we wait for more things to get kind of figured out. Triggerfish Zones, no surprise here, taking on Ford F-150. That might be a preview. Actually, they just beat them 3-1. So Triggerfish is going to be going to grand finals. That might be a preview of Div 3 finals between those two teams, F-150 and Triggerfish. It looks like Triggerfish will be moving on to Grands there once that score gets confirmed and updated. But yeah, this is beta bracket. We're playing for pride. Guts and Glory, a couple of teams dropped. Actually, not as many teams have dropped in the past as beta bracket. You get a lot of those teams that are like, who are having aspirations of doing well in alpha bracket, but because only 16 teams make alpha bracket in this major, you have to go through redemption if you don't win your group outright, and the redemption is just a bloodbath, so it's been difficult to get through that. So
yeah, I would like to point out though that there are a lot more than just an alpha beta. We were joking about that Zeta Battlefight earlier, but there's still a delta and epsilon that's worth, or gamma delta and epsilon, sorry, that's worth keeping an eye on as they move ahead. My eye is drawn to Jelly Squids, eliminated round 3 there, but gamma is not a bad placement for them here. And it looks like Liella. You know them? That's a new name to me.
No.
Moving ahead, though, towards this grand finals, up 2-1 in the final set.
I could click on their roster and figure it out, but that's a lot of work.
It's a lot of clicks.
We're not looking to do work. This is the TO side of things, right? Liel. I don't instantly recognize those players off the top of my head. That is not the Rays that is a part of IPL. Seabay, I believe, is a Div 4 team in Ludi. They're making them run here. So this is the Gamma bracket is kind of the mix of like the usual low ink contenders. You got Blake Spruter in there. You got Inkception. You got the Black Squid Ink Burgers, Bagel Time as well. Mixed in with a bunch of other teams that have been banned for a good chunk of time. Jelly Squids, Memento Mori. It's got some players from formerly of Thimble IHOP in there. So this is the for those teams not looking, or if we're like, oh, I wish we had low ink this month. Well, SuperJump kind of functions not the same way, but it is a bracket for a lot of the teams that would be playing in that. Is this the lowest bracket? There's one more below this, right?
No,
or is that like
Delta and Epsilon? We got 2 more. Delta bracket though.
Epsilon. Yeah, Delta is the Swiss stage thing,
and Epsilon is as well.
Well, there you go.
Swiss.
Some updates from chat, which is I can't believe this is where we're getting our news for this. Zenith says that the same player also DC'd from VC when they were beating Salty Spring earlier,
what?
And it is apparently raining. DC'd from VC only.
Still,
and it's apparently raining where they are.
Down comms is crazy.
It is crazy. So we take a look at Delta bracket right here. Big Fat Sea Cows, what are they doing in Delta bracket?
Pick a god and pray, isn't that what you said earlier?
I believe that. I don't know where that quote comes from, but that is a common quote.
Okay, new to me.
I think I said pick a different god and pray because I forget the context of what we were talking about there as well.
Oh,
thank you for the scroll. Thank you. I was wondering who Bubble Up was playing right now. And now we got the answer to that. Thank you. This is Epsilon bracket we're taking a look at here. All these different rounds. This is awesome. Like, shout out to our production crew. Like, this is why IPL is so awesome, is we have literal wizards behind the screen who can create a bunch of different things like this. You are one of those wizards, aren't you, Brush?
Not this. I mean, so the original SuperJump package I worked on as one of the animators, but this year around, I mean, it's all stuff from last year and the years prior. But yeah, didn't have to touch production here. It was pretty much plug and play from previous years. It was good to see. I had to focus on work.
Vincent Inkfarer, amongst others. Shout out to the TOs for this event. Kiara from Low Ink, Toasty from Proving Grounds. What did I pronounce
Kira.
that? Kira. I wanted to make it a little bit special, put a little more pizzazz.
A little more French.
Into it. Kiara.
Or Italian. Chiara.
I don't know. Why are you doing this? Why? Why you gotta be like this?
Did we get to play Splatoon?
Hey, look at this! Did you know we are commentating a set right now? This is winter finals for SuperJump.
That's wild.
We're going to Rainmaker. That's right.
We're going to Rainmaker.
Rainmaker at the museum.
of De Alfonsina.
So that can only lead me to believe that we have 8 players in the lobby ready to play. Hopefully you know where DC is. Keep in mind, if a DC does happen, believe it or not, Metro still hasn't used their replay because they haven't happened at an opportunity when a replay can be used. So there is still a chance. Hopefully it's not an issue going forward, but if it is, there is still a chance like a replay can happen based off of certain circumstances. Am I going to sit here and break down DC replay rules to you guys? No, because that's stupid. Why would we be talking about that? But if it happens, then we'll mention it. We're just not going to do preemptively because who cares?
But you know what I really do appreciate? The conversation about talking about DC rules. I think that's really worth the time. Hey, we're getting ready here. We're finally back at it. The score is 1-1. Metro versus Oro Jackson. Oro Jackson having won that game, being down points on the board, but up players because of an unfortunate DC. The story of Metro's life right now. We're in winners finals of SuperJump 4 2024. It's July 21st. It is 3:38 p.m. on the East Coast. That makes it 11:38.
Are you just looking down at the bottom of your computer right now and just naming off things? And we are connected to public Wi-Fi, and the antivirus is working out, and we're all set to go, and everybody's ready at Museum with Rainmaker. And there is no surprises coming out from either team. Oh, there is a surprise. Oro Jackson is no longer using the side order slosher, instead just the vanilla version. So they changed the skin of their weapon.
I always thought colors were overrated anyway, but hey, we're back at it. Metro having a little bit of downtime here. They're gonna freshen up though and get that first pick 20 seconds in. One going down, there's another. So picks for Oro Jackson, big here, just leaving Yaotl alive with that pencil. They're forcing back all the way up as aggression comes out quick and fast for Oro Jackson, waiting out those Zuka shots and getting the dunk on the first checkpoint.
So the first checkpoint falls. Who cares? It's all about what you do after this point, and it's just long enough for that screen. Do you need any more incentive not to go near the Rainmaker right now other than the screen literally covering every path that you have to get to it? So that's going to force the reset. Yaotl opting to pick it up right here instead of letting it reset. Now starting to dive along the left side into, well, they ended up in their own doom because there was just nowhere for them to go.
An unfortunate jump there from Atomics, trying to get out of a bad spot, goes to a worse one. Now a 4v2 with respawns, no checkpoint to move, so Oro Jackson can steamroll ahead. Killer Whale trying to end that, but not able to find the pick on Fermano, holding that Rainmaker 3 minutes. 30 seconds in, but look how far back they had to move to survive there, and with 2 down, they're not sure what to do with this Rainmaker.
Well, no, no, they're not. I think when you're backing up into that corner, I think that's a point where you kind of recognize, this push isn't really going to work out. So let's just get splatted in a spot where it's going to be annoying for them to deal with. Because, yeah, look, they got to go all the way over there just to pop it, and they haven't even done yet. No, they did pop it, so it is going to reset. So it's just kind of a stall tactic, realizing, the push is over, so let's try to annoy them in some other way, which they did.
Fermano for Oro Jackson dropped there, but chose to then jump out, so not picking up the Rainmaker, letting it reset. Now a push starting for Metro. Yaotl carrying this Rainmaker with 1 player down. Strikes online for Oro Jackson. They don't have a way through yet. A nice 1v1 here, pushes forward against the Rainmaker main, but forced back. They're going to go down to a Zuka shot and a 2v1 situation on the field as picks kind of go every which way, and looks like a full neutral here as all the squids come out from respawn.
Neither team has provided an opportunity for the other team to do anything with the Rainmaker. As soon as they pick it up, it's just complete coverage across the board, and they have nowhere to go with it except for backwards, which works out for Oro Jackson since they're the only team to clear a checkpoint at this point with 2 minutes left to go. The Rainmaker resetting yet again. Metro with something brewing right here, though. They got to get the Rainmaker pop. They're going to have screen to work with. Atomic wisely didn't pick it up, saying, I need to throw this screen right here. So clear them out on the left side. We'll have everybody else attack the right side. That should open up the door for the Rainmaker to get dunked on, which it does, and not getting splatted allows the opportunity. All they got to do is pick it up and just move a smidgen forward, and they'll have the lead. They survive the ink strikes, and there's your lead falling right there. It's not going to be a lead you're going to be comfortable with, and it looks like this could be the end of the push unless Zenith and the Gal do anything right here, which they're kind of doing. Trying to stay alive out here.
On the right side with the Gal, found one pick, now looking for another, then of course a couple more points. That's Atomic grabbing the Rainmaker, but looking for even more, getting a little bit greedy here. Is Metro, but they find two! A third pick on the way! The Killer Whale is out! They're looking for an opportunity. The Rainmaker's gonna get popped open here quickly, but Oro Jackson did a great job putting on the break. Atomic with that squeeze, they're looking in, finds the one pick, strikes online, gonna pop that Rainmaker, but it's gonna only benefit Metro. Now it's Yaotl getting a couple more points, and 26 is where this will sit now, but this push isn't over. Jumps coming in. Zenith trying to win a 1v4 here, finds one pick, but is going to go down, and that push will end with 53 seconds left, but 20 points. There's no push to scoff at.
45 seconds left to go, and a monstrous lead. Yaotl backing off, saying like, oh, okay, I was going to take mid, but then I saw that you had Zuka ready, so I was just going to avoid it, but it ultimately didn't avoid it anyways. Keep in mind, Oro Jackson doesn't have a checkpoint they got to go through, but they have a long way to go to get control of this flat area that Zenith is controlling up top here, getting one splat on the end zap and just controlling this left side. Might get another splat here, but thanks to the splat bomb, it isn't going to work out as Permano starting to push up, trying to find something here. They have enough time to get splatted and pop the Rainmaker and get it going, but they'll have to move now if they want to do that. Otherwise, they're essentially in overtime right now. 3 players going down, Atomic being the last one able to guard out the Rainmaker, but there's your wipeout in Metro. Only needed one push, so they got a lot of value out of it. They're back up 2-1.
Yeah, the push that never ends, it felt like. Jumps came in, more pops, more points. Jumps came in, more pop, more point. Yeah, they'll take game 2 after a long break. Staying warm was important, and that they did.
They did. And the power of having 4 players on your roster, what happens right there. But still, that was another back and forth kind of situation. Oro Jackson never really got anything going offensively other than clearing the first checkpoint immediately, but they were able to hold down things enough defensively. It was the control of mid that they had that was able to just kind of establish themselves until finally the doors lined up to where they get the Rainmaker and they get the screen thrown at the same time, defending the left side, allowing them to kind of like split the ways that the players can come from, and then able to kind of capture space and slowly paper cut their way down the field to getting a monstrous lead that got them the win.
So here we go into game 3. Rainmaker has been played once. Splat Zones has been played twice, and the counter pick is on Oro Jackson. They can go to anything other than Splat Zones, and Tower Control Ship Shape will be the pick.
So they're making the same exact counter picks they made against the Honored Ones. They picked this one, they win it. They won on Mahi both times as well. So they're just going to their bread and butter that they feel the most comfortable on. By the way, a little bit of an update from loser's side. We got 2 matches that are done. Duck Motif, the Quack Attack, eliminates Moonlight 3-1, and Facade takes care of business against Comp Div 3-1 as well. So Facade's going to be taking on Salty Springs. The Ducks are going to be taking on the Honored Ones. That one's getting started momentarily.
2-1 is the score as our players get ready here. On our end, we see very quick ready ups from Oro Jackson, but Metro taking their time. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that.
Well, they do have the more flexibility with Zenith and Atomic. This, I don't know if this is a map they want to do roller on. I would assume maybe not. But, what are good are my assumptions here? We've only been talking for almost 3 hours at this point. They're sticking with the squeezer, with the screen. In fact, there's no changes at all, is there? This is the same exact for everybody. Yeah.
Snowballing map, as you mentioned earlier, can get bad and then worse very quick. So a little bit more passive of an opening isn't a surprise to me. Atomic doing a great job striking that left side, finding 3 there, but not able to find a pick on any of them. Now Zuka out, no utility from it here as the ZR battles begin. 3v3, now a 2v3 in favor of Metro. And they're going to be looking to get a push, but not if Oro Jackson finds a way through.
Well, they found a way through. And they got some ink strikes to work with as well, to attacking this left side. Still keeping an eye on mid as well. Well, who's riding the tower? What's going on here? Okay, finally, it looks like somebody hopped off for a little bit there. Promano doing a little bit of the fadeaway, jumping off the tower to make sure they stay alive. And the rest of the Or Jackson is... Oh! Are they not going to clear this checkpoint? No, they will. I'm about to say... like there's so many times they just really flirted with clearing that checkpoint for so long and finally was able to do just that. But Zenith being the last player left alive, RNG of that rotating Zuka shot just enough to slow things down a bit.
Zenith doing a great job, despite having a splatter shot, using the resources available to find range, but gonna go down to the bucket there. A nice burst bomb kill. Promano now riding this tower once again, trying not to get stuck in the same fadeaway trap, but there they go yet again, jumping backwards off that tower, looking for a little bit more safety before they move. And in this case, that might backfire, a 3v2. But Oro Jackson finds one more pick, stays alive, 3 minutes remain. We're almost at the halfway point, and no real points have been scored.
At least bought by Metro. The first checkpoint has been cleared by Oro Jackson, but now they're having difficulty moving anywhere because they don't have control of that left side where the tower is going to need to go. So Metro has themselves established defensively, and that's eventually going to lead to specials building up into their favor, and they can start pushing out from the left to the mid to the other left side of the map, which is going to open the door for them to get this first checkpoint. Potentially.
Strikes come out to stall that tower, but doesn't find a pick. Now a 3v3 on the field, and one trade's going to come out. That leaves Kyari looking for a pick. They'll find it. A 4v2 now as Yaotl forced to back up with Soda ready. They want to find a way, and they want to find a push, but that tower still has not fallen. I don't know what secret Oro Jackson fell into with this counter pick, but right now, Metro hasn't been able to get on their feet.
They haven't. No. Well, except they do just now. now they got a lot of leg room to work with. They've been upgraded to first class of their plane, and they can stretch out right here. And well, we're going to see a pencil player probably fall asleep on the tower as well, because the fight is just completely away from everything. Zenith able to bodyguard it as well. But these are the last two players left alive. They will clear this checkpoint. So that's victory. Even if they get lead right here, that's great, but that's not like anything they're going to be super excited about, because it's not going to be that much for Oro Jackson to get back in control of things, especially with a minute 30 left to go. You just don't want to lose too many players right here and just surrender control of mid. That's the main area everybody has to battle for at this point.
A great job backing up, staying alive, and applying pressure as you called out. It's not looking like first class to me. It's looking a little bit like the pilot seat as one goes down on the front left. Now Ko alone. Promano on that tower, forced to face off against the back line on Metro. That's the pencil. Now another pick goes down. Just Kyari on the front lines. They're backing up, and everyone's a little bit alone, a little bit scared, struggling to find anything to do. But Zenith going down might open this door for Uro.
I mean, again, there's not much they have to do to get lead, and they're probably going to get it right here. Question mark? Yes, because there's only one more player left alive. But if you really want to feel comfortable, clear this checkpoint right here. You do that, you're going to get like 30 seconds left on the clock, if that, possibly even more bleed off the clock. And it's at the end of the push. It looks like it is. Okay, so now here's step 2. We've seen Ku use those ink strikes real early last time because they know they're going to get them back in the next 30 seconds right here. But they are keep the tower onto Metro's side of the map, and nobody from Oro Jackson's getting splatted until we just saw one finally do right there. Ku still opting to stay alive. Yes, Ku does stay alive. Gets the fadeaway splat bomb splat as well. But more importantly, they keep the ink strikes ready to go. And now all they need to do is keep somebody near that tower for when the ink strikes come out, and it should be a game 5.
Metro has an uphill battle and an overtime push here, but no strikes ready yet. There they come at their life, everyone. Strikes on the tower, there comes the jump in, and the tower will get tapped. So 2-2, a game 5. Oro Jackson did a great job holding them to it.
So the last time, Oro Jackson has won on that map twice now in their counter picks. They are 4-0 in their counter picks in this tournament, as far as what we've been seeing on stream.
Well, one of those being Splatzone's DC win.
But they were still up pretty convincingly in that one, though. Like you could argue,
yeah.
you could honestly argue the DCs didn't play a role in the score of either one of these things because game one was in the favor of Metro anyways, which is why they were able to hang on to the win with the DC.
Right.
And game two was looking pretty solid for Oro Jackson. But the point I was saying, Coup being a lot more passive with their final specials that time around, I think is just because of the location they were in with the tower being on the enemy side of the map. Because when we saw them play against the Honored Ones at 30 seconds, they used Ink Strikes immediately as soon as they got them just to slow down the Honored Ones before they could get to the tower. And they got the Ink Strikes again in overtime that ended out right there. That time, the tower was on the enemy side of the map. They probably felt like, well, I don't need to burn them right here. And if I get splatted with this, I'm going to respawn on our side of the map and I can just build up those Ink Strikes again at the end of the 30 seconds. So how they close out those games on tower control at ship shape has been working out for Oro Jackson because they've been playing really good on those two maps in particular. The problem is Metro gets control game 5. And what can they not do? They can't do Rainmaker. They can't do Splat Zones, which neither team can do Splat Zones anyways. So do you go back to tower control or do you do Clan Blitz?
I see Clan Blitz in my future, Pop Gun. I don't know about you. We'll definitely find out though as it comes in here momentarily. Metro in a spot here, no Roborama, no Museum, but neither of those being Clan Blitz maps in the map pool. And so instead, they get to pick between one of the Clan Blitz maps, which are Scorch Gorge, Museum. Oh, I guess Museum is. I lied to everyone. Museum, Umami, and Barnacle. But still, a lot of options here, and we've seen them on Scorch Gorge.
We've seen them. We've seen all that there is to see. And
all there is to see. I feel like I'm open to surprises.
Well, no, I am not open to surprises. I've seen a lot of surprises in the 3 hours you and I have been looking at this set so far. But hey, another game 5. Again, winner moves on to grand finals. Losers go into losers finals. Both teams made podium of SuperJump already. A surprising finish that we're coming to here for this tournament, and I think the real victory here is that we haven't had any issues since we took that little bit of break to make sure things have been working out connection wise for both players. So we should be going into this game 5 once we get the counter pick in smoothly, comfortably, and it is Clan Blitz at Umami. Umami.
What about her?
She's in ruins, I guess.
That's
unfortunate.
Bummer. I need to call her.
That's a bummer.
Ask her if she's doing okay.
You should.
Hey, we've seen Metro here. I think.
The Moonlight moonlighted them here.
Right.
But they still won the set anyways.
But the rest of that game was dominant in their favor. It was just one little slip at the end. So the question is, can they hold a little tighter onto those reins?
We also saw Zenith use the wiper on this map in particular. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to that or if they're going to stick with the Zukas that got them to this point. Game 5 of winners finals here. Clan Blitz at Umami. Winner moves on to grand finals.
No one wanting to step a little bit too far forward in the opener here, but Yukari's, who we're watching, that 52 gal trying to make a move on the right side. That's our left, though. They're going to go down, though. It's a bucket with the pick, and it's the opposite effect here. A 3v3 push with Oro Jackson painting the town red. Well, yellow for them.
Yes, they are painting the town yellow. They are building up a lot of clams as well, but it's just kind of one of those games where it's game 5. You want to be a little bit... You don't want to like make the mistakes. You're going to be a little bit passive in the opening until like you have no choice to be super aggressive at the end. Keep in mind, Oro Jackson just finished a game 5. Well, just like played a game 5 against the Honor one as well. So they've been playing a lot more Splatoon so far today. A lot more stressful Splatoon, which game 5s always are. But 1 minute gone by and nothing's really happened because neither team's been able to get themselves established. Maybe Metro here because they got clams and a little bit control of mid, but nobody's really established control of anything.
Notably, Oro Jackson playing all this stressful Splatoon, but no cracking yet in their gameplay. So far, they've played well to the last second and found those opportunities. And that comes down to these little 1v1 wins like that, though, ending in a trade there. I feel like all these little tiny moments sneaking behind is enough to disorient your opponent and stay in the game, if not by sheer force.
Metro popping the basket, and Atomic can't find a way to get in there and throw that one. Opting to set, okay, look, let's throw this back to our pencil player. Let's not lose this power clam. You hold on to that. I'll stay here and get a couple of splats. Maybe we can find a way to get a second push going there because we finally have control of mid and something to work with on top of that. So let's not burn our clams. Let's hold on to them.
Power Clam now ready for Metro to move in and a player advantage as well, though that'll get neutralized here, but not for long. Metro now in a 3v2 situation, steamrolling forward, a ball and 7 clams being held to their name. Make
a blast on their own soda machine right there. So yeah, it seems like both teams are just waiting for that opportunity for something to just blow wide open. Yeah, Metro's got the lead here, but who cares? But finally, it looks like they are going to get in the situation right here. If they can get the pencil set up along that left side, this could be the end of the tournament, or the end of winners finals right here. But instead of that, they don't get set up. They don't have the clams they need. Instead, they're going to build up another power clam and be ready to go for another opportunity. Having mid control and not getting splatted means you get control of all the clams that form right here. So Metro, once again, is in a situation to where they can knock on the door yet again. Oro Jackson's having a lot of difficulties in the second half of this game, breaking out and getting into mid.
2 pushes of about the same caliber so far. We're a little bit past halfway in this game. There's 1:30 left, but Oro Jackson hasn't had a time to move in themselves, so it's continuing to be Metro dominating on the front force. Now in a 3v2 situation, it's Yaotl looking to break the basket one more time, and there no more penalty points remain. They have clams to do some serious damage here. Here, see some more, but Atomic, once again, not wanting to make the mistake of pushing and wiping, so they get some points and they back up, they keep pressure alive, but they don't wipe, and that means that they can hold mid and keep playing splat zones effectively with 63 seconds left.
The patience by Metro has allowed them to hold on to this lead. The only problem right now is, okay, wow, you just took on a 1v4 and somehow got like a trade out of it. The problem is they don't have a massive lead just yet, but also for Oro Jackson, they may never see mid again. Like, look how I think Metro has finally won the tug of war, and they've held control of mid for a long enough chunk of time to where they might find another opportunity to get another push win up here. That is not going to work out, as there goes a trade ultimately right there. But yeah, what's the plan for Oro Jackson? Primano can't find ways to start pushing up. They're the pencil player. Like, eventually you're just going to have to throw all your specials just to get into mid. And oh, by the way, you got to gather up all the clams, which is in favor of Metro's favor. Excuse me. Everyone just went down from the side of Metro somehow. Primano's finally able to start pushing up, and this is one opportunity. Are we even going? Do they have the Mercy Clam to work with? This will go to overtime. They do. Hold on, Brush. There's something here.
Soda in the veins of Oro Jackson, but a 4v4 with respawns out. Strikes come out. That's going to control some space, but it's quickly turned purple once again. Soda online for Metro, but a trade and a pick against their favor. Now Oro Jackson has only a sliver of overtime left to make something happen. A ball despawns. The timer ticks down. There's no one by the basket, and Metro Inc. in a slow overtime takes the game, wins the set 3-2, and they're moving on to grand finals.
Metro won that over the course of the 5 minutes of never losing control of mid. And by the time Oro Jackson was finally in position to get something done, it was already overtime. There were 2 different fights going on at the same time. Credit to our streamer Inkfair to backing up so we could see the full scope of what was going on. You had the battle at the basket where it looked like Oro Jackson was winning that fight. The problem is they weren't winning the fight on the opposite side where the power clam was, the only power clam that they could find a way to get over there. It was just like 2v2s across both of those different battles. Oro Jackson had to win both of those battles to even get the basket popped. They didn't. Metro bled out the clock and left no room for Oro Jackson to get a push off. They're going to grand finals.
Look, I mean, in that game, there was one push where more than 2 people went down from Metro. In every other clam basket opening, in every other case where they got a power clam to connect with the basket, they kept at least 2 players alive to back up, keep the paint on the ground, keep the pressure moving. And that's not something we typically see, really, even at top level clampless. We see a lot of these big pushes that start with 2 wipes in your favor and end with a wipe against yours. And that's when we get these big back and forth ends. Instead, Metro played this beautiful, passive and smart game. And that's something that's gonna, they're awarded with the grand finals, and it's something they're gonna have to keep up in the grand final set after we jump down to losers bracket.
Metro didn't want to make the mistake that was going to cost them that game. They played like calculated game 5 instead of let's go and absolutely find a way to win this one. They were calm, they were collected, and they calculated their way to a victory right there without finding a way to shoot themselves in the foot, which is kind of how most teams lose anyways when it comes to games like this. The team that makes the least amount of mistakes. Metro's only mistake came at the very end of the game when the hole was too deep and there was just not much room for Oro Jackson to move with anyways. Metro, what seed were they? Were they the 4th or the 5th overall seed? Regardless, they were not predicted. They were the number 4 seed officially. So they've already made their way. They have yet to lose a set so far in this tournament. They faced the best team. The only really strong team they haven't played yet is the Honored Ones, and they might get a chance to play them in winners finals or grand finals. We'll find out that later. But wow, fireworks, exciting stuff here. Let's go SuperJump.
Well, we're going to have to say adieu in just a moment. But first, I think there's a couple things we want to mention to all the idiots in chat, as you call them, but as I call them, my friends.
They're not your friends, Brush.
Finish that thought, Popgun. Hold on.
They're not your friends.
Okay, good to know. I'll write that down in my notes later in my little journal. Hey, this is a prize pool tournament. This is what I like to call a SuperJump major, because it's like super major, but anyway. So if you'd like to donate to the prize pool, some of that money is going to go to the staff who make all this happen. But you can do so at iplabs.inc/donate, or you can just drop an ! donate in chat, and a link will be delivered straight to you.
Also sign up for Riptide.
Do that.
Make sure you do that. September 6th through the 8th at Sandusky, Ohio. Go to start.gg/Riptide. It is already the biggest Riptide ever to exist in the history of humanity. It's looking to become the biggest Splatoon event ever taken place. History would suggest that it will leapfrog over Low Tide City earlier this year as the biggest event. So you do not want to miss this.
Did you know the slogan was "Make Your Splash"? Riptide.
Make your
splash. That's what it said. Can we pull that back up, Inky?
No, I'm like, yeah, just say make your splash.
Crazy.
Is that really
make
worth
your splash?
What about it? It's still a water park.
Make your splash.
Yeah, it's a water park. What's your point?
Oh, nothing. Just commenting on the fact that it's got a slogan.
We've been talking nonstop for 3 hours. I think that's the sign that we need to hang it up right here. We're gonna take a break. And when we come back, we're going to have a new, fresh set of commentators. Shiny Hunter, Zach, and Rizza. The Rizza. And our producer is still going to be here, Ink Fair, as well. We'll be back then. Enjoy the rest of the set. Follow Brush at Brushstrokes Spool. Follow me at Mr_Popgun. And we won't follow you back. Because you're not our friends.
Whoa. They're my friends in chat. If you DM me on Twitter and say I was in chat, we're besties.
Okay, name one friend that's in chat. Who in your chat is your best
Toasty.
friend? Toasty's
Sofa
staff.
King.
All right, fine. You can be friends with Sofa King. Sofa King's cool.
Thanks, Sofa King.
Good
Okay.
night. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Or something.
Welcome in, everybody, and welcome back to SuperJump 4. We've got a lot more Splatoon action for you, and thank you so much for being in attendance today. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me is the fantastic Brissa, who I had the pleasure of casting with over at MomoCon. And for this one, we're going to be closing out some amazing sets that we have already seen these teams going back and forth quite a ways. I cannot wait to see, Rissa, what's going to happen in these remaining sets.
I know, me too. And we were just talking about before this we came on the camera here. I was saying how we're looking at for loser semifinal Salty Springs versus the Honored Ones, and I said to Zach, oh, this seems like almost like a blast from the past. These are teams that know each other well, and it's, you know, that EU versus NA thing that's going on versus each other, and these two teams are no stranger to that matchup.
Yeah, and they've not either had the easiest path to get here. The Honored Ones just barely going down in a 5-game set to Oro Jackson, who also fell in a 5-game set in winners finals to Metro. And on the opposite side of things for Salty Springs, not able to take a game off of Metro en route to them, awaiting whoever comes out of losers in grand finals, and then coming down and having a game taken off of them by Facade before getting to this stage of the bracket. Now, of course, each of these teams vying for first place, which not only includes a cash prize, but passes to Riptide. So that's going to be super exciting here. Riptide 2024, September 6th through 8th in Sandusky, Ohio at the Kalahari Resort. So make sure that if you want to register for that, if any of this has made you want to attend it, and if you're not signed up already, go ahead and attend. The link over at start.gg/Riptide for more information and registration. But quite a long haul for both of these teams yet, even though it's just a few sets remaining, with just the level of competition that remains in this tournament so far.
Yeah, that was the same thing I was thinking. It seems like the end is like just in these teams' graphs. But when you look at the competition, like you highlighted going through the bracket that these two teams have had to go through to get this far in the tournament, I mean, this is the event where all these top players and top teams are going to be wanting to come out and play for the reward that they can get from this. So even though we're so close, there's still a lot of close competition moving forward in these last couple sets that we get to watch.
And as has been a consistent factor, we will be starting with Splat Zones, and we'll go over to Mako Mart for game number 1 here. So cannot wait to see what these teams bring. You know, for the most part, I think the Honored Ones have stuck with a pretty similar composition. You've had Zera's over on the Stamper, you on the Pencil, that sort of perennial player of the Tacticaler, Gray on the Range Blaster, and then Obito going over onto the Hero Shot, Splatter Shot, however you would like to call it. And then for Salty Springs, you know, we can postulate sort of on what they're going to bring. We sort of know the caliber of weapons and the role that they like to play. Ice being that sort of anchor backline player, Bagel usually something supporting, so likely going to be their Tacticaler player as well. Biscuit, it's been interesting to see the number of squeezers, for example, that have been played in this tournament. That's something that I could see Biscuit going over to. And then Kyo rounding it out, you know, very much in favor of sloshers as a weapon class, but also things like the Splatana Wiper could see play. And I think we've seen both the Wiper and the Splatana Stamper being featured in this tournament so far.
Yes, both weapons, actually. I feel like, you know, the Wiper we haven't necessarily seen in comp more recently, but this tournament in particular, we've seen a lot of Wiper play coming out, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more moving forward. So without further ado, we're headed into the first game here that we're going to be watching, the Honored Ones versus Salty Springs. So let's see what these teams come out with in terms of their comps.
Yep, so it is going to be you over on the Pencil, and that's going to be countered, of course, with the same weapon for Bagel. Taking a look at the rest of the weapons here, we also see Biscuit going on to the CRB, so they'll have the Kraken Royale at the ready, and indeed, Kyo is going to be on that Splatana Wiper, so has picked up in recent memory, so exciting to see it here on Mako Mart. Salty Springs in the blue and the Honored Ones in the yellow getting set up here and trying to push forward. And they're going to have the Tri-Strike at the ready to try and paint that zone quickly. They have the Tacticaler step behind it as well. And some quick trades back and forth as both teams have a bit of a chance at the zone, but it's going to stick with the Honored Ones for now.
The Honored Ones getting set up. They are taking the lead here. You can see, I like that Obito is set up on this right stack, and then on the left side, you see that pencil with the range blaster poking at that ledge. That way they're trying to stop any members from Salty Springs trying to come into the zone here. And it looks like they're doing a great job at guarding all these angles. Finally, though, one member goes down on the side of the Honored Ones. Two members go down. I was like, Zera's here just running around with that wiper being a nuisance, or excuse me, Stamper. And now Salty Springs able to take the zone and now start putting points on the board.
Yeah, and just having watched this tournament and seeing the number of tri-strikes that are at play, I'm not really surprised to see that at all. I believe that's Ice who's going to be on that there. New Jeans, I believe, a pretty big fan of that K-pop group, which lends itself to that. And they're going to have the Tactical on point, so that's been another popular choice. And to have that set behind that pillow or that cushion somewhere so that's not immediately available to shoot at for the members of the enemy team, despite it being invulnerable, you don't want it to be in a vulnerable position itself. We have a couple of splats there. Yo is going to fall, looking to pick up another one there. Doesn't quite see anything yet, but Obito going to hang on to the buff there from the Tactical and push this almost to the lead. They've gotten their penalty points taken away as well. They've built up another tri-strike, and just holding on to control of these elevated boxes is so crucial, because it can be so difficult to break out of spawn when the enemy team can see exactly where you're coming from.
It's so interesting watching these two teams play. I mean, they're essentially, mere comps with that one weapon that's a little bit different, but very similar still. And you're just, these teams know exactly what they want to do versus each other. They know, okay, they're going to do this with these specials because we're literally playing the same exact thing, almost essentially here. So both teams playing really carefully. Finally, Salty Springs able to push forward, get the zone. Now it's going to be their turn to start taking that left and right stack. We see Biscuit with that blaster under the ledges, doing exactly what you want to do as a blaster on this map, but does get called out. So this could be the opening for the Honored Ones to come into the zone and try and recap it.
Yeah, and it's a natural position for the blaster, right? They do kind of want to be the tip of the spear. They do want to be taking angles that they can't really see, because the blaster excels on it getting indirect shots. But it just did not work out for them there. And unfortunately, Salty Springs having to back off and sort of make sure that they can retain what part of the zone that they have. It hasn't quite gone over to the Honored Ones yet. We do see the Stamper hanging on for dear life here, trying to wait for the right opportunity to use that Zipcaster, getting spotted out as well by the Torpedo, and is going to actually find a pick before getting that Zipcaster online. So just sharking next to these boxes, we'll find a second one. That goes on to Bagel, and sometimes that offensive edge is all you need to break through. So the Honored Ones coming right back, not allowing Salty Springs to regain that lead, and both teams with roughly the same penalty size. So you mentioned, Rissa, how similar the comps are. They're now in similar positions as far as the amount of penalty that they would have to chew through. So for Salty Springs, time not at their advantage, and no ults online either.
Right, they have to play this really carefully if they want to try and get into the zone. You see they had their specials set up there. You saw the Kraken coming out from Biscuit there as well to try and create an opening, maybe get some picks, maybe stall out just a little bit with that, but was called out. Biscuit, though, right back in the action, I believe was coolered up and is actually still able to save that Kraken, use that to push forward past the zone. We saw strikes come out from Ice there as well to try and cap the zone. Biscuit, though, even though he was a really good distraction there, looks like the other members of the Honored Ones knew that was a distraction. They knew to avoid that Kraken. They knew to keep the zone painted. And they are really close here to completely KOing this, as they're doing a great job at guarding it. And just like that, they knew to back up, make sure you poke at that right stack where the other team's going to want to come in, keep the zone painted, and they are going to completely KO that.
Yeah, and a little bit of a back and forth before the Honored Ones really hold out for the remainder of the game there. And it kind of starts with the early picks that they're able to get. Biscuit going down there, playing a weapon that doesn't have a lot of ability to paint for itself. And so it does rely a lot on the Kraken Royale to make sort of that mobility element of the weapon come online, and to get into positions like we saw sort of in the minute and a half point where there was a jump in coming from the Honored Ones that they were trying to get a pick on. And so definitely a weapon that could be high risk, high reward. That's something that they will now have to look to see, does that continue to be the right choice? But with counterpicking being an element in this tournament, there's always a way to sort of swing things back into your advantage here. So for Salty Springs, the opportunity now to look into where do they want to go next. We've seen throughout this tournament a pretty consistent choice in Game 2 to go over to Splat Zones again, just on a different map. And this actual amount of maps and mode combinations that we have in SuperJump 4, I think there are only 5 total for Splat Zones. So there's not that many, and one of them's already been used. Very interested to see where they go to next. If they, in fact, want to stick with Splat Zones. And thankfully, our production staff has put that on screen for us here. We have Makomart out of the way now, leaving us with Mahi Mahi, which sticks out in my mind as one that's been a popular choice for Game 2. Hagglefish Market as well, which is also featured for TC. And then Barnacle and Dime and Robo Ramen. So Robo Ramen, another one of those one-zone maps with a lot of verticality to it. And then Barnacle and Dime as well, sort of that much flatter area than something like a Robo Ramen. So it's looking like no Splat Zones based on what we can see. In fact, Tower Control, Inkbot, Art Academy. I know Rissa Popgun talked a little bit about this one, his experience seeing this in a tournament setting. What are your personal thoughts on this map mode?
I actually was listening to Popgun talk about that as well. It's just, you know, the classic, I feel like, counter pick. If you don't want to pick zones and you see that Inkbot Tower Control is on, I feel like that's just one of the most classic counter picks that you can choose. It's a safe bet. It's not, you know, Rainmaker or Clams that can just completely end really fast. It's essentially, you know, another objective that is going to be more slower moving, you know, not necessarily zones per se, but it's going to give you some time to come back and take the objective, play some defense, play a little bit slower. So it's always a safe bet. And I feel like we just constantly see it, but I completely see why. I mean, everyone knows how to play on it. Everyone knows what the strategies are. So it's definitely a safe bet.
Yeah, we're at the level now of the tournament and just being in the alpha bracket to where these teams know each map like the back of their hand, especially with the map pool in tow. But I feel like Inkbot is much less of a maze than some other maps can be. For instance, like Robo Ramen. So getting into game number 2 here, seeing if there are any changes being made compositionally. Gray going to be on the range blaster, and a pencil still going to be a factor here for the honored ones. And on the opposite side of things, they will have the heavy edit Splatling as their backup here. Bagel going to be using that for the tactical, or Biscuit sticking on the custom range blaster, and Kyo with that sloshing machine, the vanilla one, to have some Booyah Bombs, which this is a pretty solid map for. That first checkpoint sandwiched in between 2 walls makes it an easy target for Booyah Bombs to help clear things out.
That classic GG Booyah Bomb could definitely come into play here. So we'll have to see. And it looks like it's starting out very strongly here for Salty Springs. You can see they're able to take down 2-3 members. It's just Sabito. They're having to jump out, regroup with their teammates, and you can see Salty, they're able to get to the tower. Biscuit uses this Kraken as well. Great start. They're just continuing to take down members of the other team, and you can see they're at the first checkpoint finally, trying to get through it, and they're going to try to play this really carefully.
Yeah, it is an option, but not a requirement by any means to pop that invulnerability special and use it to go through the entirety of that checkpoint. And Biscuit actually using it there to go around and find picks so that the tower can continue to move, at least for the time being. It's going to reset back to mid for now, and a lead of 76, probably not going to last for very long. However, both teams with a pick on their side. We see you trying to find some high ground or anyone that might be sort of sharking around this platform here, while also building up another tactical that they have recently. They have the Sprinkler as well to that end, and Sarah's holding on to a Zipcaster, getting into an engagement, and uses it thinking it might give them the edge, but it actually turns out the opposite way. And indeed, Salty Springs not only extending their lead and getting past that first checkpoint, but making a tactical push as well, getting that into the line and allowing some teammates to jump in, including Ice there. So Ice benefiting from it. They will go 2 down, so stalwart defense from the honored ones. And that's another facet, Rissa, of this map, is you have that sort of neutral ground overlooking platform area, and it does give you pretty solid visibility into whatever the pushing team is cooking up.
Yeah, good point to bring up. You could see that they were utilizing that there when it came to trying to get back into the tower and getting to push the tower in terms of being Salty Springs. So once again, I feel like we're constantly seeing these Krakens coming out from Biscuit. Biscuit able to just use that Kraken to push in, use that invulnerability that the special does have, and that has just been it seems like once now that Salty Springs has figured out how to play around that, it looks like it's working out in their favor. They just have to make sure they follow up with that Kraken. correctly. So now, even though the Honored Ones got a few points on the board, Salty Springs once again, actually, okay, Salty Springs was getting back into mid, but 3 of them go down. Talk about Commentator's Curse, and that's a complete wipe. The Honored Ones here pushing up, taking bats, getting on the tower, and trying to get through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, Zara is a big facilitator of that, and that's likely going to be the lead here. I don't see Salty Springs getting back there in time. They do have the Trizuka from Ice coming out there. It is not going to bring up too much as they will fall, and that's allowed for a large opening there as Bagel's going to go down as well. And I thought it may not work out this way as Kyo was able to get a big pick onto Gray before this even started with the Trizuka there, but it was not meant to be, in Gray it looked like able to jump in and help facilitate that tower push all the way to 38. So now Salty Springs having to reset. And I wanted to bring up too sort of the interesting discrepancy between Gray here, who's looking to be on this regular range blaster versus Biscuit, who's on the custom range blaster. So you making use of the 2 different specials there, it's not a huge map, so you have something like the Wave Breaker to try and spot out members of the enemy team, but Biscuit has really been favoring that Kraken Royale, and unfortunately they are the last one alive, and that delay in animation is actually going to be their downfall as well, because it's not instant. Effectively a full wipe out there against Salty Springs.
Good point to bring up the different variations of those specials and being able to use them. I think especially like we're seeing Zera's here with that special that they have as well. I mean, I feel like as soon as Gray can use that Wave Breaker, that is just going to completely open up for the other team to be able to see where they need to go. We're seeing that consistently happen once we see that Wave Breaker used. And now, all the way to the 3rd checkpoint is the Honored Ones. They are just sitting back here making sure they get some jump-ins, getting through that 3rd checkpoint. Obito there just juggling the tower, is able to get through the 3rd checkpoint, but does go down. But luckily for them, we see Gray here actually hiding under the drop here, getting another drop in. And it seems like, you know, the Honored Ones, if they're able to just keep playing really aggressively and keep getting these really fast jump-ins, it seems like it's really working for them. Salty Springs, they're going to have to figure out how to counter that as we're heading into the last 20 seconds if they want to be able to win this in overtime.
Yeah, steamroll, snowball effect, call it what you will, and Kyo unfortunately would have been a large effort there in helping his team, but is going to go down. We'll still have the special online in the last 10 seconds here, and they will use it early as they get past where the first checkpoint would have been to try and continue on with overtime. Your Biscuit having a little bit of difficulty getting on top of the tower with that Kraken Royale getting bounced off by the plethora of Ink and Zera's. They're flanking around. That's going to help facilitate what has to have been at least the 3rd wipeout in about a minute and a half's time. And the snowball continues to pile up here for the Honored Ones, who are now 1 game away from eliminating Salty Springs and moving on to losers finals against Oro Jackson. A very strong performance, especially in the latter half of that game, where for their main push up to 9, they really demonstrated a great show of layering specials and not allowing Salty Springs to set up anywhere outside of spawn.
Yeah, they really did. They were able to use their cooler, and then that just seemed like, paired with the cooler, they constantly had specials ready. They were constantly able to keep jumping into each other. And once they were able to get that ball rolling, they were just consistently, you know, pushing and pushing that tower as we saw them get all the way past that 3rd checkpoint. So once they, like you said, were able to snowball that, that's where it really, really came into play for them. It seems like Salty Ones in the beginning of that, they were playing a lot slower, but they were also, you know, getting past the first checkpoint, playing really slow, trying to wait for the Kraken maybe to get a push in. But as soon as the Honored Ones was able to get that snowball happening, that's when it all just really spiraled.
Well, Salty Springs wasting no time and with no hesitation in picking the 3rd map mode combination here for this set. It's going to be Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino. Either way this game goes, their last counter pick of this set. And now it's going to hinge itself on a more mobile game mode where the objective is kind of constantly moving around to where the clams are set up to be. You've got Museum d'Alfonsino as the map, which is a quite common venue as well for Clam Blitz in and of itself, and not too dissimilar from the way that Inkball Art Academy is played. You kind of have that lower sort of middle ground area. You've got that raised platform area that's, you know, gives you great view over everything. It does have sort of normally the spinning platform in the middle, of course, but and then the actual barricade not too far from when you get up onto that platform. So really lots of opportunities for short to mid-range weapons to be very effective and to get into opportunities where they can be in their effective range and get picks, or for somebody like Biscuit who is using that Kraken Royale, if they stay on the custom range blaster, to sort of move around and have a general idea of where to pop it and where it's going to be safe for them.
Okay, looks like we're headed in here. I heard the game starting. We're going to be able to see too what specials, what weapons come out from these teams. I saw that Salty Springs, they readied up pretty fast here. So let's go ahead and take a look at these comps. We see Kyo actually going over to the Wiper. We see a Squeezer coming out as well. So even though they readied up fast, they said, hey, we know what weapons we're switching to. We're going to do this really fast here. On the other side, looks like we see the same comp coming out from the Honor one. So hey, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it.
Don't need to fix it. Very common phrase there. And the double Trizuka composition from Salty Springs. So they really are going to rely on the hyper offense here. And Zera's trying to get into a spot where they can maneuver around, but gets taken out, it looks like, by maybe one of those Trizukas, whereas Kyo has already built up a power clam, 11 total sitting on the side of Salty Springs here, and they're going to hand it off to somebody else potentially to try and make use of the Ultra Stamp. They're more so going to make use of this wall, not even maneuvering around with the stamp, just opting to throw it and seeing if they can get a pick. Not too uncommon of a strategy in its own self, as Bagel backing things off. Again, that support player holding on to the power claim for now. Gray now trying to make use of this Kraken Royale themselves, taking a page out of Biscuit's book. It looks like just scaring the members of Salty Springs off, and we stay in somewhat of a neutral state.
Neutral state at first, Salty Springs is able to take mid, start pushing forward a little bit. Now, in turn, it's going to be the Honor ones. As we see, they're getting onto Salty Springs plat area, up on the spinner area, trying to take some space. But guess what? It looks like with Kyo moving forward here, 2 members going down on the side of the Honored ones. Now, this could be the opening for Salty Springs. We see that Zuka coming out from Biscuit does get a pick onto Gray. That's going to be really, really good for them if they're able to play off this. They do have the 15 clams at the ready, too. They just have to make sure that they play this carefully and fast.
Yeah, talking about Kyo, the main and sub weapon of that Splatana Wiper is so strong that they basically feel comfortable running it and just grabbing their Ultra Stamp, throwing it, and just seeing if they see anybody and trying to get that random pick, and then just continuing on with their day, using the Torpedo to try and spot out some members there, as they will go down this sort of mid-jump and throw of said Ultra Stamp. So nice shots there by you to help not only take control of mid and build up their tactical, but also to find some parting shots there and get a pick for their team. Even in terms of clams held, 11-11 as we're getting closer and closer to that halfway point, but control of the map currently a little bit more so in favor of the Honored ones. And now with that 3-down situation, forced with a full wipeout now as they clean it up, this has to be the first push of the game.
Ooh, this could snowball. Once again, we see the basket opening up. Another power clam in the basket for the Honored ones. And you saw you there actually use that cooler right as they were able to open up the basket. So even though they did open up the basket, they got their points to 60. I like that they cooled, and then they were able to all just get back into spawn really fast. You saw some jump backs paired with a member going down, so they were able to just regroup really fast. That fast play that's exactly what is helping them win these games if they're able to play off of that. Look at this. They were all back in spawn, and even though they all regrouped back in their spawn, they're already back in mid and taking down members of Salty Springs.
Yeah, and it seems as though it's by design, right? I mean, Zera's had at least some quick super jump, with their kit inherently, because they're going to be zip casting so much to get back to where they started it out, and just saving those 7 clams that they held turned out to be a smart move that allowed them to have a good amount of clams and get 3 down. But now maybe Salty Springs finding the ability to break through a little bit. We see mid becoming a little bit more blue. 2 down now on the side of the Honored ones, even though they had 2 power clams at their disposal. The CRB will fall on top of that, and it's just you having to back all the way off to the very far right reaches of their sniper perch and hang on to the lone power claim that remains in their favor. So bit by bit, Salty Springs trying to make it work. However, Zera's as ferocious as ever, getting a pick, finds another one there onto ice. And time, as we mentioned already, not in the favor of Salty Springs, and they need to do something now. Zera's getting tracked by that Torpedo, getting a few parting shots. But for now, the Honored ones, all they have to do is keep Salty Springs busy so that they can't pick up enough clams, try and make an earnest push here in overtime.
Keeping them busy. That's a great way to phrase that. They're just consistently poking at them, pushing them back. Maybe not getting a pick, but like we saw Zera's point of view, they're using the range of that stamper to just keep being a nuisance. That's really slowing down Salty from being able to do anything. Barrier actually opened up. I didn't see what happened there, but someone was able to open up the basket, able to score in that one clam. And even though they scored in that one clam, no follows up. This is going to be the opportunity for Salty Springs to be able to push forward with a member going down on the other team. You can see the Honored Ones is jumping back, trying to get ready for defense. And with 22 clams at the ready, Salty Springs, if they play this right, they could potentially win this.
Yeah, that was maybe the one caveat of the Honored Ones opening up that basket again, is getting that pretty clam to drop, I believe. So that's going to help contribute to the large number of power clams and regular clams that Salty Springs is now trying to juggle betwixt themselves. Bagel with a tactical at the ready, going to make use of it now, and this is going to be all or nothing here. 24 in total at the ready as we're here in overtime. They just need a couple plus some clams to go in, and they will have the victory. But Ice getting a little bit lost in the sauce. They're dropping down to make sure that they stay alive. Can they break the basket? And they do. It does connect, but they go 2 down. Are they able to throw in those last clams? They do get the pick off there on the Ultra Stamp, but they're going to be drawn like moths to a flame to that dropped power clam. Ice just desperately trying to stay alive as they're shooting shots of the Trizuka at their feet, and a full wipeout is not only going to cap this game, but the set and the tournament run for Salty Springs as the Honored Ones sweeping through them here, and they will move on from losers semis into losers finals to take on Oro Jackson.
Ooh, Salty Springs, that last game, we definitely saw signs of life there as they were getting they opened up that basket last possible second. They had the clams to try and make something happen, but just the defense set up from the Honored Ones was so good. So definitely GG's to Salty Springs. It was really nice to see these players playing together again in this high-level tournament. So even though they're out of the tournament, it was really awesome to see them play, I think.
Yeah, and most, I feel like, commonly played in tournament Clam Blitz maps do have maybe not a problem, but a consistent style of having a rather narrow track or available real estate to get through when you're trying to make it to the barricade. And naturally, it's going to be relatively close to the defending team's spawn. So whether they're coming back from spawn or whether they just have the knowledge to stay back and wait for them to get closer and closer to the basket, it's going to be an uphill battle for the team that is down in overtime. And so even though they had just a plethora of clams in overtime, 24 is about all you could ask for to make an overtime push with the juggling of those power clams, making sure they don't despawn. If anyone gets picked behind you or in a disadvantageous position, how do you go about reclaiming that power clam and trying to break the basket? And once the basket's open, that timer has started, and you have to be throwing clams in order to extend it, and that includes power clams. So if you don't have the real estate, the time, if you don't have the map control, it makes it so difficult to break through a stalwart defense, especially like the Honored Ones were able to put up. So as you mentioned, GG's to Salty Springs. I believe that puts them at 4th overall in the alpha bracket, and will lead us into losers finals very soon. But this is going to be a sort of knockdown drag out, and not just that, a rematch of one of the closer Splatoon sets I've ever seen, to the point where, if I remember correctly, game 5 ended also on Clam Blitz in the winner's semifinals by a single clam. I believe it was 3-2 on the scoreboard. So this one could truly go either way.
It really could. I remember watching that set as well. I was getting ready to do this. That set was so close. And for those who didn't get to see it, the Honored Ones versus Oro Jackson, who we're about to see in losers finals, they played each other already in the alpha bracket, and Oro Jackson actually sent the Honored Ones down into the losers bracket, scoring 3-2 over the Honored Ones. So that score says it all. It was so close, and like you said, Zach, I mean, even in the last game, it went to like the last possible thing that could happen in terms of clams at the end of there. So I honestly, either team could win this. And
taking a look at what competitions, at least I noted that they have been on, Oro Jackson sharing the similarity, of course, in the pencil. I believe that was Promano piloting that weapon for Oro Jackson, whereas we have, you on the Honored Ones, who's going to sort of fulfill that role. And then it breaks apart a little bit, because I believe Oro Jackson was using the double tactical or composition with Kyrie on the NZAP. So that's going to be another area to try and break through, is they are going to have more regularly those tacticalers online, and maybe even one over here on your left, one over here on your right. Which one are folks going to go to? They have the option of going to either one. So it's not necessarily that ideology of everybody at some point is going to be grouping up to grab that buff. it could happen in multiple places, or it could be, one after the other so that it's constantly online. And following that up, I believe Ko on the Slosher and Taki-chan or Takenoko on the Squeezer, which is a very strong weapon. I believe it's more popular sort of in the Japanese or Asian scene than it is for the most part NNA, but for SuperJump, we've seen a fair bit of it, and not just the vanilla variant either. The foil Squeezer has also made an appearance, so some very tough weapons to get through, and I believe both these teams know they're likely in for another tough and sort of arduous long-term marathon of a battle.
They really are. I mean, looking at it, like we were highlighting, these two teams have already played each other, so they already know exactly what they need to do against the other team. And that's, I always love that when we get to these final sets and in tournament, and you get to see, teams that have already played each other consistently throughout the tournament. I mean, I feel like tournament to tournament can be a little bit different, but when it's, the same tournament and you see the teams having played each other, just really knowing how they're playing, what weapons they're playing, what the other team, you might need to do differently against the other team, what counter picks maybe you want to do differently. That all comes to play when you finally get to play them again that second time.
Well, you mentioned consistency, and we are going to be starting out on a map and mode combination that we've already seen on stream today, or at least has been on stream today, which is Splatzone's Mahi Mahi Resort. So a tough to master map that is going to have a pretty basic zone shape, actually, just a nice simple square, nothing too crazy about it, but some definite challenges in terms of where you want to set yourself up, because the land is relatively flat here. There are some sort of elevated walls and sniper perches naturally, but there is not much room to hide, especially if things start to get out of control. If a team is able to push well past that zone and guard the drop down points on Mahi Mahi, it can be a bear to come back from if you don't have somebody to jump to that's safe.
I think this map too in particular, it's always, I feel like it's always been like a sniper type map, E-liter splatter scope, excuse me, but now with the pencil coming into the meta, it seems like that's the weapon that you want to play as your cooler weapon. But like you said, we might not necessarily see the pencil come out from one of the teams. They might come out with a zap, but I feel like that's really going to be helpful with the teams if they're able to utilize a pencil. And we'll see here heading into the first game what weapons are going to come out here.
All right, so taking a look here, this is going to be Oro Jackson, and they are going to have a Squeezer again with the honored ones. Now the Range Blaster going to be coming out yet again. It is going to be vanilla, so we'll have the Wave Breaker, as well as Obito on the 52-gallon. Zera is sticking around on that honored Stamper alongside you, sticking with the pencil. So it will be the double tactical composition as predicted there. However, the end stop is going to be one of the first, if not the first, to fall, as Kyrie's going to go down, and that's part of one of the ways the Range Blaster can have an immediate impact, is having a fair bit of range, hence its name, and the ability to peek sort of behind these walls and raised elements, and also get shots like that. Effectively 2 more picks, and a huge start here for the honored ones.
Really good start for the honor ones. Oh my goodness, able to utilize that Range Blaster so nicely. The Range Blaster has been so good on so many maps. This map in particular, and the honor ones, man, you see the strikes coming out from the other team, but the honored ones is just consistently staying here, guarding the zone. We see Zera's using that Zipcaster, trying to jumble up the other team in that play, and actually able to do so, as it's looking a little chaotic here. Finally, 2 members going down on the side of the honored ones. This could be the opening that they need.
Yeah, Ko getting a couple of nice shots there, using the vertical elevation there of that Slosher to get a pick. They will finally fall, and it will be traded out. So a couple going down on either side, but now finally the first push happening for Oro Jackson, and let's see what their offense is like. And they are sticking a couple behind the zone, sort of around where that tactical is set up. Of course, one of them is Pro Mono, using these walls to their advantage, and even sort of the raised boxes or sponges that are available to them. Zera's with literally nowhere to go, surrounded behind them and to their right with water, not able to make any changes happen with no Zipcaster online. The Wave Breaker is out as well. They're just able to jump over that with not much of an issue, and they're going to try to hold things down with that Tri-Strike. So as we can see, the composition of Oro Jackson may take a little bit to come online. It does need to sort of win one of those team fights pretty handily in order to start steamrolling, but they've almost caught up to the lead now that they have the zone.
Able to get the lead. Oro Jackson here. Man, they knew, okay, let's just hold the zone. Let's play this carefully. We're going to get the lead really quick. They do that, and now the Honored One's able to come in and cap the zone and at least give those penalty points over to Oro Jackson. So even though the zone has flipped side, you can see that Oro Jackson is now back in their spawn, regrouping, and I'm already seeing how close these two teams are going to be playing, considering how they previously played each other. I mean, it's looking like they're both playing so calculated, really fast as well. So as the score is just continuing to count down here for the Honored Ones, you can see they're jumping back, trying to play safe, and just trying to guard the zone as long as they can. Those penalty points are almost gone.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. Despite how close these are hard-won battles. These are taking multiple specials coming online, multiple picks, and a lot of regrouping, as you mentioned, Rissa, in spawn before even daring to set foot in mid, as folks like Obito are ready to chew through them if they make that mistake. Now, Kyrie trying to find some high ground here, just waiting for the right opportunity to peek out, but having to back off. Has the tactical in case they do go down, but the penalty just about taken away, and that would mean the lead flipping over for the Honored Ones, as it will just now. Even though the tri-strike comes out just a few seconds too late, they do have the tactical as well to try and make use of it. It's going to go over to the Honored Ones, 20 points with a minute and a half left to go. And we're seeing basically the same strategy from both teams. Just plop that tactical right in front of the zone, or right where the zone starts, and let your team sort of rush forward and try to get some picks. We see one going down basically almost in the drop down of the Honored Ones, and you trying to find some picks instead will have to back off as they go two down. And that's another thing I like about their gameplay, is they're not overextending when they hear that their team is losing members. They prefer holding on to whatever bits of their special that they can and waiting to push in as a group. We see the Killer Whale come out as well. That's a global special. It's not going to be too crazy. And Oro Jackson even feeling confident enough to use that tri-strike, not on the zone itself, but to prevent the Honored Ones from even dropping down in the first place.
That was a good idea to use that strike. That's going to allow them to put up essentially a wall that's going to stop Oro the other team from coming in to get the zone. And now with the lead switching actually over, we see Oro Jackson gets the lead here. The zone here is going to be recapped by the Honored Ones, but the Honored Ones is now the team that is going to be trying to fight for the lead as we head into the last 20 seconds of this.
Yeah, we got to see Xeris on the zip after the penalty, almost down, at least in single digits for now. And Xeris, despite how much they like to be on the offensive, having to use some of that pace to make sure that they can retain the zone long enough to grab the lead, and they will with about 10 seconds left. But they have the tri-strike for Oro Jackson. They're able to take it back. They cannot lose it if they want to go into overtime here. It's going to be close. They've already lost 2 members here. They just have this Zapid Slosher online, and with one of those players effectively being in spawn, it is just not going to be enough paint. I'm sure if the time were extended here, we could see these two teams go back and forth practically forever. But at least for this one, the Honored One's going to start us out with a 1-0 set lead.
Who, like you said, I mean, both of these teams, they're doing kind of essentially the same thing. They're making sure they throw the cooler ahead of their team that's about to run in. They're able to all get the cooler, and then if they go down, they're going to be right back in the action, or going to be regrouping, jumping back with their team. So it's really interesting to see how both of these teams are essentially doing the same thing, just one team, Oro Jackson, having 2 coolers. So I feel like if they're really able to get that snowball and get the double cooler going, that could really, really be in favor for them. But it's very interesting just watching these two teams kind of do the same things back and forth and see who can really get the upper hand.
And it's another reason to like counterpicking in this scenario, because if you have the opposite situation where you're working off a set map mode combination for every single game, then any team where they're down in the set and the two teams are relatively close in skill level are going to be at the beck and call of whatever the higher powers that be have decided are going to be the map and mode for that set. Whereas for counterpicking, you put the control into the hands of the team that went down, knowing, of course, the opposing team very well, both in the way they played game 1 and the way that they took each other on in the winner's side of the bracket. And as a result of that, we now have our next map and mode combination as Tower Control Ship Shape Cargo Co. So not unheard of to see us go over to Tower Control for game 2, but Ship Shape is quite an interesting pick. There are parts of the map that are quite open. You've got some ramps, and then there are these tight little checkpoints or choke points that you have that you need to break through that are not always the easiest. especially if you're dealing with a mid to long range weapon or something like the range blaster that we've seen quite a bit in this tournament.
Yeah, especially when you think about that first checkpoint. If you're the team that's trying to get through that first checkpoint and there's suddenly a range blaster utilizing their range poking at you from the different levels of this map, it could definitely get really, really hairy. So you have to play that really, really carefully. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that heading in to the second game here. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what weapons we have coming out from these teams.
Yeah, unswayed, I feel like, by the mode. I think it was Russian Popcorn who said that the biggest change in composition on the side of Oro Jackson was skin swapping for the Slosher there from Ko, going over now to the Hero Slosher. But on the opposite side of things, we are going to see the custom range blaster come out. So really prioritizing the invulnerability once it actually gets online. The animation comes out of the Kraken Royale. So let's see how this shapes out. Takinoko going to find a pick there onto Gray using the great range of that squeezer. And it is going to be the regular squeezer. We've talked about how the Inksuka, one of the most prevalent offensive threats special-wise that you can bring, maybe for defensive or support purposes, that belongs to this Tri-Strike, which we saw just come out. And Obito, despite also the potential of their weapon being the 52 gal, not able to stay alive as Oro Jackson pushes the tower first.
Oro Jackson here riding the tower. I love that Promano is on that pencil, making sure that they're poking at the other team with that range of the pencil, but also getting jump-ins for their teammate. We see that cooler come out as well. And now 3 members do go down on the side of Oro Jackson, but you can see they were cooled up. They're right back in the action, and they're ready to take on the other team as they're trying to push the tower to the first checkpoint. You see, being able to be coolered up and going back to spawn, they're already having that Tri-Strike ready, and that's already allowing them to push back into mid and be right next to the tower.
Yeah, and I'm always so fascinated as we see Ko go down, the choice of when to use specials like the Tri-Strike that are only effective in a certain area. Do you wait to use it until you get to a checkpoint and you know the tower is stationary? Do you wait to use it in mid when you're getting a lot of value for the map control that you're taking, or just in an area where you know it's likely that members of the other team are grouped up? As we see Zera's not caring about any of that, as they can go effectively wherever they want within the time limit of that Zipcaster. But within that time, a full wipeout forced against Oro Jackson, that will not only give them the lead, but a great chance to get to that second and final checkpoint here. With no specials currently online, they did use a lot to get to this point, but it is looking very strong for the leading team here in Orange.
You can see they were trying to juggle the tower as much as they could. They know that, okay, let's just try and get through this checkpoint here. This is just going to be a really, really good point for us if we're able to get through the second checkpoint, though. Not quite able to get through the second checkpoint. They did have to go back and regroup with each other, which is always very, these teams are just so good about doing that consistently. So they're already back into mid. They're able to try and take on, my goodness, it's a bloodbath back and forth. Both teams have essentially 2 members go down. And as we see Oro Jackson here taking mid, getting on the tower, they know that they're the team, okay, we need to get on the tower, we need to get through these checkpoints, and we need to get the lead. It's very, very close, and they're able to take down 2 members of the Honored Ones, so it looks like this could be a great start for them.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing just how tough this map can be because it's a large, flat, open area. There's not many places to hide, so sometimes range just wins out. And the 52, despite having decent range, is not always going to beat out things like an Inksuka, and that is going to, in part, give Oro Jackson that lead back. Again, that pendulum swinging right back in their favor. They're going to ride this tower all the way through using the cover of not only the splash wall, but the triple ink strikes coming out. We've already talked ad nauseum about how effective that special can be. And I also want to shout out the spec cam there for showing a bit of what makes that composition so tough to deal with. After that tower was going back to mid, we still saw Zera's in the bottom left-hand corner skirmishing with 2 members there of the Honored Ones. So making sure that it was so difficult for them to get away. Zera's doing such a good job of holding it down for, I should say, the Honored Ones against Oro Jackson, and that's going to help give them a win there on tower control.
Cool. I like how you said the pendulum swinging back and forth, as once one team is able to get that upper hand, I mean, it just completely spirals. And both teams, I like too that we got to see a lot of each team utilizing the pencil as well. I mean, that's definitely a weapon that's in the meta, but each team, you know, making sure they had their pencil on the tower, making sure they got jump-ins for their teammates. And I feel like I feel like as I'm watching this, I'm just kind of realizing how much in the meta jump-ins like that, you're just essentially a squid beacon for your teammates, able to get those in and play fast. And that's really, you just have to play careful in this meta, but then once you're able to start playing fast with those jump-ins, start taking space really fast. I mean, I feel like that's what I'm really realizing that here as we're watching this set go on.
Yeah, and sort of to go back a little bit, I mean, Xera's was, you know, them being distracted and them being sort of still in the thick of things. Maybe that's part of what led Oro Jackson to success in taking that game number 2 here. Is we're going to go over now to Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge, a very common map here for Clam Blitz, something that I'm not surprised to see included in the map list for this tournament SuperJump 4. And to take a look at the compositions here, again, not too many changes because we're no longer on tower control. We're not going to see Gray on the custom variant of the Range Blaster, but getting back to that Suction Bomb and the Wave Breaker of the vanilla variant. On the opposite side of things, still sticking with, of course, the Squeezer and the double tactical composition, and trying to find ground as always in mid. It takes only 10 to 15 seconds for one, if not both of those coolers to come online, and now it's all about finding the opportunity to grab control of mid.
Ooh, 3 members going down right away on one side, and I'm like, look at this, strikes coming out right away from Oro Jackson. They're able to just start taking space immediately and playing off of those picks that they got. That it was very, very crucial for them right in the beginning, playing fast off of that, able to use those strikes to start taking space, and then playing off of that, able to score in only 1 clam though, so not necessarily a huge lead, but definitely starting out the rumble of these 2 teams and starting what's going to happen and starting to see what's going to happen here back and forth.
Yeah, teams that are pretty even in skill level, sometimes it can take them several minutes for either team to get on the scoreboard, and Oro Jackson wasting no time. But again, with that, they do put themselves into a vulnerable position where the Honored Ones can not only take map control back, but build up an enormous amount of clams. They had 23 at one point. We see the 2 power clams on the ground. Can anyone pick them up? Xera's having to forego 7 clams in favor of the power clam that was about to be spawned there. Both teams able to find a pick, as well as Promano perpetually on that high ground. It would be rare to see them anywhere else besides the high ground or hiding behind a wall to try and make the most out of this pencil here. And for both teams, it really has been about who can get the early pick and make the most of it. Takemono, they're trying to find an area with which they can push forward, or Noko rather, trying to get a pick there, is not able to find one. On you looking for another, but in the meantime, the lead shifting over to the Honored Ones as the Killer Whale going to try and dissuade anyone from Oro Jackson from progressing forward. You can see a great amount of map control, and they breeze past the halfway mark. They're getting all the way up to 36. They jump in with 3 more clams, all of which go in. And despite a recovery finally from Oro Jackson, this game has been busted wide open by the Honored Ones.
Yeah, the Honored Ones really able to get a extremely strong lead here, pretty close to the beginning-ish of this game as we head into the middle. About 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining of this, and 2 members going down on the side of Oro Jackson is just going to seem like continue the momentum that the Honored Ones has. I mean, we see Xera's there utilizing that Zipcaster, just scrambling anything that was trying to get set up by Oro Jackson. 3 members down now essentially on the side of Oro Jackson, and with so much blue paint on the board, clams at the ready here from you as we see them holding this power clam. There goes that cooler as well. You can see they're trying to get set up for a push. Looks like they're going to have to slow it down maybe just a little bit, as they did have a member go down, but I like the usage of these specials to at least hold mid. They're not necessarily going to get a push in, but they're going to hold mid and hold the space that they have.
Yeah, just as in Splatoon, as in a lot of other games, the supports are commonly the target of the hyper-aggressive and offensive-minded players here. As Xera, as we saw, go after Promano the last time they were using it, they're going to get them again way deeper in spawn, but by the same methodology, using that Zipcaster to take them out. However, they're going to be the last member of the Honored Ones standing a full wipe out there, and now finally, perhaps with a minute and a half left to go, Oro Jackson with some time to breathe, and they're not going to wait a single second. They get the power clam in. They have co-deposit the couple of clams that they had. Promano going back desperately to the pity clam. Are they able to jump in? Can they safely jump in? And although there's a lot of blue there, they are able to throw it. They will go down immediately, but that's the price you have to pay. But a demonstration of just how effective that original lead for the Honored Ones was, that still stands despite all of that hard work and multiple power clams with under a minute left to go. Still work to be done for Oro Jackson.
Oro Jackson having about 50 seconds left of this match. Definitely still time to make something happen. They do have to be really careful, though, as the Honored Ones is starting to try and get a push in. Talk about being careful. They just played that defense beautifully. Now Oro Jackson is the team that has the member advantage. You can see that they're trying to push forward really fast on that right side to try and get a push going, but defense coming out from Zeros there. Zeros actually goes down as they were in the middle of that defensive play there. And man, the defense right now from the Honored Ones, they have to play this so carefully if they want to make sure that they don't let the other team in. They don't want to feed in. They don't want to necessarily use their specials at the wrong time, right? You can see they're just trying to play this carefully, as Oro Jackson is the team that needs to get the lead here if they want to win.
Yeah, Zeros has been attempting to tattoo their name all over Fromano's identity for the entirety of this game, and that's not even the only tactical user that they have taking them out, waiting for the jump-ins, but it won't even be necessary. Overtime comes and goes. Maybe one of the faster clam blitz overtimes that I've ever seen, and it leads itself to the Honored Ones bouncing back and taking game 3 for a 2-1 lead in this set. And so the theme that I bring up a lot, and I know I do it, but it's such a good analogy of the pendulum going back in favor of the Honored Ones, and another demonstration of why the set that they had in winners also went to game 5. This one currently looking to be on the same trajectory, but each game needs to be taken as an individual. The counter pick comes back into play for Oro Jackson. We've just seen Clam Blitz come through. I know too that Brush and Popgun were talking about how Rainmaker has been a rarity for the most part in this tournament, but we may go back there, or maybe even go back to a mode that we've already seen, something like Splat Zones. I'd be very interested to see where it is that we will end up here for game 4.
I'm really interested too, especially since these two teams have been playing each other so much today. They're really going to have to really hone in on those fine details of what they need to do in terms of a counter pick. So I'm actually really interested too. At this high of a level, you know, what are you going to be picking in terms of a team that's almost essentially evenly matched against you? You know, you can't necessarily counter pick weapons. You can't necessarily counter pick, you know, something to stop the other team, because you kind of have similar way that you play and similar comp as well. So look, as we wait here, it's looking like I'm watching here. I'm gonna be headed to potentially Splat Zones, like as we can see on our screen here. Wait, no, wait, they're messing with us.
Yeah, as soon as you say Splat Zones, they're like, no, we can't go to Splat Zones anymore. Rissa just called it out, dude. We can't make it right. And I think they're shuffling it back. I can see them moving between all the different modes rapidly. Maybe they've settled down on Splat Zones, but I also don't want to say it and then have my commentator privileges revoked for being wrong for the 20,000th time. But I will sort of continue on with what you were talking about, which is at this level, it's about teams carving their own niche in the meta. Like, there is not much room to get outside of the meta. There are the occasional players who really, really favor one weapon and are great with it no matter the meta. But for the majority of the player base, they are going to need to play to the meta to an extent, as we see now that game 4 will indeed be Splat Zones going over to Robo Ramen. I feel like for one of our teams here, that being Oro Jackson, they have not really deviated at all, save for maybe a Slosher skin, and that not even is changing the kit of the weapon itself. More changes possible here for the Honored Ones that we could see from their team, but they've also felt pretty solid with what they're going, just kind of tweaking variants here and there.
Yeah, I agree. They seem pretty solid with the way that they're playing. It just really comes down to, at this high level, like we were talking about, you know, team plays, playing correctly, playing fast when you need to, playing defensively and a lot slower when you need to. That it's really going to be at this level, not necessarily weapons. You know, these teams probably aren't going to be tweaking too much. It's really just going to be more so off of those team plays and playing synergistically around each other, whether you need to be going fast or whether you need to be slowing down.
Yeah, and this map, not too dissimilar from Mahi Mahi in terms of the zone shape, but definitely I feel like some room to be a bit more sneaky with where you approach from. There are some elevation changes and ramps and walls that make you able to sort of pop up and attack the zone from more angles than maybe Mahi Mahi's sort of static, only horizontal and only vertical walls that are present there. So I'm interested to see how they take that and use it for game number 4. This could be the deciding game. Let's see if the set ends here or if we go to game 5, and no surprise there for the members of Oro Jackson. They will not be shaking things up terribly, and only the change from the range to the custom range blaster for Gray to write home about for the Honored Ones.
All right, both teams coming in here, and we're gonna have to see. I mean, I'm really interested too with that double cooler that Oro Jackson has been playing. This is a lot shorter map, right? So it seems like maybe you only need essentially one cooler when I'm thinking about it, but this is the niche that they've been playing. They're very comfortable with that double cooler. They know exactly how to play around it. So I'm very intrigued about how it's going to be played here. 2 members going down on the side of Oro Jackson. The Honored Ones pushing forward, gonna swap the zone here and have a member go down, but you see Gray here push forward with this blaster poking at the remaining members. We see that Pencil as well poking behind Gray, just allowing them to try and hold space.
Yeah, Gray just barely at the extent of that range there for the Kraken Royale, able to take down Ko, and surprised that they're able to stay alive. Not only that, but get 2 total picks, really helping to turn things around here potentially. And Obito also really helping the efforts here for the Honored Ones. We haven't mentioned their name as much, but a long-time Splatoon player, and maybe even the tip of the spear for Xeris, really helping to paint things as well for some of the weapons in that comp, like for example the custom range blaster, that are not able to paint so much for themselves. Looking at the opposite side now, the Slosher going to fall, and that is still going to be an extension of the lead for Oro Jackson, but with that Kraken Royale coming out yet again, a tag team effort as the offense is going to help be what gets the Honored Ones into the zone. So a bit of a discrepancy in style here. We haven't seen as much of a hyper offensive technique from Oro Jackson, and we've talked a bit about that their thought processes and their strategies are pretty similar. Maybe that's the one difference, is that we see Oro Jackson taking a little bit less of these crazy offensive angles than we see the Honored Ones taking.
Good point to bring up. When we look at the Honored Ones, like we were watching from the point of view of that Kraken, we saw Gray with the Kraken, we saw Xeris with that Zipcaster paired up, playing just really aggressively together with both of their specials. And if they're able to make things happen that way, that's how they're seeming to consistently play around that. Their teammates, Obito, Pencil as well, able to just play aggressively. You on that Pencil able to play aggressively around those plays. But like you said, on the other side, Oro Jackson playing a lot slower. It looks like they're trying to group up and get specials and play a lot slower off of that. And I mean, right now it seems like as we're seeing the zone fluff switch over to the Honored Ones, that type of gameplay for the Honored Ones came into play there for them to be able to get the zone back.
Yeah, you likely feeling fortunate to have Gray on their side with how much they're rushing forward with that Kraken Royale and trying to take away any long ditch presence that might try to take effect on the zone. Ko also using the Slosher to try and get some picks over the wall, instead dropping down for the opposite strategy and finding Gray. As a result of that, they've got the lead and not too big of a penalty to chew through here. You seeing one on the left and able to get one with a parting shot there on to Takenoko, looking as well for any sort of, I'm not sure that the Pencil has as much range to take control of the zone. They are able to help their team with it, but it's not quite enough to give Oro Jackson the penalty. And that's happened not just this time, 3 or 4 times now, I think. They've been on the brink of giving Oro Jackson a penalty, which would actually change the game quite a bit despite having a pretty substantial lead. Now finally giving a 42-point penalty, and I think that's what the Honored Ones have been trying to do for maybe a minute long at this point, that they finally get done. Let's hope it's not too little too late for them.
Yeah, definitely. I hope so too, for them, their sake. I mean, you consistently see that Kraken ready from Gray. You consistently see the whales coming out from Obito, Zipcaster coming out from Xeris. It seems like they've just consistently been using those, and Yu is back there trying to paint behind all those specials paired with Obito's Gal, I'm sure, just to try and cap the zone. And like you said, it finally paid off for them. They're able actually to take down one member of Oro Jackson as well, and able to take the lead here. It looks like at the last possible second, though, Oro Jackson switches the zone for themselves, but not in time for them to be able to have the lead. So heading into the last minute of this, the lead actually swapping over to the Honored Ones. They definitely they put in a big fight for that lead, and now heading into the last 30 seconds of this, with the way these two teams have been playing, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, Splatoon really a game of interest there. Maybe it's just because we were spectating them, but Ko, it felt like, really had the lead shift in their hands. They're trying to find the right opportunity or just availability to peek out from that wall and get an opportunity to use their tri-strike, and it comes out literally a point too late with not much time left on the board. Gray missing that shot there and not able to get a pick. They will go down as a result, and that is going to mean only 3, now 2 members left alive to try and defend this lead here in the waning seconds of this one. The Katana Stamper will go down. I believe that's Zera's Obito falling as well as a result as we get into overtime here. And now it's going to be Oro Jackson trying to hold on to things. They don't have much longer left to go. Zera is going to be popping out the Zipcaster. Can they find any picks? They'll go down right on top of the zone. So one of their last chances here will fall. Great show of power there from Oro Jackson. And it looks like we're going to a game 5 yet again between these teams.
Back to a game 5. Man, these two teams, once one of them is able to get set up, they're able to play so well around their teammates. It's just, we're like we saw the Honored Ones just consistently trying to get an opening to get the zone for themselves throughout that whole entire game. And it's just so back and forth with these teams.
And again, it does somewhat come down to map and mode combination there. I talk about the many times that the zone almost changed over but didn't quite fully go, and how many opportunities there were to give a penalty over to the enemy team that were not quite taken advantage of, or using that special timely enough to where you're able to save the lead. And sometimes that's just, there's no opportunity for you to break through. Somebody's guarding your jump up from the wall. Somebody is, either in your ear and comms telling you to wait, or you're just waiting for the right opportunity to get that special used. But it really is just so close in terms of the split-second decisions that these teams are making. And now one last counter pick, one last chance for one of these teams to make an impact here on game 5. We go from Splat Zone's Robo Ramen to likely another mode here. I believe that was the second instance of Splat Zones in this one. So we'll have to see what we go to next. It will be the counter pick of the Honored Ones, as this one has gone sort of here and there. So there's not been any doubling up, no reverse sweep to be had. It's just blows being traded back and forth, and potentially I see maybe going over to tower control, Rissa, to finish this one out.
Oh, yep. Headed to tower control, back on that last set that we got to commentate between the other two teams. Back on that consistently good tower control map, Inkling Art Academy. That one's just a solid pick all around. I think this is going to be a great one to end on too, considering how close these teams have been playing against each other. So I think it's going to be a great pick for a last game here, and it's very even, very just up in the air. I'm not sure what's going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, and you look at just what we've seen so far is that the compositions are not drastically changing, right? So maybe again, Gray goes over to the custom range blaster because it's tower control, and then you have the Kraken Royale, but the weapon stays the same, and everybody else basically doesn't change. So the two pencils, we've got Romano, who is being constantly beset upon by Zeras, but has still been able to make a great effort, has popped their tactical or quite consistently with the help too of Kyrie on that end zap. And then you have Ko as your slosher. There are some walls that are just the right height for sloshers to kind of go up and over to make an impact on potentially the pencil player for the enemy team there. For the Honored Ones, of course, that would be you. And then Takedoko on that squeezer. So you're going to have likely the vanilla squeezer, which will give you the Inkzuka. That'll give you a good amount of range as well. You don't have to be necessarily near the tower in order to take folks out that are sort of concentrated in a rather small area. So nothing like the Booyah Bomb that we saw from Kyo in a previous set, for example, but still lots of things like the Tri-Strike to finish us out here in Game 5, which again takes place here on Tower Control, Inkling Art Academy.
All right, taking a look at these teams' comp, and it looks like coming out, both teams are going to be sticking to the same things that we've been seeing them play. Just that main switch up is going to be Gray, going to be playing the Range Blaster variant that has the Wave Breaker instead of the Kraken this time around, as we've consistently seen them kind of switch back and forth depending on what the map and mode is. So that Wave Breaker I think is going to be very helpful for them here, going to be able to help them spot out anyone sharking. There's a lot of sharking points, I think, on this this map and mode if you're going to be the team that's trying to push. So great. That's going to be a great call to get chip damage paired with this whale that comes out from Obito. Going to be able to spot out the other team. And initially here, the Honored Ones able to get the first checkpoint.
And then the 52, just anything with a wall, really. The way that this map is set up, especially for something like tower control, it's great to have a wall, not just for the tower itself, but for how tiny the hallways or areas that you can maneuver around in are set up. And that's already going to be past the halfway point here for the Honored Ones. So a great start, and they're continuing past it already up to checkpoint 2. They've gotten the squeezer out of the way. Ko all the way backed out on this blocker, and they're having to move a ways away again because of that killer rail. Burst bombs and actual shots from the range blaster coming at them. It's so difficult to set up. This one may end as quickly as it started here. Finally, the pencil will go down, but they may be able to jump in just as quickly. Up to 20 now. Finally, 2 members down on the side of the Honored Ones. So a bit of a defense put up from Oro Jackson, but it took a lot already off of the objective and an early start, something we haven't really seen Rissa this entire set.
Yeah, definitely. They're just, you know, this was a really, really good opening for them, able to initially just take so much space, play really aggressively, play really snowbally, and able to make something happen right away. I mean, look at this, too. They're able to take down 2 members again of Oro Jackson here, and this is definitely a really good turnaround for them, just playing super, super aggressively like this. No, unfortunately, we saw from our point of view that member there take a swim, but man, just consistent, you know, map presence coming out right now from the Honored Ones.
Yeah, that may have been Takenoko going down there on that squeezer into the water. It's no mahi-mahi, but it's still present if you get into the wrong situation. And now the Honored Ones still holding down mid. The tri-strike from Oro Jackson is going to attempt to retract some of that away. They're going to get the picker on Dakota. Zera's hitting the pick, jumping to a teammate, looking for a second one. They had the burst bomb out. I'm not sure if it connected. They will end up with the trade there on the Takenoko as well. And the wave breaker, as you pointed out, Rissa, coming out, allowing them to try and spot out and potentially damage some members of Oro Jackson. They are going to be able to jump over it. Obito will call Kyrie, looking for a second one there onto Gray, and they will get it. But this back and forth still benefiting the Honored Ones, even if they're trading out. They have the tactical buff for the respawning much quicker. Zera's finding some picks there, which has been super beneficial for their team. And you have Ko trying to back off the pencil there as well. So it's really a recipe for disaster for an Oro Jackson team that, with a minute 50 in, has just now started their first push.
Yeah, they're just starting their first push, and they're immediately, it looks like, man, immediately being taken down as you see the members of Oro Jackson, they're grouping up, trying to make something happen, trying to play off of each other fast like they tend to do. But I mean, it seems like the Honored Ones recognize that. They're putting a stop to it. They're kind of, you know, staying back and utilizing the range of their weapons, it seems like, here as we're heading into the last minute of this. So that type of defense is working out really well for them. That blaster, the stamper, the pencil range, looks like they're setting that up as their defense and not letting Oro Jackson get to the tower at all, not letting them get into mid. It's just consistent dominance right now coming out from the Honored Ones.
But now maybe Oro Jackson trying to find some footing here. We see Promano set up in a position where they can back off. A couple of members there of the Honored Ones that are setting up on the tower. However, yet again, they're being attacked from the side by the Zipcaster. They're able to reposition and get away. And not just that, but find a pick there onto Gray before finally falling. But that is one of your tactical spawners down, as Zera is looking to find something using their mobility here. They just cannot find it. And the tag team from Obito coming, I think, a little bit too late with 30 seconds left to go. But once again, just taking time off the clock is all they need. A 2-down situation force against Oro Jackson. That means those players are going to be lagging behind in terms of getting their specials online. And Takenoko, who's one of the closer to their specials, let's see if they can get this Bazooka available. They're having to shark around, seeing if they can get a pick here from behind on the Honored Ones. They are going to get Obito before that wall comes online, but with 5 seconds left to go, still going to be very much enough hook line.
Ooh, heading into overtime here. You can see, the members of, oh my goodness, Oro Jackson do go down, and just like that, the Honored Ones is going to go ahead and take that game 5 in a actually pretty dominant fashion. It seemed like there, as soon as they got the big points on the board and then got their defense set up, man, they were just on a roll there. But I honestly could have seen it switching back and forth to just depending on how we've seen these two teams play. But man, that means the Honored One's going to be headed to grand finals and going to be trying to win this.
Not just that, but avenging their 3-2 game loss in winter semifinals against Oro Jackson, the one that came down, as we mentioned, at the top of this set to literally a single clam. And ironically, this game 5, the most emphatic one of the bunch as compared to a very, very close Clam Blitz game 5 in our winter semifinals. So congratulations to both teams, really. I mean, with Oro Jackson finishing 3rd in the entire tournament, especially in our alpha bracket here, and with the Honored Ones making it back to take on Metro in our grand final. So this is going to be super interesting. Metro taking on Oro Jackson, that one going the distance as well, going to a game 5. There was even some DCs in that one. Metro winning what was effectively a 3v4 in one of those games. That shows you their level of skill and tenacity as well in hanging on to take a game. 1 out of 2, I should say. They did have another DC game that they did fall in, but we'll have to see if this is a Metro team that has those DCs resolved. This is going to be a scary prospect for an Honored Ones team that, despite having to feel great after coming back, taking the best of 5, avenging the losses we mentioned there in winter semis, now has the daunting task of the grand finals matchup against Metro.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're especially too, when we look at it, the Honored Ones is like nice and warmed up. They got their synergy going. They're ready to take on Metro as they previously have. So we're going to go ahead and take a pause on that. And then we actually have a video to go ahead and play for everyone here before we head into grand finals. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Sidelines, just trying to get something done, but the really nice shot across the side angle will actually work. In fact, getting Bagel as well.
Oh, that's Suka taking 2! Oh, the Carbon having such a play about it.
That is huge. Very great shot by Ice because with the Booyah Bomb and a lot of ping power and a 4-wide.
This right here is my favorite thing ever in the history of forever.
Yeah, so we're going to have 20XX League coming out, as you saw there in the video. Super exciting. It's got some great points to it, and it's coming up too, August 3rd being the first one. Rissa, why don't you tell the people a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so like we saw in the video and like you said, first qualifier for the 20XX League is going to be Saturday, August 3rd, and then registration is actually open right now, so you can go ahead and head right over to go ahead and register for that. It's also going to be co-streamed by both Dapple and IPL, so we're going to be seeing it on Dapple stream and here as well. There's a $100 prize pool, and then the top 3 teams qualify for the league.
Yeah, and just showing some of the teams that participated in some previous 20XXs, this is going to be super exciting. Again, the Discord you can join is dapple.inc/20XX. Not only that, but the winner of SuperJump gets invited to the 20XX League in September. So another thing to sweeten the pot even this late as we get into grand finals here for the ultimate winner of SuperJump 4. So super exciting. As Rissa said, Saturday, August 3rd is going to be when the first qualifier is, so do not miss it. If you're interested, go on over to the Discord server, dapple.inc/20XX for more details. But super exciting there. And now we have even more stakes at hand in these grand finals taking place between Metro from the winner side of the bracket and the Honored Ones from the loser side, coming off of an incredibly close best of 5 that went all the way to 5.
And like, if you are just tuning in, so Zach and I were talking a little bit about how Metro and the Honored Ones have already played each other. That game, that set went all the way to a game 5, and they're actually, I mean, man, the Honored Ones just seems to be consistently getting these game 5s today, really putting in the with make sure that they get their way through the bracket. So with Metro being the team that sent the Honored Ones into losers bracket, this is going to be a very good rematch, I think.
And just looking at the compositions, you know, we've seen quite a bit of the Honored Ones at this point, so we are pretty well familiar with their game. Xeris, Yu, Gray, Obito, Gray, you know, shifting between the different range blasters, and Yu on the pencil. Xeris sticking with the Splatoon Stamper, and then Obito kind of going a couple of different areas, including the 52 gal, as well as things like the hero shot at their disposal. And now we factor in a Metro team that I believe is a pickup, but has done great things so far. I want to call out and mention, not call out, but to shout out Zenith in particular, who just last weekend won a tournament that I was part of called the Virtual Summer Splatoon Showdown for VTuber and PNG tubers, and they looked absolutely dominant in that tournament. That being said, was more of a fun and casual geared tournament, but their gameplay was no joke. I believe on the Splatana, they dropped a 30 bomb at one point.
Oh my goodness.
Which was super impressive to see. And just seeing how awesome they've played today, even with the disconnect troubles that we saw in the couple of games during winners finals. They are really a force to be reckoned with. They've got Yaotl as well, sort of likely to be their pencil player, that sort of support backline. They've got Atomic as well, maybe a foil squeezer player, which the Honored Ones already had to deal with. They had Takidoko on the squeezer. Now they're probably going to have to take on another squeezer player if that's how Atomic is going to play. And then Yukari potentially, and of course Zenith rounding things out. So a tough roster, and starting things out again on Splat Zones, but this time going over to Barnacle and Dime for game 1.
Gonna be headed to Barnacle and Dime for game 1. I don't know if either of these teams have previously played each other on this map and mode, but I think starting out on a zones map like this is always a good start to see how the two teams will end up playing against each other. Of course, the Honored Ones being nice and warmed up coming off of that losers finals set. Metro, they've been waiting for a little bit here in grand finals, waiting to see who comes up from losers finals. So I always am curious too in these first grand finals games if the team that's more warmed up is going to be the team that maybe has the upper hand, or the team that's been able to take a little break, take a little breather is the team too that might have the upper hand in the beginning of the set.
Yeah, and Metro, not a flawless journey either, which shows a bit of their tenacity as well. You know, starting things out, they were able to get the sweep over Facade, who made it quite far in losers. So a tough first round matchup, actually, even though they were able to come away with a sweep, only losing in losers quarters to Salty Springs 3-1. Then eventually going over to take on Moonlight. They dropped the game but got the win, of course. Moonlight, a tough team in its own right, and then going up against Salty Springs, which is effectively, you know, Starburst and Kyo, a very tough matchup there that they sweep through. So really strong performance there. And then the back and forth 5-game series against Oro Jackson, they come away victorious there, and they earn their spot in the grand finals from the winner's side of the bracket. And of course, we've mentioned how the Honored Ones has made it. They didn't face too much resistance themselves, at least on paper, until they got to that matchup against Oro Jackson, taking down Black Lotus and added value in sweeps each. So they haven't played as many games as some other teams in this tournament, but they have had some slogs with a couple of game 5 series. So it's been tough to get through, but both of these teams, I'm guessing, feeling warmed up and ready. Maybe Metro. It's always interesting to hear about what teams do as well to keep themselves busy or warmed up while they wait. Some teams jump into ranked. Some teams will just kind of talk about things in VC, or they'll have their own strategies or use hand warmers. So I'd be interested to know sort of where these teams sort of like to go, or what they like to do when they're waiting for these sets to happen, when they're waiting to be called up, essentially. But for each team, what we have been able to see on stream from them is pretty strong dominance. I do, of course, as a caster, love when it goes the distance, so I'm hoping the same for this set as well. But if it's anything like the Oro Jackson match, which the Honored Ones and Oro Jackson played each other super closely, I have to guess that this one's going to be around as close as we saw there.
I know, I'm guessing the same thing too. These teams, this tournament is bringing out the top players right now in Splatoon, and it's really great to see these top players, because I feel like, you know, you kind of see them sprinkled throughout tournaments that happen weekly or monthly, but you don't necessarily get to see them all gathered in one place as of recent. You know, you don't really get to see them all playing in the same tournament together, so this is a real treat. And I mean, these top 3 teams, it's been so back and forth like we've seen so far, like you were just mentioning too. So the teams are at the ready here. We're going to go ahead and see shortly, once the final members ready up, who is going to be playing what weapons and what we're going to see in the set.
Yeah, and again, a throwback to when Popgun and Brush were casting, they talked about some of those other avenues through which they've been playing. Some teams also appearing in Ludi, for example, and teams that have been at LANs recently as well. We've got another LAN coming up shortly here. We've got Riptide in September. So another call out there if folks want to sign up for Riptide if they have not already. Again, if you missed those details, September 6th through 8th in Sandusky, Ohio at the Kalahari Resort. The slogan, "Make Your Splash," being the headline there. But Sandusky, you know, sort of a traditional venue alongside sort of the Wisconsin Dells Kalahari, a great one to go to. And if you want to sign up, if you have not already, or you just want to see what the competition is like, start.gg/Riptide is where you want to go. You would find there that there are over 300 people signed up for Splatoon alone, and nearly 1,200 people signed up in total to compete in one game or another, or multiple. So if you want to help contribute and potentially make this the largest Splatoon LAN in North America, go ahead to start.gg/Riptide. But enough about that. Grand Finals starting now on Splat Zone's Barnacle and Dime between Metro and the Honored Ones.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at what comps we're going to see here in this first game, potentially throughout the whole entire set. All right, so we just saw a lot of the Honored Ones playing. We got to see them go a little bit through that loser side of the bracket. Wait, Goss has ended the battle. Uh-oh, what's happening? Well, either way, looking at initially, I got to see some of their comps there, and the Honored Ones, looks like they're sticking with what we've got to see them play throughout the losers bracket here on stream.
Yeah, Atomic will be on the foil squeezer, it looks like, so they're going to have that same sort of range and potentially play style that we saw from, I believe, Takenoko there. On top of that, Pencil, of course, going to be coming out. That's a mainstay. That's very, very common to see. The Honored Ones, not surprisingly, not changing up their composition either. Really sticking with, you know, Gray, I think, was on that range blaster again, and then you sort of in their backline as the Pencil players there is coming out with the Stamper. So very interested to see how these will shape out. I love talking about how just flat this map is. There are a couple of little makeshift hallways. They're not fully enclosed. Like, there's exits on either side, so it's effectively just a wall, but they're low enough to where you can kind of shark around on them. They're not quite the same as something like Mako Mart, where you can just stay on the wall and peek out or anything. There's parts of it that are uninkable, but still a great starting arena to be had, and one that we haven't gotten to take a huge look at so far in this tournament. I feel like once you get to the later stages of a tournament, there are these perennial maps and modes that always make an appearance. I think TC Inkblot kind of falls under that domain among many. Clam Blitz Museum, for instance, but looks like we've got it, whatever it was, cleared up, and we're getting back into, for real this time, Game 1 in Grand Finals.
All right, Game 1 Grand Finals. Let's try this one more time, taking a look at these comps. So like we were highlighting on the side of the Honored Ones, we're seeing same comps that we've been seeing them play. Gray this time going to be playing the Kraken version of that range blaster. And then on the other side, we're getting to see what Metro has been playing. If you're just tuning in, you didn't necessarily get to see them play so far. We're seeing that Squeezer 52 gal, a shot, and a pencil. So actually, you know, a lot of the same, actually two of the same weapons happens here that we get to see from the Honored Ones. We'll see how this matchup initially takes place.
Yeah, and another thing commonly happening, which is that team members are grouping up or even jumping to where that tactical is. Effectively a one-for-one trade happening there as Zenith will also fall. Yaotl looking for a high ground position where they're not going to be set upon by Xera's there, and deciding to jump out as they effectively lost all of their teammates there. So an early start here for the Honored Ones, who are using a tactical placed well in front of the zone and quite near to the spawn area of Metro, saying, hey, we challenge you to come down where we're going to be grouped up and at potentially our most advantageous. And now trades are starting to happen, although it stays in favor of the Honored Ones, and included in that Gray, popping that Kraken Royale, seeing if they can get one, having to go up a couple of levels here, having to take down a wall as well. And I feel like taking an opposite way out there may not have even been splat there by the Kraken Royale, but time consistently winding down here for Metro.
Yes, I mean, they have, you know, with 26, 25 on the board for the Honored Ones, they're going to have to play this really, really fast if they want to get into the zone. We see that screen come out, but on the other side with Xera's using this Zipcaster, this could completely shut down the momentum that we're trying to see from Metro as they're trying to push in and get the zone. And just like that, they're at least able to come in and cap the zone, having a member go down on each team. Whew, I loved the usage of that screen there, was so clutch for Metro. They're able to push through that screen. They ignored the Zipcaster, which I think was really, really good for them. That Zipcaster could have been such a big distraction and allowed them not to push forward and paint the zone. So great job on them, able to get the zone and give those 75 penalty points over to the Honored Ones.
Yeah, it's that never back down, never what energy that you need to have if you've made it this far in Grand Finals. And as you mentioned, having to dodge around and not necessarily play the same game as Xera's is when they're using that Zipcaster, because it can basically just wind down the entirety of the time. That does not have a super long duration. And speaking of duration here, Metro, since this is their first push, no penalty points to chew through. They've easily blown through the halfway mark, and now they're looking like the team that's pressed all the way forward, about to where the Honored Ones had thrown their tactical. So 3-down situation, the only one left around is going to be the 52. Do they have any sort of point of entry? Even Zenith here locking things down with the Trizuka and nothing doing there. Metro not only holding it down with a point remaining on the board, but coming all the way back for their own 100-0 knockout. And Rissa, this is going to be one heck of a grand finals as Metro takes game one.
I know, this really is that first game there. I mean, I think that's really going to be setting the tone moving forward through this set. So, man, the pressure. I mean, I'm just thinking about if I was Metro and, you know, there's only 1 point remaining for that. I mean, you just have to be so confident moving forward. And that's exactly what they did in order to win that. So I like, too, that we're seeing both teams push forward really, really far. I feel like the confidence you need for that is just something that I only really see from top level teams like this, pushing forward, pushing into the other team's spawn, and both teams doing that in this case. So moving forward, both teams are going to be doing that, I'm sure, as well on other maps and modes moving forward. And I think that's going to be a really, really big factor in one team or the other taking the lead or taking the win.
Yeah, I'm so curious to know from high-level teams, when you have a game like the one we just saw where there's only one real change in momentum, how do you, if you're going back and VOD review that, if you're looking back at the gameplay, what can you glean from that besides that one major turning point? Because the rest of it is either you stomping or them stomping. So where do you analyze in that gameplay? Do you just hyper-fixate on when the tide's turned, or do you try and break it down one by one? But for game two, we're not going to have to wait much longer at all, and it is back to a favorite in this tournament, Tower Control Inkbot Art Academy, yet again. And yet again, seeing very similar compositions come out. Atomic, for example, staying on that foil squeezer, and no swap to the CRB as Gray will retain that wave breaker that they used last time we were on in this map and mode.
So remember, we got to see the Honored Ones previously do really, really well on this map and mode. It seems like they know exactly what positions they need to take, how they want to use their specials, how they want to play aggressively. And starting out here, I mean, it's looking like it's playing out very well for them. Again, as two members of Metro go down, you see they're grouping up to make sure they take down that remaining member of Metro that was in the middle of the map there and pushing onto the tower. So I love that this seems like their map and mode. They just seem so confident on it, and we'll see moving forward too if Metro is going to be able to put a stop to that.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of that, Goth not seeing the range blaster there and trying to take a fight, thinking that it was going to be a 1v1, when in actuality it ended up being a 1v2, and now Xera's trying to make something happen for the Honored Ones here, using a lot of time on the Zipcaster to get that high ground and mobility, and maybe not working out initially, but really carving a lot of space for them, forcing a 3-down situation against the Honored Ones here, and now finally maybe stopping this push, or continuing it on, I should say, for the Honored Ones to take it past the halfway mark. The Wave Breaker coming out as well. Grave trying to position themselves in a position where they can get the pick, but for now, Xera's having to be the one to try and back out. They're not quite able to get away. That's effectively a delayed wipe against the Honored Ones, but we're seeing history sort of play itself out again. The Honored Ones with the early strong start, and we'll see if Metro has it in them yet again to turn the tide.
Yeah, I'm really interested how Metro is going to try and get their push going here, considering how we saw the Honored Ones previously play on this. They not only were able to get a strong push in, but they're also able to have a really, really good defense, set up really, really good defensively. So Metro here trying to push forward as we're getting to see Goss lead that charge, and it's actually looking like, you know, even though members of Metro are coming back from their spawn from their plat area, Goss did a great job at jumbling up the other team and not really letting them move forward past their side of the map. So that, with Goss doing that, that has allowed Metro to be right back in the action, right back onto the tower and trying to push and taking down 2 members of the Honored Ones while they're at it.
Obito trying to position themselves here. They had a little bit of area that was uninkable to walk around in, but they have some problems of their own as Zenith was threatening to take some more area. During that time, though, Metro claiming the lead. So they're going to have not only that, but a couple of specials online, one of which goes down, and the other one potentially having to back off now, that being the foil squeezer, not using that splatter color screen in the engagement. It was the hero shot that had that Trizuka online, but went down without being able to make use of it. So Metro not being able to utilize every weapon at their disposal. Now the splatter color screen will come out to try and protect and block sightlines from that overlooking platform here. On the opposite side of things, you getting that tactical out, and Gray going down to the Killer Whale of Goss, who now has the tactical buff at their disposal. So we've seen a couple of attempts by Goss to try and pick off some members of the Honored Ones, try and get into the plat here, but you smartly staying back and out of the effective range of the 52 gal. So with just about a minute and a half left to go, trading things back and forth, both teams getting pushes into the 30s. It's really anybody's game here as control of mid is still being fought over.
Mid is definitely still being contested here as we're getting to see Zenith take on Gray there on the blaster. Finally, Zenith able to get that pick, and now with one member going down on the side of the Honored Ones, this could be the opening that Metro needs. These teams know how to play fast when they get an opening like that. So Metro able to have that cooler. Zenith gets that Zuka pick as well, and this is going to be the opening that they need. Obito there tries to push forward and stop anyone from getting on the tower, but is called out, and oh my goodness. So the Honored Ones, in all of that jumbling and all of those 1v1s happening, the Honored Ones looking like they're going to be the team that takes mid here. And they are still the team that needs to take the lead. So they have to figure out how to play around this. Gray there on the tower just kind of was like, okay, I'm going into the screen on the tower. I just need to ride the tower, but did get called out, unfortunately. So the Honored Ones, they need to get some points on the board. They just have to figure out how to get to that point.
Yeah, I was thinking too, kind of rare to have these one-on-ones take place just in the middle of mid with nobody having like a different elevation, like nobody on the box there, nobody on the overlook, just kind of folks duking it out 1v1 on sort of the same elevation in the middle of the map. But with 15 seconds left to go, the Honored Ones are going to have to get on top of and not drop from this tower. They used the Killer Whale early to back things off, and they need to because they've already gone 2 down. It's just Xera's remaining. Can Xera's get to the tower? They need to keep this one going in overtime, but they're taken down just as quickly as they get atop the tower. The sprinkler not making it any easier to get through. But after a couple of back and forths there, it's Metro yet again. Not as close this time, but definitely some back and forth between these teams. But set-wise, they take their lead further to 2-0.
Whew, man. It seems like got to see the Honored Ones versus Oro Jackson. They were just playing really slow and calculated and kind of back and forth and back and forth. But that last game, I mean, both teams are playing really scrappy, like you highlighted. Just so much was happening in mid. You couldn't necessarily pick out, you know, if someone was going to use specials to push. It was really just a lot of 1v1s happening there. Metro, though, finally able to keep the lead that they got, only by a few points there. But, I mean, man, it was a lot of fast gameplay happening.
Yeah, and the sports analogy goes that defense wins championships. And in the previous set, we spotlighted how the Honored Ones was playing sort of this hyper-offensive composition where Xerath and Gray were kind of moving where they wanted to, Obito even as well, to find areas where they could sort of either pincer attack or flank and catch the backline or anchor player off guard. And Metro has done a great job of shutting that down, of making sure that their pencil's in a strong position to stay back and stay alert of any areas where the more prone to flanking members of the Honored Ones might be pushing. And that allows the other members there of Metro to sort of play to their strengths. Atomic, for example, waiting for the right opportunity to throw the splatter color screen, not using it just to push. They used it in the high ground over the platform to make sure that they could block sightlines as the Honored Ones was attempting to push, for example. And now the final counter pick of this set has come in for the Honored Ones, which brings us back to Splat Zones for Mako Mart. So not a surprise to see this map back again for this mode. Nice neutral ground type of map with the signature plus shaped zone. Lots of opportunities for the pencil players to set up either just behind the zone or atop the boxes. Rarely you'll see them on the true sniper platform all the way behind there, but this is likely going to be another close back and forth one. I'm sure it must be frustrating so far for the members of the Honored Ones to have not broken through. Rissa, let's see if game 3 is finally that breaking point.
Yeah, this is going to be the game that the Honored Ones needs to win if they want to get that reverse sweep in order to get a bracket reset. So they're really going to have to be on their game. And looking at these comps here, I mean, both teams sticking to what they know that we've seen them play. Gray this time, I mean, there's really seemed like Gray has been the one switch up, but it's not really a huge switch up, right? It's just between either going to play the blaster with the Kraken or the blaster with the Wavebreaker. So going to be playing the Wavebreaker this time around. And initially here, the Honored Ones is going to be the team that takes the zone, but both teams are having members go down left and right.
Yeah, you're right. Tough to call it a true adjustment there when the main weapon is pretty much the same. You're just doing a little bit of a kit adjustment there as Zenith will fall. Atomic throwing up this splatter color screen just in front of the wall, but maybe as a result of that, not seeing Xerath, who's going to get not just one, but also Yaotl there on the Zipcaster, so able to make use of the superb mobility and just the hyper-offensive capabilities that main weapon has to offer as well. They're going to get through that penalty rather handily and take the lead away back again from Metro, and the Wavebreaker is out as well, allowing not just the Wavebreaker as well, but also if they're running out of ink, using your special and refilling that ink tank for a weapon that uses so much ink per shot, I'm sure has to be helpful when you're on something like a ranged blaster.
Yeah, absolutely. That range blaster, as we saw from Gray's point of view, they're trying to figure out how to get some ink on the ground for them to be able to move around. I mean, Gray, shush! Gray is just consistently holding this right alley, not letting anyone approach. You can see members of Metro are trying to take down Gray and trying to push forward to get a flank going, maybe potentially there, but Gray just consistently guarding it, as we see Gray now on that tower as well. Man, regardless though, Metro able to get the zone, get those penalty points onto the Honored Ones, and now you can see they are able to take down 2 members of the Honored Ones as well. So with the way that Metro's been playing, they consistently, you know, even though they get their score to 1, right, or the other team gets the score to 1, right, they're still able to turn it around and completely KO it. So I definitely could see that happening here, but the Honored Ones, they, I mean, with how back and forth it's been, they could easily come in and keep this game online.
Yeah, the one downside potentially for them is that they have a lot of penalties to chew through, and we still have more than half the time remaining, and Metro has not yet been given a penalty back. As I say that, though, that one of the best looking opportunities for the Honored Ones to take it back as the zone is basically 50-50, and Metro will hold on to it at least for the moment. They are going to lose their 52 gal to Zenith, trying desperately to hide behind, but will not be able to quite survive. And Metro also not quite able to regain the lead from that. So 56-point penalty, they'll have to work through. That'll mean at least 2 or 3 team fights if they can get the zone back here. But for now, having to defend against the Honored Ones, Yaotl getting atop the box as one member is going to go down there. Zenith looking for a pick, but they're in the midst of a 1v2, and they're not going to come out on the winning side of it. We see Yaotl on basically the opposite side of the map. They're trying to get some snipes there with the pencil, but it's nothing doing for them either. Xeris was one of the ones who went down, but still lots of room as the zone is kind of doing these micro trades back and forth, which is for now going to benefit the Honored Ones, but still plenty of signs of life from Metro.
Oh, absolutely. You can see they're grouping up here on their ramp area, making sure that it seemed like they were waiting for that cooler to be able to push in with. So they're able to get that cooler. Now you can see them slowly starting to push forward. Atomic here gonna go ahead and get that pick onto Gray and is actually taking on a kind of a 2v1 there. Got called out, but was able to at least take down Gray in that. It looks like Gray was probably cooler though, because Gray already has this wave breaker at the ready. You can see them using it to push forward, and this seems like both teams are just continuing to have that kind of scrappy playstyle that they've started to adapt against each other. They're just trying to take on 1v1s, maybe take on 2v1s, and play really, really fast with specials as soon as they kind of get them.
Yeah, and the battle, as we see both teams go 3 down there between folks like Zenith and Goss on Metro, who are just painting as desperately as they can, going up against Gray, who doesn't seem to really care that they're going into areas that are not painted with their team's color. They're just freely shooting shots and just getting as far up as they possibly can to try and get either chip damage or a full-on pick for their team, as we see almost all of the penalty gone now into single digits for Metro as they look to get the lead. 30 seconds left to go. Zera's in the midst of their Zipcaster trying to find one, but they just run out of time as the Metro team member there just noticed that they were being attacked. Atomic now making use of this tactical, is getting close to building up that splatter color screen as they lost the zone. Not quite as large of a penalty to get through, but they are going to need to grab and hold on to the zone through overtime if they want to complete this set in game 3.
Okay, headed into overtime here with Metro being the team that has the zone, but Zenith unfortunately pushes forward, tries to get an aggressive pick. It does go down. Another member of Metro going down as well, and with the zone here going into the Honored One's color, let's see who is going to be the team that keeps the zone with only 2 members up. Metro here trying to hold onto the zone as best as they possibly can, but when in the midst of all of that chaos in overtime, the Honored One's able to cap the zone there in such a crazy fashion and stay on the board. So they are still in grand finals. If the other team would have won that game, then they would have been out completely.
The scoreboard showing 17-17 for just a second before the zone getting lost control of therefore going back to 18. Just another example of how close these two teams have played each other, how close both of their journeys have been up to this point in their last couple of sets. You'll be able to see some of those highlights on your screen now, with Zenith going down there and the Trizuka being popped. Look at this point going all the way past the penalty. You can see Gray not able to make the most out of their weapon. They were able to get the ink tank reset by putting that wave breaker down and maybe even getting some chip damage off. Desperately, I think that was you trying to paint the zone with the pencil, but nothing doing. And that capped off our game 3, leading us to a game 4, which has already been decided as Rainmaker Museum d'Alfonsino. Museum only has really been seen on either of the 2 more hectic game modes, being Clam Blitz and Rainmaker, and we've seen the other side of that coin at least a couple of times. Now we get to see the Rainmaker side of it, and I'm sure the Honored Ones have to be riding a little bit of a high after pulling that one back from the jaws of defeat.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really trying to, analyze the ending of that game and try and really think about what it was in particular that they did. I mean, it got really chaotic there at the end, and I'm just trying to pinpoint, okay, what did they do in particular that was what allowed them to win that game? It seems like, it seems like they were just coolered up at the right time there towards the end, had their specials ready. We saw Gray immediately able to drop down and use that wave breaker. We saw the Zuka come out right away. And just that difference in utilizing taking fights when you're coolered, which allows you to come back with your specials, I think that was really the turning point there that just allowed them to win that.
If I remember correctly, this is the map and mode combination where after depositing the Rainmaker on the first checkpoint, Popgun said something to the effect of la-di-da, who cares? Showing you just how little that might matter in this setting as we get into game 4 of this grand finals between Metro and the Honored Ones. Looking at the compositions once again, Gray will finally be going over to that custom range blaster, so valuing the invulnerability of the Kraken Royale perhaps to jump to after its use over if any teammates get taken down, or perhaps just a clear path. Just the straightforward path that it can paint might even be useful for the Rainmaker carrier, so we'll have to see how they opt to use it.
Ooh, all right, so a lot of back and forth happening here in mid. I was watching initially and I saw Goss was actually dropping down right away on that right drop to try and get a flank going initially for their team. They were called out, but in the midst of all of that happening, a lot of picks on each side, we see that Metro is able to grab the Rainmaker and start pushing it just a little tiny bit. But the Honored Ones, great defense coming out from them. They've put a stop to that. And the Rainmaker essentially is still in mid, still anyone's game here as each team try and figure out how to get the upper hand.
Yeah, it almost feels a bit Scorch Gorge-esque in the way that mid is deceptively pretty large, but it has that sort of obstacle in the middle that makes it feel just a little bit smaller. And maybe that's why both of those maps we see Clam Blitz on Rainmaker on pretty consistently. But here, seeing Goss making some great work while they have that tactical buff. Mid starting to look quite heavily painted in yellow's favor here for Metro, as they not only have the lead, but are looking to pick up this Rainmaker again. If they cannot stop going down, they have lost a couple members here. Gray helping to make that happen as the Kraken Royale will just barely run out, baiting the auto bomb to burst theirs. They go back to pick up that tactical rebuff, but we re-enter the mid game, and it looks like for Metro, not only have they been patient enough to get the map control here in mid, Gray taking out a lot of their hard work so they can do everything right, but one well-placed shot or well-timed special can help lend itself to the other side, and that gives the Honored Ones the lead here and getting to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, great on them too. I saw that screen come out as well from Metro, and you saw they were just like, you know what? I'm just going to run through this screen. The checkpoint is right there. That was a good move on them because it allowed them to at least get that first checkpoint. And you can see they're holding a lot of mid space here. The Rainmaker has reset, but regardless, the Honored Ones has so much mid space. Obito gets a jump in there for Gray, and that is just going to allow them to continue to hold mid. Finally, though, some specials coming out from Metro as we see that Killer Whale. We saw that Zuka come out as well, and that is actually allowing them to grab the Rainmaker, and push forward and just dunk the Rainmaker like that. That was very, very fast.
Yep, and it's a mad dash for the Rainmaker shield now, which will end up getting popped, as well as Metro pushing forward here with this, not only Ink Zuka, but also the splatter color screen. They're sharking around on the wall, and they're using that right-hand side to lock down with the splash wall. It'll give them just the lead barely, only up to 52. But this map can snowball rather quickly. I think the members of Metro realizing now that they are a bit outmatched, having to back off at least to mid, where they will find the pick there onto Gray. Looking for a second one, and they actually did have a path to the Rainmaker, but is cut just short in part thanks to the Pencil's hard work there. There is, as always, on the offensive, looking into the spawn area of Metro this time, seeing if they can make a path here. The wall perhaps going to restrict use momentum. The Killer Whale definitely will, but for now, at least the Honored Ones baiting out a lot of resources. They will go 2 down, so maybe those resources are well placed, but they have the wherewithal to stay just backing up to where those jump-ins can come through. So this push still with some longevity to it.
You there just trying to play really carefully with this Rainmaker, get those jump-ins like you said, use that Rainmaker shot to at least stall out for time as much as they possibly could. Unfortunately for them, the Rainmaker does go down with just a few points in their grasp to take the lead, but Xera's here holding down this right side flank all by themselves, and they are going to go ahead. They were thinking about Zipcastering maybe to just keep stalling that area, but not quite able to get that Zipcaster off before they were called out and taken down. So now the Honored Ones, the team that needs to get the lead if they want to stay in this grand finals. You can see Gray here starting with this Kraken, trying to get something to happen, maybe get some picks, maybe act as a distraction. Let's see if they can get an opening with this Kraken.
And it's tough. They use some resources there, and they lose not just 2, but 3 members now. They lose their CRB. I think they lost Xera's as well. with the Splatana in tow, and their shot went down on top of all of that. So tough to make use of that, even a potential extension of the lead coming out from Metro. And now the Rainmaker sitting in a disadvantageous position. They're gonna have to take it out of their spawn instead of letting it reset back to mid. Ray gonna fall. It's effectively gonna be a 1-for-1 trade here as we enter overtime. Xera's trying to jump onto the high ground as the Killer Whale's gonna see if they can spot anyone out, but it looks like maybe not. The Foil Squeezer also went down in the midst of that as Yu tries to swim around to the right. A pretty noticeable path though, and they know exactly where they want to try and set up, and that's where they throw those Trizuka shots, which provide enough of a distraction to get the KO there. And Metro stops the Honored Ones in their tracks, takes the third game here, and they are going to finish it off here on Museum d'Alfonsino.
All right, Metro is the winner, first place winner, grand finals winner of SuperJump 4. Whew, man, that set, felt like it started off really back and forth like we've been seeing, and then slowly Metro just was getting their momentum, knowing what they needed to do in that set in order to just win and wipe those last games that we saw.
Yeah, a very strong back and forth. Maybe not even as much back and forth as I thought, just based on how these three teams had kind of played each other in a triangle. There was almost this, not love triangle, but battle triangle that took place between these two teams and Oro Jackson in sort of the waning sets in this tournament, SuperJump 4. But Metro showing a great amount of resilience and resolve. I think not better encapsulated than game one, where they held it down with 1 point remaining and came all the way back 100 to 0, knocking out on Splat Zone's Barnacle and Dime. So a fantastic job showcasing their tenacity and also just their strength when they get set up in a good position. They did a wonderful job of locking down some of the most offensive players that the Honored Ones had at their disposal. Xeris and Gray, especially with Obito also being a quite tough opponent, and then you backing all of that up with the pencil. They seemed to find answers for each of them. And so congratulations once again to Metro as your SuperJump 4 champions. They will be receiving a number of prizes, including the opportunity or the chance to claim passes to Riptide, as well as a berth into the 20XX League in September, and the cash prize pool as well allocated to first place. And for the Honored Ones, second place, a super strong performance from them. They will also, I believe, be claiming a cash prize for finishing second place, and just an impressive run through Alpha Bracket. I'm very happy with the way Alpha Bracket shaped up in terms of the amount of 3-2 and 3-1 sets that we had. I don't like when we see just sweeps all the way across the board. I love when there's some pushback between teams, and especially maybe the last 3 or 4 sets really showed how strong these teams are against each other, and hopefully y'all can look forward to seeing them in future tournaments, maybe even at an upcoming LAN like Riptide.
Yes, definitely. Remember, Riptide is about a month and a half away. So with that Metro winning that, they could potentially be at Riptide. I know there's a couple top level players already signed up, and I'm sure there's going to be a few more since there's still a couple weeks left for sign up. So another thing I wanted to highlight too is very interesting watching those last 3 teams and just seeing a bit how the meta has kind of shaped up, and we've really got to see what weapons are very strong right now in the meta. Those 3 teams really highlighted that for us, and it's interesting just watching how it seems like it consistently is moving in terms of Splatoon 3's meta.
Yeah, definitely some interesting choices. I mean, the 2 variants of Squeezer, the 2 variants of the Range Blaster, the different tactical based weapons that were getting run, the different hyper offensive shooters that were in play. Lots to take away, and I'm sure for these teams, lots to potentially VOD review or bring into their next scrimmages or tournaments. But we'll start to wrap things up. Rissa, I definitely want to get your final thoughts here. I will, of course, reiterate that for folks interested in attending Riptide, they can go to start.gg/Riptide for more details and to register if they have not already. Make your splash, of course, again being the slogan. And if you're interested in other games as well, you can sign up, including the ones on screen. But definitely for Splatoon 3, in the endeavor to make it the largest North American Splatoon LAN ever. I just want to shout out as well everybody that we've worked with, all the commentators today that have done it, and yesterday they did a fantastic job. Of course, Fair on the spec cam and showing us all of this great gameplay so that we can watch it and cast it for y'all. And then, of course, Rissa, with your amazing commentary, I'd love to sort of hear your final thoughts and sort of interpretation of how this tournament went.
Really, it's kind of things I already highlighted on. Like I just said, it's fun watching this and seeing what the meta is, because I feel like it's just consistently been kind of swapping around in the last recent months and weeks. So that's something that's really fun for me, and I've really enjoyed watching. And then I've also enjoyed, I've highlighted as well, getting to see these top level players all gathered in one place, because we don't necessarily get to see that a lot. So I really enjoyed not just only seeing what weapons and comps they've been running, but also just the players as a whole. It's great seeing all of them kind of come back and gather into one place.
Well, we can't wait for the next major. We can't wait for the next LAN event as well. And another reminder, too, about the 20XX League. The first qualifier for that taking place on Saturday, August 3rd. Registration, of course, now open. So make sure to join the Discord there for more information about that. It's dapple.inc/20XX. But I believe that's going to do us here at IPL Splatoon for SuperJump 4. Congratulations again to Metro on claiming the championship here in the alpha bracket, as well to all of the champions in the other brackets spread throughout SuperJump 4. For Rissa, my name is Shiny Hunter Zach. Thank you all so much for attending, and we'll catch you next time.